psychological and emotional. There was hardly any physical abuse. Maybe a coffee cup or something thrown at me, or some threats being made by them that their entire circle of friends would beat me to a bloody pulp if I didn't stop making podcasts. That's my only outlet, and my counselors told me to do this because it's therapeutic and healing.
So when did you, during the emotional and psychological abuse, did you reach out to anybody, or did you just take it? Cognizant.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
During the psychological and the emotional abuse, did you ever reach out to anybody, or did you just take it?
I reached out all the time. Like earlier in the show, you were saying how, like, when men reach out to the authorities or whatnot, how they're just kind of like disregarded or told to man up, or they're laughed at. That's exactly what I got, because I'm a dude and I'm reporting my girl. At one point, I thought I was being poisoned because I couldn't stay off the toilet. And it was right after I moved here to Yuma, and it was like, okay, so it was 10 months prior to me moving here. I went through accusation, through assumptions, through name calling and stuff while I was working a full-time job at Taco Time. And see, like, what I've learned.
Sorry to interrupt you, because I really want to hear your story, but your mic's really bad. What I need you to do is, if you just check your connection, or put a headphone in, or maybe reduce cancellation, like noise cancellation in the back, because I really want to hear everything you're saying. It's very difficult for anyone to understand with your mic.
Sometimes you gotta
let me grab a headset and I'll tell you more.
All right, darling.
If you click the box and turn it on and off again,
So Mel, I just come up here quickly to tell everyone
my story from a parent's point of view.
What was that, Lady Luck?
I said I just come up here quickly to tell my story from a parent's point of view of a daughter that has been abusive to a man, and just, let the parents out there know, and the grandparents, if they're raising their grandchildren, to just have that talk with your children earlier in life, and even through their early teens, continue to have that talk to your daughters, and let them know that while it's not okay for men to lay hands on them, it's vice versa as well. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you, Lady Luck. Thank you for coming up. I've got him.
Thank you, Lady Luck.
Thank you, my love. I've got Himmy out in the back. Let's have a look. Himmy out, is that you? Yeah, got you, sweetheart. Can turn your camera off now, darling. While Cognizant's trying to resolve his audio, hey, Grandmummy Annie, let me just play a little bit more of this.
And she had a hell of a punch. She floored me completely on a number of occasions. Or maybe I could just man up and do the work myself. But when I made a mess of it, as I generally did with DIY projects, my stomach would be churning with fear because I'd know what was coming next. Disappointment followed by rage and violence. That was the pattern. So on that hot and sunny day in the south of France, I'm doing my best with these damn shelves, but things are going wrong. There are holes in the wall for my drilling, but they're not lining up. I'm making a mess. I'm starting to panic. And suddenly she's here. She's inspecting the work, and she is not happy with what she sees. She skips a disappointment bit this time. She heads straight to rage. She's shouting and screaming about my ineptitude. I'm begging. I'm pleading. Look, I'm sorry. I'll start again. I'll do a better job next time. She grabs a pencil I just sharpened and stabs me repeatedly in the forearm. I feel the sharp pain. I can see the blood pouring out. I'm feeling sick. And from nowhere, like my guardian angel, our English neighbor bursts through our unlocked front door. She's heard the shouting and screaming. She persuades my wife to go next door with her to calm down. And later that evening, that neighbor said to me, Andrew, you do realize this is domestic abuse. As crazy as this may sound, I'd endured 7 years of this, and not once had I ever considered myself to be the victim of domestic abuse, and yet my wife had poured chaos and fear into my life from the very beginning of our relationship. She had bizarre and unpredictable mood swings, so I'd never know what was coming next or what might provoke her. She threatened me with knives. She'd attack me with anything that she could lay her hands on, such as the half-filled metal watering can, which she slammed into my ribs, or the candlestick, which she slammed over my head. She'd talk and talk about suicide, about her childhood, allegedly full of abuse, about her many illnesses, and there were many apparent illnesses: hepatitis C, bronchitis, anorexia, a brain tumor the size of an orange, even staged heart attacks. And of course, I now realize that this was all done to turn me into her worried and attentive carer.
Do we think, panel, that in situations like this, that the manipulation by the abuser includes a lot of lies, like he said?
Can I comment on that? So,
Yeah.
I mean, my super chat had to do with gaslighting, so I'm not going to go into details of who this was or whatever. But I mean, I had never heard. I was gaslit for a long time by somebody. I'd never heard. I didn't know what the term gaslighting was. Right, I didn't understand that's what was going on until I described it finally to a counselor I started seeing, because I couldn't understand why. Like, the concept of gaslighting didn't make any sense to me. Like, as just how I am, logical person, I'm like, well, why would they lie about that? Because you can obviously be caught in that lie. Why would you lie? That doesn't make any sense. So are they lying, or do they think they're telling the truth or something? You make up excuses. The lying is a huge component of it. And then you think, well, I don't know. I never saw this behavior before. So maybe this person is going through some episode or something, right? Maybe there's something wrong, like they're having a mental breakdown or something. This wasn't them, right? So you make up excuses in your head. You also try and believe everything they're saying, because you're like, why would they lie about that when I can easily disprove it? So that they must be telling the truth somehow, and then you over and over find out it's not the truth, and you're like, why do they keep doing it? And then you also mentioned going out to friends, or if it's a serious enough relationship, you don't want to do it because you're like, well, things were good before this point, and I don't want to poison them to the rest of my family or friends. Does it make sense? You don't, it's like a secret, right? With this is you believe this isn't them, so therefore, out of respect for them and your desire, because you believe it will get better, you don't want to tarnish them, because you believe most people will write them off and they will never forget it, right? Not understanding the nuances, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, because do you think that society tries to avoid this subject? Because when I had the female DVD, we didn't have anywhere near as many people in chat, and also tonight I've got less people than I've got half the people that I normally have got in chat. Do you think that society tries to brush this subject under the carpet and close their eyes to it?
To male victims?
Mm-hmm.
I think
To all victims, including women.
I don't know that I would say that. I mean, personally, I don't see that. I would say now, today, I think it's people are equally as likely to be believed based on events over the past year or two, right? I think it started with, if I'm going to be stereotypical, it started with the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, right? That really brought out to light like a duality of a female, right? Like a known example of somebody who's doing all the right things on the stand, right? But you have all this other evidence of their behavior behind the scenes. Does that make sense? Not commenting on that verdict specifically, but a clear example.
No, but let's look at that case, though. Hear me out. That case, even after Johnny Depp had won, there was still the push from mainstream media to say that she was telling the truth and he was lying, even though we saw the evidence unfold within the court of law, and we saw that it was her that was the abuser. This is what I'm talking about. I
get what you're saying, Mel, but at the same time, I would say the mainstream media is totally out of disconnect with the general populace. I mean, just take the election, how the election went last week.
Oh, yeah, let's not talk about that, though. No,
I'm not saying the results, but if you watch the media is totally out of step with most people's thinking. I think they're talking about layoffs at CNN and everything. I think that's a media problem. I don't think that's a society problem. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I'm just choking. But I was in the experience that I've had as a content creator, right? I have found that whenever I touch upon this topic, whichever side it is, I've always got less people in my chat, less people willing to engage. Why do you think Why do you think that is? Why do you think, especially when it is in the case of male victims, why it shouldn't be like that? We should have these difficult conversations.
Well, not to be cynical, but I would think that maybe women don't care as much, just in general. Not saying it's true, but women who are victims of DV, I get it, right? They don't want to hear about a man victim of DV because nobody's listening to them necessarily, right? Just thinking like generically, not anything specific, but other people can comment.
Right, Izzy, and because so many people don't like this whole victimhood mentality. But in the case of true victims, where's the line, guys? Where's the line?
I would say it's more of a cautionary tale than a victimhood story, right? That
Right.
Like that's what this guy is describing. He's describing a cautionary tale. He's not saying, forgive me for this, or I did this because of this, right? He's out there saying, hey, this could be you, watch out. He's not asking for anything. He's just telling his story. Cautionary tale.
Oh, Ruck, where did you go, my love? You were here, and no, you're not. I was interested in hearing what Ruck had to say. Ruck, when you come, yes, Gord, absolutely. Cognizant, have you fixed your mic, darling, so we can listen to more of your story?
How's that? Is that better?
Keep talking.
I have my headset on now, so I can't hear anything outside my ears. So they're stuffed with microphones right now, so I can't hear anything on the outside of what I'm hearing right here.
Have you tried restarting your phone?
Did you have it on default mode or the speakerphone mode before you put your headphones in?
Can I just say 1 second, guys? 1 second. I just want to say I want to shout out Leopard Print. I don't shout her out enough. Leopard Print has very kindly created the entire Discord group for the channel. Leopard Print is a vital part of the channel, and she's always in the background doing things. I just want to give her a big shout out. Leopard Print, can you drop the link for the Discord for the channel? That'd be great. Thank you. Sorry, Cognizant. Say that. Keep talking because I think you were still crackling. Keep talking, darling.
Okay. Does that help any?
Keep talking. We'll see how you're doing. So, as I said to you last time, so you went to the police and you were ridiculed, were you?
Basically, not like ridiculed, but just questioned about everything, and like I don't know what abuse is or something. Like I was some little kid that didn't know what was going on, and they just basically like swept it under the rug, and nobody ever came to get my report. I called numerous social services, community centers, and the sheriff. I want to say at least 6 times in the past 4 years to report some type of going against my well-being, or calling me names, or just disappearing for days on end, and then stalking my profile to know when I'm getting on to check my groups and my progress on. So I've been trying to run a podcast for 10 years, and like the last 4 years have been completely sabotaged every time I start something going. And that's the only reason why I started to do this, is because there's something that I could do that was an outlet for a lot of my frustrations, and my counselors have all told me it's something they encourage to do, because you tell your story and you put it online, and other people out there in the world somewhere, they can relate to you. They can they can comment, and you can start your own little community of abused people who are on the trail of seeking healing. And that's what I've been trying to do. And like it's been one fiasco after another. It's just so
I
had to file.
Can I just say that I commend you and I respect you coming up and just having that strength to just come up and tell your story. I respect it and I appreciate it. And I just want to tell you, I commend you, and salute to you 100%. You know, just having that, you know, opening that communication up. You know.
Yeah. And so like earlier I had said like there would be text messages of her and other guys talking privately to her phone number. These are like people on Facebook that are supposedly friends from high school. I'll quote that, you know, friends from high school. And there'd be quite the conversation with some of them. Like a few of these dudes have like left long love letters to her, and she'd share those with me via screenshot. And it'd be like, okay, you're sharing this with me. Why? To validate the fact that I can't trust you anymore, or to hurt my feelings, to create nothing but like resentment or a disgusting feeling about you all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it ain't gonna work with somebody that 9 years older than me, this person is, and they're still dragging me through the court system and lying about the whole situation. Like, I had to file a harassment injunction the other court date ago, the last court date, and that's going to make them look at this and be like, oh, well, she's not totally innocent now, is she? And somebody said in chat that narcissists love to play the victim, and there's nothing to be a victim about other than me setting some healthy boundaries and questioning their intentions night at the fair 2 years ago.
Wait,
There's
have
a
you-
question up on panel. Rob says, should DV become a legal matter, or should victims just have the common sense to walk away?
Okay.
What do you think about that, Cognizant? How easy was it not easy for you to walk away?
It has not been easy for me to walk away at all. See, like I'm one of those hopeless romantics, right? I fall in love. I seriously do. And for me to even say those 3 words is like a big, huge feat to get past with me. Because if I say I love you, it's for good reason. It's because I know that I do. It's not something that I throw around like most people. A lot of people just throw it around to get what they want, you know. And like, I don't. It's I love you when I know I love you, and then I say it and I mean it. And so like, yeah, I haven't been able to walk away very easy. It's been really hard, mainly due to the fact that down here in Yuma, from Washington State, I had nobody. She was my only person to go to. So when I was struggling after leaving the house and all that, my truck broke down. I had nobody to turn to. So yeah, she felt important for me to run to her for help. And then she sent her BFF Robert to come sabotage me at the park and drive another stake through my heart, you know. And that threw me into suicide, and I wanted to unalive
Hang
myself.
on, be careful how you word things, darling. Yeah, do code wording, please, sweetheart.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Can I ask? Because I might have missed this part. Have you already gone through the court process? You said you filed something. Is it already done?
No, I go to trial on January 7th, and then there's a violation on there of a threat that I had made back in May when I went to jail for like 20 days, and I'm challenging that too. But my main focus is proving the original statement was false, and I even went down to the sheriff's office and got the
You have a
transcript of.
Wait, you have a lawyer?
I have a public pretender.
Well, that's not good. You already called me a public pretender, so that's not good.
A public defender, yeah, that's what I got.
Defender, sorry, I was a bit
but
confused.
you don't believe in him. I mean,
He doesn't believe in me.
You're up against a brick wall, buddy. Like, it doesn't matter if 90% of the evidence is in your favor. You have to be flawless on that day. You cannot get emotional on the stand at all. I've watched these trials all the time. You cannot get emotional at all. You can't criticize her. Oh, she did this, did that. Just answer the goddamn questions. Listen to your lawyer.
Right.
Or else you're going to sabotage yourself, buddy.
Yeah, I know. This is the first thing.
I feel like you're going to do that. I'm just giving you advice. Hey, Bella, I'm going to drop down.
All right.
Here in the chat, people want to know the details of what happened, but in court, it's going to be like, okay, this is the refute that I have against this charge, and I have to present the evidence, like he said. Yes, and I can't be sitting here going back and forth like children You know, it was you, it was me, it was you. You know, I know, I get it.
Listen, I'm so sorry. I really want to hear, but that mic is so bad that it's getting worse. I need you come out of StreamYard and restart your phone and then come back, please, darling, because I really want to hear
I'd like
it.
to get your email. If you had an email, maybe I could try to help. Maybe find some advocacy wherever you're at, and maybe email you some information, possibly to help.
Okay. Can I leave you my number in the private chat?
Yeah, do it there, and then we can get it sorted. Because I really want to hear you, but it's very difficult to understand what you're saying.
Okay, it's in the chat right now.
Right, I'm going to play a little bit more of this while Cognizant sorts out his mic, because I do want to hear him. I really do. It's just.
And she manipulated my relationships, particularly those with close family and friends, in order to isolate me from any possible wake-up call or network of support. My wife was a skilled puppeteer, and she pulled my strings in all directions till I was too dizzy to think straight. You know, I honestly believed it was all my fault, that if I didn't keep provoking her, then she wouldn't keep getting mad at me, and the violence would stop. And I felt so ashamed that for all the self-help books and counseling sessions that I consumed, I never could find the magic answer for how to be that better husband who didn't provoke his wife, for how to be that better husband who deserved love and respect. Shame is a terrible thing, you know, it's an effective silencer. You won't speak out if you feel ashamed about something, and let's face it, in a world of manning up and who wears the trousers, no self-respecting man is going to willingly admit to being knocked about by his wife. So you're probably all thinking, well, why didn't you leave? You could have just walked out the door. But leaving isn't as simple as it sounds, because abusers rob you of your confidence, your optimism, and your support networks, so that when you're in it, you can't really see beyond it. You're just surviving day by day. You're just working overtime to prevent your abuser's triggers from being pulled. And then, of course, there's the children. We had 2 daughters together. If I leave, I knowingly leave my daughters in the hands of an abusive person. What loving father's going to do that? And of course, if I leave, I have to accept that I'm going to see far less of my daughters moving forward, as my wife will no doubt use my desire to see my daughters as a weapon against me, to help her take back control of the situation and to take revenge on me for having had the audacity to have walked away. That fear of not seeing your children, that fear is what keeps fathers trapped for years in abusive relationships. And then, if I leave, there's also the fear of facing false accusations of domestic abuse. And I'll give you an example. So, when I faced my ex-wife in the family courts after we got divorced, she requested a screen in court due to her alleged fear of me, citing years of domestic abuse. And then, as someone who was representing herself in court, she pushed and pushed the judge to allow her to personally cross-examine me. How could she be so afraid of me on the one hand that she's requesting a screen in court, and yet so confident of herself on the other hand that she was absolutely determined to personally cross-examine me? You couldn't make it up. And although I can laugh today about the absurd nature of that contradiction.
Shall we talk about the deception panel? What you know, what let's try, and because the deception is so head fucking that it's hard to break down, you know, like hear me out said, the gaslighting, the lying, the reversal, because you know we saw it in the instance of the first victim we were talking about, that when she was being interviewed in the police station, she said it was him, everything was him, he was the drunk, he was the abuser. I mean, the only reason why that gent managed to get her locked up was because he had evidence, he had recordings, vocal, video, and obviously the recorded evidence in the hospital. But in a situation where, let's say, a man doesn't record his evidence and then the manipulation comes along, what do we do, panel? What advice can we possibly give the men?
I don't know other than to get that evidence.
Yeah, I mean,
make that paper trail. I mean, you just got to keep making the paper trail. I know it sucks, especially being a male, it's because of the stigma, but you have to have that paper trail. If you don't have the paper trail, then, it's hard to prove your side of the story, because a lot of times if women are the abusers, they're going to manipulate that and they're going to act like they were the victim,
Right.
So how can men keep a record of it? Because I imagine that a lot of men would not want to keep a record of it because of like, you know, especially if there's children, because that's still the mother of their children, and these men still feel very protective over the mother of their children. So how do we advise men to going forwards to say document, record, when you know,
maybe make a police report like on when maybe they're not in the, you know what I mean, when they're not at the heat of the moment, but you have to make the police reports, like maybe go down to the actual police station and make the report, you know, because if you start making a paper trail, I can't think right off the top of my head exactly all the steps, but that's the one main thing that you do, and maybe don't do it at the heat of the moment, but you're gonna have to, you know, try to make sure that you keep that in your memory of, like, you know, when it happened, when it transpired, and make a police report, because once you have that paper trail, it will show the consistency of who's being the abuser, you know.
El Picasso said men just want to get along so they don't protect themselves. Yeah. Welcome back, Cognizant. Video. Hey, Rude Mad Crab. Use your phone to record anything as soon as right. And you don't have to like shove it in her face, because that would then probably aggravate her more. Hide you know, there's so many recording devices now at very reasonable prices, guys. You can pick up something for $20, and you could, the tiny little things, it could be you know, disguised as something else. And there's so many devices now that you can just have on all 24/7 to record.
You can get them really small and just kind of put it, yeah, and you can put it somewhere where they don't hear it, and it'll record, you know.
I remember there was one. What did I have? I remember there was a situation where somebody was stealing from my place of work, from the office, and I remember putting a camera in that looked like a clock. So it was disguised as a clock.
Here's some printouts I got here.
What was that, Cognizant?
I said, here's some printouts I got of it.
Yeah, I didn't want to show your personal stuff, Cognizant, for doxing purposes. I've had a look at it, but I didn't want to show you your personal stuff. But your mic is still back.
Well, I gave you permission. That's why I sent it to you.
No, I know, but just because I just thought it.
Here's my block list.
Information out there, not like that. Yeah, keep that. You know, that's especially if you're going to go to court pretty soon. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's my block list.
I can't show it without permission. Can anybody tell me about the legalities of recording without permission? Because here in England, you would be allowed to put a camera in your own home to record what's going on in your own home, because it's your home.
Yes.
It's called a nanny cam.
What was that,
Here in
Rach?
Arizona,
It's called a nanny cam.
Right. What was that? Cognizant, I'm so sorry to keep saying this, but your mic is just awful.
You could also use what the
All right, let me see if I can fix it.
And it's totally illegal in my state. Oh, really? It can't be submitted into a court of law if you record your partner?
It could be, but you can still use it as to make a police report. You know what I mean? I don't know. It probably depends on the state that you're in, on how they would go about doing that. It depends on each state is different. But I would imagine that you could use it as evidence for a police officer to make an investigation and be able to make that report, you know, because they could say that they heard the recording, you know.
Oh, I mean, so it's not admissible in a court of law?
I'm going to look it up right now.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great, because...
Mel?
Yeah?
It says here that, yes, private recordings can be used in a court of law in the UK, but there are several factors to consider: permission, reliability, circumstances, purpose, other party, hearsay, and case specific. That's the things that it has to fall under to be, you know, used. It can
Amber
be
Heard
used, but
and Johnny Depp were recording each other knowingly, you know, when they were going through all their hoopla.
yeah, if it's knowingly, but if it's done under wraps, is where as I call it, then it's been seen as what's the proper terminology for it in England? You're trying to get it secretly. You're doing secret recordings, but if it's open and you both know about it, then that's fine. But if it's
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense, Rach, because the documentary that we saw on the English dude, he he didn't tell his wife that he'd recorded it, yet that was used. That was
because
allowed.
I'm on about voice recordings and stuff like that. They'll be thingy, but
Yeah, no, he had both voice recordings
yeah, but
and
he
video
had it under
recordings.
nanny cams. It was nanny cams that he used. That's what he used, and you can use them, but it's just like I say. It just says here, yes, private recordings can be used in a court of law in the UK, but there are several factors to consider. Permission. You need to get permission from the court to use a recording as evidence. Then the reliability. The recording must be reliable and relevant. Circumstances. The circumstances in which the recording was obtained will affect its weight. Purpose. The purpose of the recording, justification, and necessity should be carefully considered. Other party. The other party may object to the recording. For example, they may say that they didn't seek their permission, or that the recording indicates hostility towards their client. Hearsay. If you're trying to prove the truth of what was said, the recording will constitute hearsay and will normally be inadmissible. In case specific, each case is unique, and the admissibility of covert recordings depends on specific factors and circumstances. You should seek professional advice before making or using recordings in civil proceedings. That's for the UK.
Okie dokie. Kat Randall, welcome to the panel, sweetheart.
Well, hello there.
Hello there. How do you feel about this subject? Because it's one of those subjects that I don't feel is taken seriously enough.
Well, so I thought I was having my late night snack. I woke up and I was like, oh, and then I got real hungry and I was sitting here listening, and how to deal with when your lovely lady is not as lovely as she normally is. Disengage immediately. You just walk away and then text. You text, keep everything on the text. Just do. You know, if you have to go to another room because I'm 200, mine's half the weight. If she gets upset, disengage, go to another room, lock the door, text. And then there's no recording device needed because you got a record on the phone. It's
That's true. You're right, because you could save the data and you can download your Google data later. Even if the phone were to get broken or anything like that, you can download that data at any time. Just make sure it's through a Gmail account or something like that. You have the phone assigned to, yeah, and you can download that data. Yep, because
so
I do it.
you're not being secretive. You're not being disingenuous. You disengaged, and now you're speaking through a device that records with all the capabilities of maybe being able to take it if you're ever to need it in any time in the future. You just have it. You have a record of it.
And even if the other person, the abuser, sends like how you could do it through a voice, through you send a message, but you do like a voice message, that could be downloaded on the data too, on the Google data. So that can at any time it saves it, so you could download from any time from way back when till the current day. You could download all that data. So that is
the police would have ways and means of getting into phones anyway.
But always disengage. That is the first thing. Just step away. Any guy out there listening, hostility, it's like, she can kick my ass probably is, mine could kick my ass. So I do just disengage if ever anything comes up where, it's like just disengage. And then most of the time, if you disengage, that argument ends right there. Unless, there's some other serious mental health issue.
Because I'm asking Robin Chat, who studied law. Obviously, he said it depends on the state. But how are you supposed to collect evidence, like film evidence, if then it's not submitted in the court? It's not allowed to be submitted in the court of law. I'm confused. How are men supposed to gather evidence?
What they'll do is they'll treat it how they used to treat it for when it was just more cases of women's DV. They'll treat it exactly the same because they'll have to, because otherwise there can't be no fairness on either side. It has to be right the way across the board on an even keel. So they have to treat all, whether you're a man or a woman, they have to treat you exactly the same when you're reporting it.
So when you're like 6 foot tall and she's like 5'2", 100 pounds soaking wet, judges looking at you, cops looking at you, they're like, you got a firecracker on your hand. And they're not going to tell you to, okay, well, here's how you put it out. So that's my best advice is disengage. Always disengage immediately. However you want to record after that or attempt to record. But if you do try to record and you shove it back in her face, that's just doubling down on stupid. But if you have it and you just sent me a text that, read your text.
And if you can, open up to somebody, because that's even better. Because that's one of the first things they'll probably ask you. Have you ever mentioned this to anybody? So they'll want somebody to back your story up. So if you can, find a friend, find a family member, whoever, and speak to them as well. If you're frightened of recording it down, like whether it's by phone, by another device or wherever, if you're frightened because of the repercussions, I would always say speak to somebody else. Because from what the documentaries, from what I've watched of this, one of the questions is, well, have you spoke to this to anybody else? And my advice will be, if you don't feel it's safe to write and record things, at least speak to somebody that you feel you can trust, or even go and speak to a professional, just so it's logged. That's another way of logging it. Do you know what I mean?
The problem with that is that you can be accused of being manipulative. So
well, no, because that's what they ask you. I've seen documentaries, and like I say, one of the questions that they ask is, have you spoke to about this with anybody else? Is there anybody else that can back your story? Like, did you speak to somebody after these incidents happened? They will ask that question. That's why I'm saying, if you don't feel safe in writing anything down or recording anything in the time, always speak to somebody. There's another way. Always speak to somebody about what's going on with the abuse.
All right.
Speak to somebody.
Now, I have to play it. I could play it to say kind of different options, like what you guys are talking about for what they could do. Do you want me to play it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I really like that.
Okay.
I'll give you a little bit of a scenario.
Many male victims of violence face significant challenges in proving their claims, as societal biases and stereotypes often favor female victims. However, there are several proactive steps a male victim can take to document abuse and strengthen their case. Documenting abuse. Keep a detailed journal, record dates, times, locations, and descriptions of abusive incidents. Include details about physical injuries, threats, emotional abuse, controlling behavior, and any witnesses present. Take photos of injuries. Document physical injuries immediately after they occur. Include photos of bruises, cuts, scratches, or other visible signs of abuse. Save evidence of emotional abuse. Save text messages, emails, voicemails, or social media posts that contain abusive language, threats, or controlling behavior. Print out or screenshot these messages for future reference. Seek medical attention. Document any physical injuries with medical records. Inform medical professionals about the nature of the abuse, as this can be crucial evidence in court. Report the abuse to the police. File a police report and obtain a copy for your records. This can provide official documentation of the abuse and may be helpful in obtaining a restraining order. Obtain a restraining order. A restraining order can legally prohibit the abuser from contacting or harming you. It can also serve as evidence of the abuse in court. Proactive measures. Inform trusted friends and family. Share your experiences with people you trust. Their support and willingness to testify on your behalf can be invaluable. Seek legal counsel. Consult with an attorney experienced in domestic violence cases. They can provide legal advice, help you gather evidence, and represent you in court. Consider a safe house or shelter. If your situation is dangerous, seek temporary refuge in a safe house or shelter designed for male victims of domestic violence. Join a support group. Connect with other male survivors of domestic violence. Sharing experiences and receiving support from peers can be incredibly helpful. Remember, safety first. Prioritize your safety and well-being. If you feel threatened, seek help from law enforcement or a domestic violence hotline. Persistence. Healing domestic violence can be a lengthy and challenging process. Be patient and persistent in seeking justice. Self-care. Take care of your physical and mental health. Seek therapy or counseling to help you cope with the trauma of abuse. By taking these steps, male victims of domestic violence can increase their chances of being believed and obtaining justice. It's important to remember that you are not alone, and help is available.
There you go.
So, what were you saying, Kat?
There's some good points in that all those things, but the ego gets way too far ahead of doing any of that stuff. But here's a scenario when my son was being born, he had to be sliced out, and wife's the honey's scared of docs, and I'm overprotective, so I'm standing over, and the nurses are coming in, looking at me, looking down every single thing that they're doing, because I don't want them to injure her. So they had to literally like get me outside on a false pretense to go in there and ask her if I was being violent or DV, and it wasn't until she said, "No, I'm really scared of you," the nurse, that he's being protective of me, that they actually finally looked at me completely differently than when we first came in.
Yeah.
So it was immediately the stigma of the large man over the small woman, and it wasn't until there's a stigma there. So I look pretty intense at times, and you don't want to get on my bad side. And nurses, and they saw that, but they had to look away so that they could try to coax out of her that I was being the DV in that situation. But there's a stigma there. So and these are healthcare providers. I mean, they were like top of their game. Apparently, they just think that all males are brutes and all little females are dainties. But so I'm not sure if that has any.
That's exactly what happens, because there's a huge stigma against, with men. Men aren't usually not believed. It's usually the woman that is believed, and even if the woman is the abuser, sometimes they'll manipulate that situation and act like they put their hands on them. If the cops were to show up and they.
Another thing is, though, more women report it than men do.
Yeah. It's like you said, the ego, and I get it, because that's why I said it takes a lot for a man to come up and even talk about something like that,
Yeah.
Oh, now Cogniz says device not connected. He's not having a good time, bless his cottons, with his mic. I know, bless him.
I did message him. I sent him a text message, so I told him, if he wants, I can help him try to find some advocacy or something, and try to do some research and try to find something to help him.
Okay, since we're waiting for Cognizant, who on the panel wants to sing Happy Birthday?
Happy birthday.
I'm not singing because I don't want to crack everybody's devices.
Happy birthday to you. Whose birthday is it? Whose birthday?
So what was it's Rachel's birthday. Happy birthday, sweetheart.
Happy birthday, Rach.
Thank you.
So far the advice we're giving is try and document everything, even if it's just in a diary with the time, the day, and what's happened.
Yes.
Yeah, but if she finds that, that's just going to set her off. And plus, it also makes you relive that.
That's
You know,
why I was saying speak to
Hang
a
on,
friend or
Pat, what were you
something.
saying? It makes you relive it. Hang on, sorry, Rach, go ahead. I'm interested in that point of view. It makes you, tell me more. It makes you relive it.
so if you're documenting, if you're having this journal, and so it's like, then like it gets you into a cycle. So it's not like a dream journal. It's a violence journal. And having a book like that around, I mean, that's just bad juju, right? And so let's say she finds it, and she's going through this, and that would set her off. I'm just going based on, all right. So
And
growing
we're
up,
sneaky. Women are sneaky. We'll go digging for stuff.
oh yeah. So I'm just going on. I'm growing up. My mom was freaking off the chart gaslighter, and I couldn't end up. Towards my when I became more of an adult, I didn't talk to them ever, and it wasn't until she died I could ever talk to my dad again. So, we kind of shared a little bit after that, and he came into his own in his 80s after she passed, and it's really ridiculous to watch him actually grow after she passed. But yeah, that's based on that's what I'm kind of basing my thoughts on. If I had ever kept a journal about that, and my mom found it, I wouldn't be alive right now, most likely.
I have a question, because if you don't mind me asking, how did it affect you, like growing up as being the kid, kind of experiencing things like that?
Well,
Like,
nobody believed me, so I
Yeah.
became very shy. I was became introverted. Now you can't tell now, can you? Right? But yeah, no, I very few friends. If I brought friends over, I was the friends were the king of the castle. If I brought friends over, and they'd all get like she'd make them pancakes and stuff. There'd be like a full fridge, and she'd be making sandwiches for them. I never made a sandwich for me. There's spaghetti in the closet, Don.
Yeah.
It's
I
yeah.
just
So
asking because how it affects the kids, because it does affect the kids too. And sometimes you don't realize it when you're in that type of relationship, or you're growing up in it. You don't realize how it affects long term, how it affects children.
and she didn't care. That's what it seemed like, and nobody believed me because I tried to share. I tried to talk to people. Nobody believed me because she was so nice to everybody. Nobody in the world was ever mean to me except her, and she was never mean to anybody else except me. So I'm not sure if it was one of those things where she was jealous of me because I looked like my dad or something. I don't know what it was, but nobody believed me when I told them. They're like, no, and because they would talk to her and like, okay, maybe you have issues. I'm like, okay.
And it
So
makes you second guess yourself. Does it? I mean, even as a kid, you're probably thinking, "Well, what am I doing wrong? Maybe, like, I don't know." I've experienced both sides. Being a kid of it, and then also, being involved with it. As an adult. But yeah, that's a lot that's a lot for a kid to put on. Just to have on their shoulders and wonder why.
yeah, I learned to shut up. I just shut up. That was it.
Oh.
I stayed a ghost. By the time I was 15, I had 2 jobs, never came home. Yeah.
That's really sad, Kat. I'm sorry, darling. I'm going to play a little bit more of this video before we, because like I said, normally these videos, this is like, what is it, a 12-minute video will take us about 2-3 hours to get through. So I'm going to do a little bit more.
At the time, can you imagine how distressing it was for me to be the only man in that courtroom of women, facing false allegations of domestic abuse, and then to be aggressively cross-examined by my female abuser for about an hour? Can you imagine how distressing that was? Men are suffering in silence, and society is not helping because society generally assumes that when it comes to domestic abuse, it's women and children who are going to suffer. A couple of months ago, the BBC ran an article about the number of domestic violence-related murders in the UK having reached a 5-year high. And the headline image that they used for that article was 6 photographs of 6 faces of 6 tragically murdered women. Now, I've blurred out their faces out of respect to the families of those women. But my point is that in the article, the BBC state that 75% of domestic violence-related murder in the UK involves women as victims, leaving 25% involving men as victims. So don't you think that a headline image which accurately portrays the true face of domestic violence-related murder in the UK, it would have had 8 photographs, wouldn't it? 6 women and 2 men. Do the maths. Domestic abuse, where men are the victims, is far more common than you may think. In fact, in the UK last year, of the 2 million reported cases of domestic abuse, 1/3 involved men as victims. And 1 in 6 men in the UK will experience domestic abuse at some point in their lifetime. Now, looking around this fabulous venue today, there must be 100 men here. I wonder how many of you can truly identify with some of the experiences that I'm describing. If we're serious about tackling domestic abuse, if we're serious about protecting our daughters and our sons, then we need to accept an uncomfortable truth, which is that women also abuse. Women abuse women. Women abuse men. Men abuse men. Men abuse women. Domestic abuse is not a man versus woman issue. It's a human issue. And we need to start thinking about it and talking about it as a human issue if we're serious about tackling it. We need to take a step change in our approach towards domestic abuse. And the very first step is to encourage women and men who have been abused to come forward with their stories, to be acknowledged, to be heard, so we can learn from them and truly understand the causes and signs of domestic abuse so we can look out for one another. And so we can truly understand the challenges faced by female and male victims of domestic abuse, so we can empower women and men to leave the horrors of abuse behind them and move forward to rebuild their lives. Now, I'm one of the lucky ones. I got to rebuild my life. I'm now blissfully remarried to a wonderful woman. She lights up my world. She's brilliant. My 2 daughters got moved to us by the courts in an extraordinary legal case. And we have 3 joyful young boys. And it's my privilege to serve people at all levels of society, including men struggling with abuse. And I'm now at peace about what happened because I've chosen to forgive. Now, some people choose to forgive because they want to set themselves free. But that wasn't the case for me because I actually quite liked feeling bitter and angry for a while. My bitterness was like a comfy pair of joggers. I didn't want to take them off. But bitter people make stupid decisions because bitterness.
I want to just address a comment that Jim's made. What about 2 male partners or 2 female partners? That doesn't seem to get addressed as much. What panel? What do you think?
Like he said, man or woman.
Same kind of scenario.
One second. What was that, Rach?
It's like man or woman. It doesn't matter if your partner is a man or a woman. It's still abuse, and it should be reported. But like I say, some people won't report it for whatever reasons, you know. And I'm not going to judge them for that. But yeah, I think people need to start reporting it more. Like he said, because men. You know, I don't know if it's an ego thing or a
well, it's because they're ridiculed,
thing.
Rachel. They're ridiculed by the authorities and by other people.
And then you've got all these ones that go around who make false accusations, who make it harder for those who are both male or female to report cases, because and this is why people get ridiculed, because they go down that avenue that unfortunately, you know what I mean, when they're interviewing you and everything. And it's like, oh no, this can't happen. But yeah, it does. It does happen. You know, and I think my advice to anybody is report it. Please report it, because you shouldn't be going through this at all. Whether you're male or you're female, report.
Very difficult for men to do that. Infamous. Go ahead, darling.
I have an opinion upon this, and it is from life experience. When I got out of the Marine Corps, not when I got out of the Marine Corps, when I got back from MP school, I was waiting. You guys don't need all that. Basically, I'm 6'2". At the time, I was about 220. I was about as fit as a guy could be. My girlfriend was 5'2". She chased me around the kitchen table with a steak knife. Am I going to report that? No, because number one, if I report that, I'm going to be laughed at. Number two, it's also, while in the military, if you report something like that, it's going to put you on a list where you get studied and you get sidetracked from your fast track, which is what you're trying to accomplish in your career. So there are millions of reasons why men may not report abuse like that. In my case, it's like, number one, I don't want anyone to laugh at me. I mean, it was like watching a lion tamer. I picked up a chair. and I held her back with the chair until she cooled off, and the knife went down on the ground, and I could get between her and the knife, and then like we could sit down and talk about it and stuff like that. But there's reasons you don't report things like that, because they can mess up your life worse than the thought of dealing with this scenario and trying to find a way out of the relationship. Sometimes just finding your way out of the relationship is easier than reporting it on the man's side. Now, for the women's side, it's much more dangerous, and I'm not entitled to an opinion upon that. But for my scenario, it was a matter of it would have been way too. I'm 6'2", she's 5'2". I'm not going to tell anybody about this, for fuck's sake. What are you thinking? And that's the truth of the matter right there.
But I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued, Rack, about the. Can you tell me a little bit more about? You're saying that your career would have taken a backtrack if had you reported it.
At the time, I was in the military, and I had just completed 2 cycles of school, and I was entering another cycle for another school. But I was looking at certain clearances for whether he's psychologically capable of having this military clearance, if you know what I'm talking about. And if you have things like that going on in your life, that gets in the way. That takes you out of it. I mean, in the military's eyes, oh, he can't pick a partner, so we can't trust him with certain intelligence.
Wow.
He cannot have a healthy relationship, so we cannot trust him at a certain military clearance level. It can backtrack your career if you have any kind of history. If I went to the police and said, my girlfriend's chasing me with a knife, my military career would have been sidetracked drastically and very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
there
insane.
are reasons. There are reasons you hide that shit. I mean, I made a bad choice with a partner. I'm not going to put it on her. I'm not going to put it on me. It was a bad choice, and it was bad timing. And if I had let the truth out, it would have messed up my career worse than I messed it up anyway on my own damn fault, but that's a different story.
So, Ruck, in that kind of situation, I'm just curious, what kind of advice would you give? Like, if this, I mean, it's bad enough that your life is, like, not your life, a man's life is in danger, but in a situation where his career's on the line, what advice would you give men?
At that point, it was suck it up, buttercup.
Yeah, he's not lying. He's not lying. I mean, a lot of it is whether or not you're indulged in the military. If you're not in the military, you can still kind of make it fresh, but the military keeps track of everything you do. Once you get beyond about E4, you can't make a mistake without everyone that you ever encounter again that is a higher rank than you, that is your boss, that, I mean, anything you do, they're going to know about at some level. And if you're not in the military, sometimes you can get a fresh start with life. You just, hey, it was, it didn't work out. We triggered each other, whatever. And you try to move forward, and you try to separate yourself from the scenario and from that circle of people. That's one of the things I see a lot of people forgetting about, is you have to separate yourself from the circle of people that were also available and around during that time, because they're all going to have a taste in their mouth, whether it's against you or against the other person. They're all going to have a certain attitude, and that is going to show up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the military or certain projects in life, certain ways you can go for a future or your career, there is no such thing as a secret. And you got to be careful about that stuff. And that's a huge reason why men won't tell. Another reason why men won't tell is one of the first things I said, embarrassment.
Right.
I'm 6'2". I can break, I can break a lot of things. I'm not going to turn into a macho and shit, but I'm a big boy. I played college football. I played rugby overseas semi-professionally. I'm not afraid of very much. So for me to go to someone and say, this 5'2" little girl chased me around a table with a knife because I was afraid if I hit her, I would break her and I would go to prison for the rest of my life.
Yep.
Versus I was afraid she would cut me up a little bit and I would eventually win the fight and come out looking like an asshole. There's a lot of reasons why you don't go public with this shit.
Yeah, it's hard to look at a guy who can carry his wife around like she's a briefcase, and
exactly, and I'm supposed to fight back. Come on now. So I'm not allowed to fight back, number one. And number two, if I tell anybody, I'm a laughing stock. Every cop is going to crack up and laughing when he looks at me, then he looks at her.
And the thing of it is, most of those cops know exactly where you've been, and they're just like, we all sucked it up too. At least the guy cops.
I mean, you're not lying when you say suck it up, Buttercup. We have to. And I'm not trying to be a smart ass, Mel, but that's kind of the truth. Us guys are forced to suck it up, Buttercup.
I'm going to play. Hi, Angel. Hi, sweetheart. I'm going to play a little bit more of this video before we carry on because I'm loving the fact that men are coming up and talking about it. Angel, do you want to change your name? That was on. Angel, change your name. Come back up. You just dropped off and change your name. Let me play a bit more of this. We're almost there. We've got 2 minutes left.
This is an all-consuming black hole. And when you're spinning around in the darkness, you can't see clearly. You won't make rational decisions. Now, I didn't want to make stupid decisions. I wanted to make good decisions, smart decisions. And so for that reason, I trained myself over time to see every situation which involved my ex-wife, not through the eyes of a bitter victim, but through the eyes of a wise and external observer, detached from the raw emotion. And as I made that my habit, I started to see two people. I started to see a broken woman in pain, struggling with mental health issues, and a naive young man who thought he could mend that broken woman by standing with her over time. But when I chose to see it like that, it was easier to forgive. Now, there's two things I'd say to you if you're caught in an abusive relationship. The first is talk to someone you trust, your brother, your neighbor, your colleague, your friend. But don't suffer in silence due to shame, pride, or fear. And know that just because you're caught in an abusive relationship doesn't mean you're weak or stupid. Anyone can get caught in an abusive relationship. And you will have shown incredible strength, hanging in there day after day as you do. And the second thing I'd say to you is that better is possible for you. The grass really is greener on the other side of the hill. So never lose hope and never give up. Thank you.
Perfect example. I just got a flash watching this. Look at me. Look at Rach. Who do you think's going to win the fight?
Rach.
So, right. So So when I go running to the cops, they're going to be laughing at me. So I'm not going to go running to the cops. Right?
I wouldn't do that to you, Rook, honestly.
Oh, you know,
I would
damn well
stroke
you
your
would.
ginger heels, love.
Yeah, but what do you say?
I pay extra for that. Thank you.
So how do men get past the stigma?
I think it's getting a little bit easier with mental health being in the forefront of the last, maybe decade or so. When my hun, was going through the PPD, there was a lot of resources there for her. There was a lot of resources. And I think it's becoming easier. It's just going to take time. The more people begin to actually understand and have these conversations that you're hosting. getting mental health is becoming easier.
Do you think, but truly, has it become easier? I
Yeah.
don't know if it has. I don't know because, we've heard people on panels say, I went like cognizant, I went to the police and they laughed at me.
It's got to be a generational thing because people my age, that's what we grew up with. We didn't have mental health.
It's not just a generational thing. Let's be honest. People are judged by how they look and how they present themselves. If you are a male of slight weight and size, and you go to a police officer and say, I'm being abused by a woman, I know of a lot of cops that are going to look at you and go, oh, you're a skinny little kid. You don't matter, blah, blah, blah. They're going to judge you by how you look rather than by the truth of the scenario or the truth of the situation. Let's be honest, cops are judgmental. And a lot of times they will look at the victim as though the victim deserves it in the cop's eyes because the cop judges the victim as someone less than. Now, I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, but it's true.
What does the rest of the panel think?
That may be an area thing. It may be like we watch these things that come out of Canton and that case. All these crazy things keep coming out of Canton all the time, right? Canton and that the cop murdered, and then the other girl was murdered, and then the officer, the officer that was in training got murdered, and it was just all swept under the rug, right? It's like, oh no, don't look over here. So it sometimes it is maybe just an area wide thing, and I don't know how you just leave an area and pick up and find a new area that doesn't have the same stigma, but it is, possibly that is one thing that I would say maybe it's to look at.
What about, guys? What about the stigma faced by others, that by other men or by other women? So what about that? How does one get past that?
Can you be more specific? Like
yeah,
give a scenario.
Because the abuser that we had a look at the very beginning of the live, he said, I felt so much shame, because people are like, he was fearful of people calling him a pussy, basically.
Oh,
I'm
fearful of that too.
Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, Rock? How you doing, buddy?
Hey,
buddy.
Angel.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
No.
Angel.
I was just making a joke. I said I'm afraid of being called a pussy too. Hey, what's up? Was that Wiccan?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Wiccan. How you doing, darling?
What do you think about the topic in hand, Angel? How does a man get past the stigma of being judged and criticized, called a pussy, man up? How does a man get past that in a case of DV?
I don't know. I've never been really how do you say? I've never really taken it seriously when people call names. Like if somebody calls me a pussy, I usually say I am what I eat. Well, it's true. I mean, isn't that what they say? You are what you eat.
What about?
Great. I'm a Caesar salad. Fuck.
I love you, Rook.
I'm glad we can make light of a very serious subject, because it is very, very serious. What about the feeling of shame, men? What about that feeling of shame and you feel less of a man? What about that? How do you get over that?
Oh, you mean when like they're talking about when men are demasculated by women? Sometimes.
Yeah, and also abused physically, mentally, psychologically, emotionally, financially.
Huh.
No,
How does
that's
a
a good point. The emasculation of men is in public. That's a real thing too. That's part of the gaslighting.
And it's pretty horrible for some men because like their women will do it to them in a harsh way, and then when they get enough of it and they break up with the girl, she's like, why? And she acts like she doesn't understand. I've only seen that a couple times happen, but it does happen.
Sorry, I
And
had to laugh at BK's comment.
Oh, where's BK? Oh, come on. And hot.
Oh, I'll be back in just a sec. Ruck, Wiccan, Rach, take over for a minute.
No
Hi,
problem.
Leopard Print. How you been, darling?
Was it me or did you guys just hear the bat phone? Beep, beep,
It was the bat phone, wasn't it?
beep,
Actually,
beep,
I wonder if she has a bat signal in the sky as well.
no, do you know what it is?
She's like,
That
What is it?
Great.
What is it?
You
No,
guys
that
take over.
that is
Angel, take over.
it's in the intercom. It's when you live in a block of flats, right?
Oh.
You get your doors to your the door to the block is locked. It's always constant. It's only open so many times a day. Like for the postman, it'll be open first thing in the morning, so the postman can obviously put your post through your thingies, and then after that, once he's been and he shuts the door, it locks, and then you've got to press the buzzer, and when you press that button, it makes that noise on your end.
It is amazing how different our countries
Now,
are.
see, I saw Alfred in the bat phone right there. I was waiting for that spotlight to go across the sky that showed the Bell Pandora logo.
Yeah.
How you been, Rock? I haven't seen you in a while, buddy.
Oh, I've been good, buddy. I've been, here and there.
It's always nice to see you. You're always polite to me, at least. I don't know.
I've been trying to be polite. The last couple nights, I got a little mouthy. No, last couple nights I got a little.
No, I've actually made
major
changes. Major changes to my channel. I know
I've been checking out your guitar stuff, man.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Wait till so when I get my
Throw a
drafting
little
table.
look around here and there.
When I should be getting my drafting table tomorrow or this weekend, and then I'm gonna start drafting my first design in years, and then I'm gonna start doing the inlay. And once I get all
your first design in years, that could be like your first new concept. Like you decided you're coming up with a new design or something. Is that what you mean?
well, I design guitars. I specialize in design.
When you say your first new one in years, I mean, are you
Yeah,
coming out with
yeah.
a model?
It'll be a total new design.
Is this one gonna sound good?
Oh yeah, it's
Joke.
gonna be.
I'm joking. My bad.
It's gonna be awesome. I don't know what I'm gonna design though. It's like I may do something Christian, but I may do
All right,
something.
you just lost me. Why'd you have
very-
to go there, man?
Well, I have a lot of different ideas in mind. I may do something heavy metal.
Can't
just,
the music sound heavenly without it having to be
Rock.
Christian?
No, just the design. Meaning, I do a lot of mother of pearl inlay work.
Oh, that's
So,
beautiful.
Yeah, so like I'll do a lot of I got a lot of different shell like pua and just red Chinese sea snail, and so when I do the inlay under the fretboard, I can do all these cool colors: turquoise, apple coral, and just make really cool different little designs. Like in Hawaii, when I do ukuleles, we would do like sea turtles and things like that under the in fact, let me see if I can change my picture to one of my inlays on my avatar. I'll show you.
I go away for 5 minutes and you're off topic.
Well, we're talking about guitars and stuff, man. That's what guys talk about.
Oh yeah, it is a manly thing, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Actually, Mel,
It's
the
my
first
fault.
topic of conversation was your intercom.
Yeah.
Oh, it did
a
start
couple
that
of
way.
minutes. I've got a camera one, which means that I can see who's buzzing for me. So there's two to get into my. It's very safe. There's two to get to my door.
Mel.
Yeah.
I think underneath Rook needs to be put in the back.
Why?
I think he's fell asleep.
He's asleep.
Oh wow, he's asleep.
Who's asleep?
That's so
Underneath
cute.
you.
No, I haven't got a gentleman caller, Jim.
I
I
think
thought
he
you
just
said I was asleep. I'm like,
No,
I
underneath
just
you.
wheeze really heavily.
No, underneath you. I think he's fallen asleep. I think.
Oh,
the
God
best-
bless him. Oh, yeah, bless
Yeah.
him. He has.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah, bless him.
Put him back.
Real quick, Rock, can you see the inlay in my picture now? That's
Yeah,
Diamond Head.
palm tree.
Can you? Yeah, there you go. What it is? That's actually
Well,
smaller
Vikings.
than
That's
a quarter
beautiful.
can cover it, and it's so. I did that on a guitar that's worth $30,000 for Steve Grimes. You can look him up, grimesguitars.com. And man, can you imagine this guy spends 3 years building this guitar? It's 30 grand, and he brings me the neck, and he's like, take your tools and cut on this neck for me. Can you imagine how nervous I was to like one slip up and I'm ruining this guy's $30,000 guitar? And
Yeah,
of
one
course,
little
It's just like giving a
gouge.
tattoo. You know?
yeah. And what was crazy about it is I messed with his head. I covered it with the blue drywall tape. And so when he came to my house to pick it up, I went, oh my God, there's a little bit of a problem. So you're gonna have to peel it, man. And so he's like, oh man, and so he peels it. And he goes, oh my God, it's beautiful. You almost gave me a heart attack. You know, I was like, yeah.
Okay, so
Beautiful.
Thank
it is
you.
beautiful.
Thank you.
It is. We're going to get back on topic because I wanted to, we're not quite done yet.
I just dropped by to say hi real quick. I got to go to bed. I spent a lot of time writing that stuff for you, and I'm almost done. And I got till Saturday, I think, if we're still going to do that Saturday.
Sunday we're doing.
Oh,
Saturday.
Good. I got
Yeah,
an
because the debate was moved to Saturday night.
Nice. Anyway,
So-
you guys have a good night. Thank you for having me by. I just wanted to say hi to everybody because I was sending Mel a bunch of information and she told me she was on. So I said, I'll drop by and say hi, and then I got to go to bed. Anyway, thank you guys. And
Good night, my
Rox,
love.
nice to see you again. And
Rest
thanks
up.
for the compliment, Wiccan, on the inlay. You guys have a nice night, Mel. Love
night,
you
my
as
love.
always. And Roch, you're awesome. Night, night, guys.
Take
Night,
care of
Angel.
yourself, brother. Take care of yourself.
Okay, so back on track. Where did we leave out before my door rang?
Well, it's a full moon right now. It's the beaver moon.
I'm surprised it hasn't all kicked off. I was kind of expecting mayhem
I'm
tonight.
pretty sure it's my damn fault.
Okay, so about advice to men, what to do. And I was trying to say, how does a man find it within himself to get past the stigma attached to male DV?
Whoa, what a question.
I always have loaded questions. Always. You don't know me.
It's got to be a societal change. It just has to be brought more
How
in light.
does a man get past the stigma?
It's not going to happen
Yeah,
today.
say that again. Say that again,
is
please.
toxic.
How does a man get past the stigma?
Put the goddamn carrot down and say it.
I've got a mouthful of sausage.
Oh, I was going to give you carrot or celery. I was
Yeah. Oh, hey, Dream Theatre. Hello, darling. Come on. How does a man pluck up the courage to get past the stigma?
Even if
to
you were
share the fact that he has been a victim of DV? Is that the
Correct.
question?
Correct.
even if you were to give me the best advice, and like this is a roadmap, men don't follow maps anyway, right? I mean, you try to give a man directions, forget about it. We know where we're going. So I honestly, I don't see a way. I mean, if you were at my age, you couldn't give me any advice to help me get past it or whatever. I just if others are around me and they're younger and they're doing it, and maybe that we lead by example, and we learn, seeing we do, monkey see monkey do.
Interesting, Kat. Interesting. That's not what I expected from you at all. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that in a judgmental way. I'm just. You always surprise me with your answers. Always.
Hmm.
I think
My
isn't there stigma
my
with
thought.
anything though? There's always
I'm
going to
sorry. Go
be
ahead, Rach.
there's always going to be stigma in everything. You know what I mean? I think what it is because men's cases aren't reported as much as what women's cases are. I mean, I'm not saying that they're reported all the time neither, but I think when DB started, it was all about women that were on the end of it. Now it's changing. Society is changing. Do you know what I mean? The world is evolving and things are differently now. It's now not just women that suffer from DV, it's men. And I would urge men, look here, to me, you would be more of a man if you can just let your ego go. Just let your ego and your pride go for 1 second, because at the end of the day, the next time you might not have a chance to report it. So just, and I would say that for the women as well, just let it go and just report anybody. I don't care whether you're man or woman, anybody who is suffering at the hands of DV, go and either report it, or if you don't feel like you can report it, at least speak to somebody that you trust and let them know what's going on in your life. So should anything happen to you, because you don't feel like you can go to the authorities and everything, if something happens to you, at least somebody's got some idea of why it could have happened to you. Do you know what I mean? At least try and report it, to somebody, if not the authorities, at least to somebody. Let somebody out there know what you're going through. Don't sit and suffer in silence, is what I'm saying. Please don't.
Okay.
What about, guys, situations where there's children involved? How does one walk away from an abusive partner when there's children involved?
Well, when I was growing up, my parents they did these things where they had networked with they had these safe houses. So they would find, women would come find them, these this group they were in. They would find them in the dead of night, and I did it multiple times. In the dead of night, we would literally drive up, turn the car headlights off. They would see that the car headlights turned off, a few houses down. They would run out, jump in the car, and we would scoot them away. So it was I remember multiple times where we just had to carry this station wagon full of stuff into a house to fill it with stuff that they could use for at least a week or so until they could find them somewhere else to go. But that was the 80s. I don't know what they're doing now.
Emma, I'm not having a go at people. I'm not saying it. I was just going off what people are saying about the men. Sometimes it's like an ego thing, like they'll not go to it because they know they're going to get ridiculed and everything. That's all I was saying. I wasn't having a go at anybody.
No, I think
Yeah,
you're
probably.
absolutely right, Rach. A lot of guys, we don't know who to go to because the first thing you're going to do is laugh at us. I mean,
Yes.
I couldn't have gone to anybody in my scenario until after the fact. What was I going to do? A police officer was going to laugh at me. I was going to say, "Look at her! She chased me with a knife." He would have laughed at me, And I laughed at myself over the scenario just because that's how, at the time, guys were supposed to think about stuff like that.
And then let's say
You
you try
know?
to do it to a neighbor, right? And your neighbor wants to be a busybody and they try to inject themselves into the situation, or they call social services, and then social services gets involved. You know, no. So
That's what I
Right.
mean. The partners
I
aren't.
mean,
That's what I
there's
mean.
such a
Partners aren't going to
stigma.
do that. Partners aren't going to do that because I guess there's a fear that social services will get involved with the kids. Sorry, Ruck.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ruck.
Oh, with the kids, they'll take them away from you.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
You know, I don't have children, so I shouldn't even be speaking about this. But from everything I understand, from everything I've seen from my neighbors, oh, you have one problem and you're under the microscope. Two problems, the children are gone. Three problems, one person is in jail. And once you get one person in jail, children gone, then you start getting into the we can't communicate with each other. Someone can't get out of jail. Someone loses their job. So when they do finally get out of jail, they're broke and they can't pay the rent. And now everybody has to break up because she has to take the kids and move in with her sister. And I know this sounds like a joke, but
nope.
It's too often a truthful scenario here in the States. I don't know how it works anywhere else, but here in the States, as soon as there's a DV problem, they get separated. And once one of them goes to jail, they lose their job. And usually, when you have a situation where there's a DV problem, I won't say usually, quite often, part of that stems from financial hardship and financial stress and the stress of financial hardship. So then that financial hardship and that financial stress becomes exacerbated because one person just lost their job because now they're in jail. And then what happens? The whole thing just becomes a problem for the system and for everyone else. So if I'm a man and I have a couple kids with a woman, and she comes at me in a DV scenario, and she's not physically capable of beating me up or hurting me. I can handle the situation, and it can be diffused, and I can sleep at night without feeling like she's going to murder me in my sleep. I'm not going to tell anybody about it. Why would I? Why do I want to put my kids through that? Why do I want to
That's what
put
I'm saying,
us
bro.
through that?
That's what I'm saying,
Right?
sweetheart. How would
That's what
you?
I'm saying.
Yeah, how would a man walk
will
away from a
live with
situation
it.
like that without the
We
fear
can't.
of not being able to see his kids, whether it be by the state or by the wife?
We can't walk away without financial and or other hardship,
Yeah.
whether it
So
be
imagine a
emotional,
pond.
relationship wise, financial. There's no way for a man to step away once he is that deeply into a committed relationship when children are involved. There's no way for a man to step away without hardship for all involved. Period.
Yeah. So you've got a pond, and you see a duck, and they look real cool, but underneath the water, their feet are turning. You get the system involved. The system pulls that plug. Then the pond just drains. It just drains everything. So you may as well just keep paddling up there. It's just the way the system is. Once you get
That
involved,
that's
once the system
that's an
has
ugly but really good way to say it.
with the duck, yeah. Once the system has you, it just drains everything, everybody, and then the kids. I mean, they have to watch. You know, they have to watch that happen.
So, what advice can we give men who are fearful of that they? I mean, it does need to be addressed because, especially in the case of the UK guy, the reason why he did it, well, his friend went to the police, but he did open up to his friend was because she was she was doing it in front of the children, so hence the children would have been affected. It is something that needs to be addressed. What advice do we give the men on how to walk away with that, with the fear of the system getting involved, with the fear of never seeing their kids again? What advice can we give them?
Well, that's two different scenarios. First, you're messing with just me. Now, if you're messing with the kid, that changes the whole complexion of the situation. If you mess with the kid, I'm definitely taking, that kid's no longer going to be around you.
Well, my question is it my kid or is it a stepchild?
Either way,
either way, it doesn't matter. It's
a huge factor right there. It is.
Now,
if it's my kid, the second it first happens, I really wouldn't know what to do. If it's a stepchild, if it's not my own child, the second it happens, I'm out of there. If it's my own child, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Well, no, it's not that easy, even if it's a stepchild, because the situation of my brother being in a situation, that I spoke about where she was hitting him, he'd got very, very close to her daughter. So he was her stepdad at the time. And it really, truly broke his heart for a really long time afterwards. So I don't think it matters whether it's a stepchild or your biological child. You're still going to have love for that child, right?
Oh, yep. I'm not saying that I'm not saying there's a deprival of love. I'm just saying when it's not my own child, I have to step away. If it is my own child, how dare I leave my child? But this is someone who does not have any children saying this.
So we still haven't got down to the very crux. What advice? Because I know these are difficult questions, guys. I always like to ask really difficult questions because we need to ask difficult questions. How do we, let's say it's a biological child. How does a man step away from an abusive relationship and get over that fear of losing their child? In one way or another, whether it be the state, whether it be her, how do we reassure men that it's going to be all right in the end? How do we do that?
There's no all right in the end. There's somebody's always going to get injured. There's always going to be, that's the thing with domestic violence. That's why, when I think some states have in the United States, if there is a call for domestic violence, somebody is getting locked up no matter what. No matter if the cops get called out for, something, but if the cops get called out, somebody's leaving. So
that's the rule in the United States right now. If the cops get called for a DV case, someone goes to jail. Period.
I mean, it sounds like that in the US, they are more open-minded to male DV because, like I said, in England, the first person to get arrested would be the man under all circumstances until investigated.
That's usually the case in the States, too, unless there is one or the other that would appear to be more intoxicated or more agita. Like if you have if the guy's trying to be mellow and he's like, man, she's just been coming at me and she's like, oh, he's an asshole, they're gonna take her away. If the guy's drunk and saying she's a biatch and blah blah blah, and she's saying he's always like this, they're gonna take him away. I mean, the cops are gonna pick one pretty much, and they're gonna pick whichever one they don't like. They're going to pick whichever one they don't like, and that person's going to jail.
That's where I come back to, remove yourself from the situation and only engage through a text. So that the text, there's always a record there. So when the cops come, you just show them your phone. Like, here, take a look. This is what she's been doing.
It's very, very difficult because I do feel that it's so much harder with men and how they deal with this particular topic than, us women have so many resources. I I've brought this up on screen, guys. I don't know if you remember. This was the famous case. I think it was about a year ago. This is one I mentioned already. This was the OnlyFans model who was abusing her her boyfriend.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah, and then she eventually unalived him. And here she's covered in blood, his blood. So I've brought this up. I'll be a trigger warning. Can somebody write me a trigger warning before I stop playing it, please? And he towered above her. So it's just, I really want to be able to try and find some solutions tonight, because somebody said it in chat, actually. I can't remember who it was. Apologies. Somebody said the cops won't be laughing if there's a knife in your chest. So I just want to try and get down to get some, thank you, Ruck. I want to try and get down to some, thank you, Wiccan, as well, both of you, thank you. I want to try and get down to, we can give some sound advice. I mean, we've all kind of chat in panel have said to the men, do not retaliate, because you are the one that's going to go to jail. It's that simple. Right? So I want to, is it easy for men to walk away? No, we heard that gent who was presenting, his story in the YouTube video about how hard he found it to walk away because of the family ties. I just want to be able to come to a conclusion where we say we've given out some good advice tonight, and I just don't feel that we're there yet.
I agree. I feel one of the reasons it's hard for men to walk away is we feel like it's a failure.
That's the
we
ego.
feel like it's a failure.
Yeah. Bigger than ego.
Go on, Kat.
Yeah.
No, go on, Kat. Well, say what you're saying.
Oh no, I was just saying what Rock was saying. Yeah, we feel like a failure, and that's the egos gets involved there. And I mean, yeah, you really literally have to. What do they say? Eat your hat. You gotta just if you don't mind feeling like a failure, sure, you can walk away real easy. But that's the thing. It's like if you don't want to feel like a failure, because you try, and because you tried so hard, right? It's not like you didn't try, but you failed.
If you have invested so much into a relationship that it could become this toxic, whether it was healthy or not in the choices you made, or when and how and why and where you went about those choices, it's still a failure. It became this toxic. It became this bad. That's a failure, because nobody wants to start a relationship and have it turn out this way.
Glenn, hello, handsome. How you doing? Glenn? Glenn? Are you there?
Earth to Glenn.
Earth to Glenn. Well, give him a minute. Glenn, just so you know, you're not on mute and we can't hear you, darling.
Ground control to Major Glenn.
Okay, now you should.
There you go.
There we go.
See,
Glenn, sweetheart, how you doing, my love?
Hi, Glenn.
You're giving me the trigger. I'm going to put you right below me, underneath me, with your trigger warning. Glenn.
Oh, Resto might not like that. Great positioning.
Glenn, I was wondering if you can help us out, right? I'm trying to find some wise words to give our male DV victims on how to walk away, because we've had testimonies on so far of men saying it was hard for me to walk away for so many different reasons. Can you help me out? Like, what advice can we give men who are in this sort of situation?
First, apologize. I'll be sorry, like right out the gate, because people don't comprehend what it's. I've been in their situation. I've been in a situation like this before.
Wow. Okay.
And it's hard not to become, what's the word I want to say, like angry and bitter and resentful and just It's just hard. It's just hard not to feel that hate. As I'm trying to get my damn camera on, I'm hating this damn slow internet right now. But you have to realize, like, I tell guys, document everything. You know, have your phone is a great camera. Record everything. I heard text messages earlier. Yes, keep all your text messages. Always engage, knowing that like you have like a big brother or somebody looking over you. So never do anything or never say anything, never imply anything that you wouldn't want to be read on the big jumbotron in downtown New York on the, you know what I'm saying? Like in Madison Square Gardens or whatever, or here in Los Angeles, right by, in Hollywood. If you wouldn't want everybody to watch it in a movie, don't put it out there. Don't do anything like that. And realize this, guys, even if you're right, you're wrong. And it doesn't matter what you think. Because society has already determined that, and it's by creation, and it's fine. Women are the weaker sex. Women are the fairer sex. And their eggs are more important than your sperm. So knowing that when it comes down to it, that we have to protect them, then society is going to protect them overall, over you. Mm-hmm. So if she hits you, get out of the way. Just get away. I mean, even the first slap. If she slaps you just one time, that should be an indicator enough that she doesn't respect you enough to maintain she doesn't respect you enough. So why would you want to be in a relationship with somebody that just smacked you? She didn't care enough about you not to assault you. And it's those little things. It's when you let those things go, those are the red flags. If you overlook them, oh, she was drunk, she's not like that. Then you just have indicated to her that you don't respect yourself enough not to leave. So why should she respect you even more than what you do?
And if she's going to hit you, she's going to hit the kid eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Glenn, may I ask if it's okay? Because if you don't have to, if you don't want to,
Oh, yeah,
how did you manage to just sort? I mean, I don't know if there was any children involved. How did you manage to kind of like walk away? Did you just kind of turn your back, close the door behind you, kind of thing?
No, yeah, my son was 14 years old at the time. So she called the cops on me. I didn't even do anything. I was actually getting ready to go film a short film. And I'm walking out the door, and next thing you know, there's these cops there. I'm like, what do you guys want? And she did it just I didn't get arrested, thank God. But she did it enough. They're like, you need to go somewhere else, sir. I'm like, okay. Well, I'm planning on leaving anyways. I'm going to go to work. And by the time I got back, there was an RO, which is a restraining order, right? In California, you don't really need there to be any danger. You actually don't even need there to be any violence or anything. All you have to say is, I think he's going to argue with me or fight with me over my son, and I don't want that. And that's enough to get a restraining order out here in California.
Without no evidence, Glenn?
You don't need evidence.
Wow, okay.
In California, you absolutely don't need evidence. You just need to have the fear. Like, you feel like this is going to happen. Like, I feel like, she's going to hit me or he's going to hit me. Don't need to have evidence of it. I just need to feel it. And then they'll issue a DVRO. And it's okay. Like, that's the way they do it. Because you know why? Because there have been instances in time where there were guys that women said they feared and that things were bad, and nobody did anything about that. Just help them. So there are times where it has been warranted. Now, is it premature? Yeah. Is it kind of jumping the gun? Yeah. Does it screw guys over? Yeah. But you know what? This is where I blame the guy, is that you stayed there way too long until to not realize that this was going to be the outcome. You are ignoring the signs. There's signs everywhere. you know, and that's why I said it kind of always, for me, it always kind of begins with that first slap. That first time she decides to cross the line and physically assault you, and she's gonna say, well, I'm smaller than you, that didn't really hurt. And then, you know, oh, you, that little slap hurt you? I thought you were a man, right? Then they belittle you, right? So then you even think that the slap wasn't anything.
Right, which is quite kind of like what we saw in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. You know, when
Well, yeah,
she
she
said,
did a lot of sign
"Man
language
said,
on him.
yeah, who's ever going to believe you, Johnny, that
Yeah.
a woman, you know, I can't remember how she phrased it exactly, but
Who
so
do you think they're gonna believe, me or you? That was kind of like the
yeah,
framework. And it's like, you know, she's kind of smart there, but she was dumb that he I mean, he's smart that he recorded it. She's dumb
Right.
that she said it on the recording. But the fact that, like, that's right, you know, who would believe him? Nobody believed him. I mean, shit, Disney didn't believe him. You know, the girl took a turd on his bed. Nobody believed that until it came out in court.
Yeah. God, that was just so gross. I think she'll be forever known for the shit on the bed forever. but
She's a grumpy lady.
right, but how does a man walk away from a DV situation with that fear of losing their kids or not being able to see their kids because she might hold back or the state might intervene, Glenn?
You have a better chance of seeing your kids if you walk away, knowing that you walking away just means you lost the battle, but you didn't lose the war.
Right.
You're choosing to fight another day. You're choosing to fight when you have more leverage. You're choosing to fight. If you want to be there for your kids, you have to be there for your kids. Not today, but tomorrow and the next day. If you do something today, you may not be there for your kids tomorrow. And it's hard. It's hard. My son was estranged from me for years. Right? Because, you know, my ex did what she did. And she got the custody and, you know, moved away and then had to sell the house, all that stuff. Like, I already been down that road before. And it's hard to deal with, but you have to know that the truth will come out. The truth will eventually come out. Your biggest thing that you got to do is be there when it does. Make sure that you're still breathing when it does.
Right. And that's the key, isn't it? Like tonight, what we've said as a group, we've said, if you're in a situation like that, walk away. Don't even try and restrain her.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, okay, if she's attacking you in the home, you stay in the home. You just get on the phone and you call the police.
You don't think I would have said to walk out.
No, never leave the family home.
Oh no, don't leave the house.
Don't walk out of the house. Don't leave the family home. If as soon as you do that, they will take that as abandoning the family home, like you chose to leave, so then you are okay with not being there. That's how they will look at it. That's how they look at it in court. You know,
really, they don't like. So what happens if she's beating on you, Glenn? And what happens then? You don't walk out the house.
You go lock yourself in the garage. Go lock yourself in the bathroom. Call the police. Wait till the police get there. I know it sounds stupid. I know it sounds like you're being a little bitch, but you know what? Actually, you're being strategically smart.
And you bring your kid with you in the other room.
Yep. Just whatever you do, not abandon the family home.
Because when younger kids, they don't lie. So if
if you are going to leave, then you take the child with you. Hey, let's go to a hotel. We're going to go spend the night and we're going to pretend we're going to Disneyland tomorrow, or let's go to Disneyland tomorrow, or let's go to Magic Mountain tomorrow. Something. Let's go fishing. We're going to get up early. Got to get up really early to go fishing. So come on, let's go. Like, go do just, if you're going to leave, then you leave with the child. Just don't leave her and the child in the home, because when you do go to court for a DVO and you're like, well, I can't even get to my house, you know, the judges be like, so you left, right? You left the house. So then, you know, you could get the properties that you need, but she will remain in the home. And I've seen it happen way too many times. Like there's a really good book, and it's a study done by Dr. Eric Nelson, who has a PhD in criminal justice out here in California. It's called the War on Justice Against Men. And it's really interesting. He talks about domestic violence. Actually, you guys know that 37% of all false allegations, whether it's grape or SA or DV, happens in family court.
Glenn, make me understand that law again, because that's alien to me, because that's not the case in the UK. If you leave your home under a DV situation, the court says what exactly?
If you do it upon like their request, right? If you don't do it, if you do it free willingly, like you go, okay, yeah, I'm leaving, I'm out. Then when she gets the RO, it looks like you abandoned the home.
Because I'm just worried that if I give men the advice of staying at home, what happens if they get a knife in the chest? That's what I worry about.
Well, nobody's saying you can't self-defend yourself. You always have the right to defend yourself. And even if she has the knife, correct, and you will have defensive wounds when you knock her the fuck out and take that knife from her, right? Like,
is that allowed in the States? Because here in England, you would be arrested, the male, even if she did have a hand in a knife. If you knock her out, you'd go to jail.
No. Although the Duluth model of feminism is really, really bad out here and has played a horrible role in our policing system, people are seeing, police know. Police they'll know how, like, okay, let's say I knocked her the fuck out and knocked her into next week. She always sleep. But they see that I have slash wounds on my forearm, right, or on my hands, right? They'll see that I had defensive wounds, that I was trying to defend myself, and that the only reason why I did knock her the fuck out was because I was trying to defend myself. You have the right to defend yourself. You don't have to be you're not a punching bag. Yeah, I would call the hotline.
Because I know that in California, they've got very, very strict, like, they're all for the women, especially in divorce cases. They protect their women under all circumstances. Is it the same with DV?
Oh yeah, like you are guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah, in a domestic, you're guilty unless you can prove that.
You're guilty until proven innocent, but guys, you already knew that.
You can go rob a bank and you're innocent until guilty, but domestic,
anything that has to do. And here's the thing: I don't have a problem with domestic violence laws. I think they're necessary. I think that they're just not. They don't reflect the current realities of the world. We know that when it comes to domestic violence, statistically, we know that women commit more domestic violence than men, and that women initiate more domestic violence than men. We know that the most violent relationships are lesbian relationships.
Yes, I've heard that. I've heard that there's DVs. Yeah.
Y'all women are a little feisty.
Not this woman.
You're like, I'm feisty in the right way, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't hurt a fly if I couldn't. I just wouldn't have. I don't have the energy.
One second.
Okay.
Oh, wait, one thing people do say, well, you shouldn't have had a kid with her, right? That's not the measure of things, because they, when the hormones change when a woman has a pregnancy child, and then going through sleepless nights after that, the hormones change. That's what postpartum depression is. The hormones change. So a woman can literally change over the course of a year and a half, 18 months by having a kid. So it's not like, oh, you should have seen the warning signs before. That's not the case. with kids. Of course.
Yeah, but we can go into but that's slightly different, Kat, because women, a lot of women can go through postnatal depression. It's no excuse, but sometimes there are medical reasons why women change after pregnancies.
You're right, and I don't pretend to
I'm not
understand.
saying it's an excuse. I'm not saying it's an excuse. It's never all right for any woman to put their hands on a man and vice versa. I'm just saying that,
I was just saying that before you had the kid, she could have been the sweetest lady in the entire world. There were no signs of domestic violence. There were no signs of anything like that before you had the kid. But then afterwards, and things change. It's like, well, people are like, oh, well, you should have seen the warning signs and never been with her. That's not always the thing.
I just feel that, like, I didn't know about the law, the thing that Glenn was talking about walking away from your home in the US. I didn't know that. So that adds a whole new layer of complication to it. Because I just feel that because of that law, men are putting themselves in more danger.
I don't think it's a law as much as how it's viewed.
Viewed in a court of law, yeah.
Yeah, it's viewed negatively that you appear as if you abandoned.
It's not a law. It's the way that it's perceived, right?
Yeah.
You ever seen the movie Heat? Robert De Niro, Al Pacino.
Yeah, because of the fact that it's Robert De Niro and Al Pacino. Like, hello, yeah.
Okay. So I'll tell you the best line in that movie, and this is something that I live by. Never get yourself in a situation you can't walk out in 30 seconds or less when the heat is around the corner.
I thought you were going to say, she's got a great ass.
Never get yourself in this situation. If it gets bad enough, yeah, definitely you need to remove yourself. Like if you have, here's the thing. So when you get in a relationship, you have, and I hate to say this, but if and when it ends, can you walk away from it and get the fuck on? Like if you're not willing to walk away from the house, the car, everything in order to live, if you can't risk losing that, then don't be in a relationship. Never get yourself in a situation that you can't walk out of on 30 seconds or less when the heat is around the corner. Don't be
but how does a man ever know in advance? How can you know, Glenn?
There's red flags all the time. Again, the way that she talks to you, does she manipulate? Does she try to gaslight you? Does she try to, does she lack accountability? Right? Does she, hit you? If she assaults you, that's a good indicator. Like, I'm sorry, but as soon as a woman slaps you is a really good indicator that you probably should leave. Because what she's telling you is she does not care enough about you or respects you not to cause harm to you. It's a slap. It's assault, or it's actually battery. So why would you want to be in a relationship when somebody thinks that they can easily, cause harm to you and you are not supposed to do anything about it? It's the truth.
I just really feel conflicted inside that I've not done a good job in advising men in a situation like this. I feel like I'm failing right now to give out good advice.
Because the reality is, Mel, there is no perfect advice. The best advice you could give them is learn how to properly vet before you get yourself into that situation, or have higher standards when it comes to your vetting. So your standards is not like, oh, she touched my pee-pee, she's wifey, because trust me, there's a lot of women that'll touch your pee-pee, right? So have guys have higher standards that have higher qualities or expectations for the woman that they choose to get with or marry or live with, right? Because that's how you help avoid or eliminate those potential DV situations.
What about the man that was in his marriage for 20 years? He got abused for 20 years. You know, we're talking multiple head wounds, multiple bruising, multiple biting. His confidence was, he's six foot or so. And by the time like he was interviewed,
Good height.
That's good.
I mean, I think you have to be at least 6 foot to be classified as a man, anyways, right?
I will not. I'll take the fifth on that one. I'll take the fifth. What about a man who's been so emasculated that it's like this like scared little thing that because emotional, psychological, financial, whatever kind of abuse it is over a amount of time, you kind of these men are turning into a nothing. They haven't got the confidence. What about those men?
They become a shell of themselves.
Yeah,
they become a shell of themselves. That's you're pointing out. Like, so I was married for 14 years. Been through that. I was a shell of myself. I knew exactly what it's like, and nobody could have gotten me out of there. Nobody could have got me out of that situation. I had to get myself out of it. And that's exactly right. You could give them all the best advice in the world. You can't save them from themselves. You can't save them from them wanting to stay.
I just really feel a certain kind of way when men are in this situation. I really do. I feel like it's down. Somebody's got to say something.
By having these conversations, you are doing something. You're bringing awareness of it. Most women don't like talking about this conversation.
I know.
There's only one woman besides. Well, not one woman. There's very few women, but like the one that I know personally, Pearl Davis. Like she's like my little sister. Me and her talk about these conversations all the time. And we go over statistics and we go over data and and she's. I mean, that's why she got hated so much, because she advocates for men. But by just you having these conversations alone, you're doing way more than 90% of the women out there that know that this goes on, but turn the blind eye.
Yeah, because I was just saying earlier that whenever I have a panel about DV, whether it be female or male, I have less people in my chat.
Yeah. What's crazy is I know a gal in Australia. Her brother self-deleted himself because of a woman, and the way that it affects the family. I mean, we feel bad for the guy that self-deletes himself, but the way that it impacted her, to know that her brother's not here anymore because of it, and he was the one that was getting abused, and he was the one that was nobody cared. It's devastating. Like, she's still rocked by it. So things been several years now, and she still can't, truly like get through it. But here's the thing: men don't want to be looked at as victims. For one, men will never want to be looked at as victims, and women will never see men as victims because culture and society always has painted men to be the monster. What would you pick, the man or the bear? How many women pick the bear?
It's breaking my heart to hear about that lady in her brother, because I can sort of not completely relate, but a little bit relate. And it's breaking my heart, Glenn, because you men have got such a tough time out here.
You know why it's tough? And you know why it's tough is because men have decided to, it's going to sound bad, but men have decided to listen to y'all women for some reason. And I don't know why. I'm just like, because men need to be men. We don't have men being men anymore. Men are taught to put women on a pedestal, You know, they're the princess. You're supposed to be the knight that's supposed to go save them from the dragon in the castle and marry them, and they're gonna love you, right? And they're gonna live happily ever after with you. What you come to realize is that you actually rescued the dragon from the princess, and you got the fire-breathing demon in the house, and the dragon's living happily ever after.
Right. Chris. Oh, hang on. That's me and you, Glenn, there. Do you
I
know
know.
that?
I just want to know why I got a fucked up eye. Damn it.
You'll have to ask Resto.
Hey, it's me now.
Okay. Yeah, Resto done it. You're going to have to ask him why you've got a fucked up eye.
Give me that lazy eye.
Hi, Chris.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
So I'm good, Chris. What do you think? Because I'm honestly, I am feeling so much turmoil inside me right now that I just don't feel I've reached where I want to go with this topic.
Yeah, I actually had not a story of my own, but I know a friend of mine. Am I coming in clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Yeah. So I had like some friends that I used to game with online, and he had ended up having a child, and for a while he didn't come online. He didn't play with us or anything. He was taking care of his responsibilities. So some years later, a group of friends of mine who were mutual friends, they had hit me up and told me he had passed away. And I was wondering, I asked them what was it all about, and they told me that his girlfriend had stabbed him. And it kind of like shocked me because he was a good guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't really give anybody any problems. I didn't know him like personally. I never met him in person, but I just knew he just wasn't that type of guy. He wasn't really aggressive or anything like that. And they had told me that it had happened before. And I was just wondering to myself, like, why didn't he say anything? And I assumed, because he had a kid with this woman and, they were just trying to do whatever they can. And I guess it was one of those situations where, he wanted to stay for the kid. He didn't want any problems or anything like that. So when I heard that, it just really took me aback because I was just like, damn, like he really was standing on his square. He was being an upstanding guy, a good family man. Like some people have children and they don't really stop doing what they're doing because they have a child. He probably would have still been playing games with us, don't really care about his family or nothing like that. He could have been that type of person. But the fact that he wasn't, I was just wondering, like, how does a person allow himself to get that far? And I heard Ruck's story earlier about, him saying, like, how he didn't say anything because it would have ruined his reputation. And that was also something that, like, took me thinking about his situation, my friends. So, I don't really know why he didn't speak up. Obviously, I can't ask him, and there were some friends of mine who actually lived in the same neighborhood as him, and they knew about the situation. So it's a lot of crazy situations going on specifically with that I can't say why it happened that way. But, if it was me, I would have said something. I would have spoken up. Because you can end up dying from these type of things.
Yeah. My mentor never said a bad word about anybody. And I got to the shop one morning and the wheel was broken off of the Ford Bronco that was the shop vehicle. And I was like, oh, what happened there? Well, Keith told me, he's like, hey, yeah, Mike he was upset for some reason. I'm not sure what it was, but he ripped the steering wheel off. And 2 weeks later, get a call from Keith. He said, well, we have to go over to Mike's house. And I was like, where? Okay. I just, listened to what he said and did what he said. And we got there and Mike was on the tree swinging in front of his wife's house. and we had to cut him down and then cut the tree down.
Oh my
And
goodness.
and the it only came through a little bit of word of mouth later that they were, in a domestic for about a year and a half. And it was just a cycle. And he didn't tell anybody about it. There was no warning signs until that steering wheel came off. Nobody knew. He didn't tell anybody. And we didn't realize that was a warning sign. We just thought he maybe upset about the job or something. We had no idea.
A lot of men don't speak, Kat. A lot of men don't speak. And Chris, I'm so sorry that happened to your friend. That must have been devastating. And a lot of people that know about situations of this like this don't speak either. Why do you think that is, panel?
Because there's too much stigma with it, just like the mental health. There's too much stigma. There's not enough said about it. Whether that's coming from governments, charities, or wherever, there's not enough talked about it. Regardless of whether you're male or female, female or male, doesn't matter which one you are, which gender you are. You know what I mean? Domestic violence is domestic violence at the end of the day, and I find it's just brushed under the carpet too much, or you get hit over this head with it. You know what I mean? It needs to be talked about a lot more.
Why do you think that the male's friends, like for example, Chris said that some of people knew about his friend, but nobody ever said anything. Why do you think men don't talk about men in these situations?
Because men are supposed to be competent, they're supposed to be problem solvers.
They're supposed to be strength. That's
We
what
feel that, like, if you're enduring it, then you must have a plan to get through it. Until you ask us for help, we're just going to assume that you have it under control.
Yeah, I agree.
God, this is killing me. Honestly, I can't even begin to imagine what men in this situation must feel like. I can't. And I don't understand why, men and women, whoever in society doesn't want to talk about these situations.
Because we need men to be the bad guy. If men are, I guess I should say not we, let's say feminists need men to always be the bad guy. If men are always the bad guy, it can never be the woman's fault. That means women are always absolved of what they do. Men self-delete at a 3.5 times greater rate than women do post-divorce.
Yeah, somebody showed me a video here once of somebody who'd been in the army and come back, and it was literally how long? A week or two after my friend had unalived himself, and it was a lot, because I know about the statistics. I've looked into men's mental health a lot on my channel. What do we do, Glenn? How does the future look?
Well, we equip men. We equip men with better tools to navigate. We don't lie to men, for one. We need to stop lying to men. We need to stop lying to women too. We need to stop lying to men, telling them that like women are sweet and nice and all the fun spice or whatever. We need to tell them the truth. Like, hey, got to be careful who you let into your life. Because it's never been my enemy that has been able to get close enough to do any damage to me. The ones that did the most damage are the ones that said they loved me. They're the only ones that get close enough to put the knife in my chest.
Yep.
I put a link in the back chat. It's a true but not true outcome story. There's very true elements to it, but the ending is not the true.
It's like a hypothetical.
All right, let me just share it.
Trigger warning.
Trigger warning. Somebody give me a trigger warning sign. Hold on, let me go back.
Yeah, maybe there's not enough awareness out there. Like, there's no Netflix special. I'm like this kid out there.
This is me, just moments before I ended my life. I didn't write a letter explaining why I did it or saying goodbye to anyone. That was pointless. No one would be around to read it. And it would just be blamed on some alleged mental health issue that I never had, or that they'll say I just had toxic masculinity. It's kind of fucked up when you think about it. When a man takes his own life, it's so easily dismissed as he must have some type of mental health issue, or that he's struggling with his masculinity. You know, we live in a society today where someone could identify as the opposite sex, and that's not considered a mental health issue. Oh no, not at all. If anything, they will parade you around, give you awards, tell you that you're brave. It's fucking crazy. Our culture is crazy. Our culture lives in a delusion. They don't like the truth. Well, maybe believing that lie helps you sleep better at night. But I'm going to tell you the truth. I'll be your fucking nightmare. First off, this was my choice. I ended my life because I decided it's time for it to end. No one put the gun to my head. I did it. Why? That's the hard part. The why is because I was living a lie. I believed that she loved me. I was such a fool. I believe that you're a good man and you try to do your best, that people will be good to you, that your wife would actually love you, not cheat on you, not abandon you. But thought that my wife would take my son and make him hate me. I always wanted to be a dad. I wanted to be a good dad.
How does it feel to score your first touchdown?
I wanted to be a better dad than the dad that I had. I wanted to teach him things, how to play football, how to avoid problems, how to overcome obstacles, how to be a man. Like I said, she cheated, took him away from me, alienated him from his father. See, I realized that we live by two different books. Rule book for men, and there's a rule book for women. Rule book for men is thick, long, full of rules. And there's only one rule, one page for the rule book of women. Their rule is do right by you, girl. See, there's no help for men out there. Ain't nobody wanting to help men. Nobody hoping that I get better. No. The red pill space is the modern day Mean Girls Club. You know, the who's who. It's all fighting and bitching about this content creator and that content creator. You're not going to hear any good messages because they're getting drowned out by all the charlatans and the snake oil salesmen promising to help, saying that they care. They want to see men get better. No, that's a bunch of bullshit. They're just trying to sell another fucking book. And the church doesn't care about men. The church has all but declared war against men. They're not there for you. They're only there for women and children. And if you do try to go to them and tell them that you have a problem with your wife, you know what they'll tell you? They'll tell you that it's your fault. You just need to be a better servant leader. What they really mean is you just need to be a better little bitch.
YouTube's not gonna like that.
Since the church won't help. And there's no legitimate man space that actually cares enough to help. I hope you enjoy the show. I see you watching.
The new guy will love you hard like I do. He won't
watch
put up
this.
with the head games that you use. Be careful you don't end up in my shoes. They'll say it was suicide. Don't fabricate, just tell them, babe, it was suicide. Don't sugarcoat it, just let them know it.
Wiccan, can you take over for a minute? I need to compose myself. I hope you're there.
Go ahead, Mel. Go ahead. I'm here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So,
anybody got any comments that they would like to do about that video?
growing up with the way that my mom was, and I became introverted very quickly after I sort of started to understand what was really going on. my dad saw the change in me, and of course put me in counseling. None of that helped. I couldn't really tell them. None of them really believed me. And it took my dad to tell me, because I started disappearing, and I don't think he really wanted me to actually disappear. So he started teaching me about reincarnation. One thing he put in my head when I was young enough to understand and old enough to understand is that he said to me, look, if you don't grow and learn and get past this situation, and you take your own life, you're gonna be reborn. He told me you're gonna be reborn into either the same situation or worse. And I think that was probably the only reason I didn't self-delete when I was 16, 17. And he put it in my mind, okay, I have to learn. So my dad, just by having a conversation and him paying attention, I got another 30 years out of my life so far.
Yeah. Sorry you had to go through that. Sorry to hear that.
But I
I'm
learned.
glad you're still here, though. I am glad you're still here. I just want to put that out. I'm glad you didn't take what you thought at the time the only option. I'm glad you didn't take that. I'm really glad you didn't.
He got real scared when I got my first gun. He was like,
You're a pea shooter.
yeah. Pea shooter.
Yeah. Anybody else want to share any story, whether true life, whether it's yours or somebody you know? Anybody else got anything more to add?
Glenn got me all fucked up with that video.
Oh, you're back, Mel.
I'm back. I've composed myself. I'm gonna virtually strangle him. Yeah. I mean, things like that really touch my heart. Really touch my heart.
I just think as
It's
a
okay.
whole,
She's just virtually gonna DV me.
I did, Glenn. I did.
I just think as a whole, this DV needs to be looked into. Don't put it down to just either, for the men or for the women, as a whole, because it doesn't matter whether you're a man or woman, you can suffer from it. So I just think, it needs to be talked about a lot more instead of being swept under the carpet, and just brushed to one side. Because, back in the day, it was all about women. It was all about women because there was no reports. And now as society is changing, that's maybe back in the day in the 60s and all that, it was happening mostly to women. But now in today's society, I would say it happens to both men and women. It's not just a one sex thing. It happens to both sexes. If human life, you know what I mean? And I think it needs to be addressed fully. Instead it's kept being swept under the carpet. I think there needs to be, more government input about it, more, charities maybe is picking up on it and stuff like that. Don't be afraid to talk about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think, when someone is going through something like that, especially men who won't speak up about it, you never know if that person you leave ends up going to do the same thing to the next person. And at that point, you kind of become competent because, you're trying to save face. You're trying to hold out on your reputation and everything. But there's a problem going somewhere else, taking it to someone else. Something worse may happen to that person.
I don't care about your reputation. I care that you're still here. That's
exactly.
what I care about. I don't care about your reputation or anything. I care that you're still living and you're still breathing is what I care about. And that's why I would say, please, if you don't feel like you can write stuff down or take recordings, please say something. If not to the authorities, say something to a close friend, a family member, somebody that you trust, whether you're male or female. If you're going through this, please reach out. Please do, because like I say, the documentaries I've seen in Britain over the years on DV and everything, where it involves men and women and everything, you know, one of the questions that the authorities will ask them is, did you ever reach out to anybody? Does anybody else know about this? You know, and 90% of the time they were saying, no, I haven't told anybody. So please, I'm begging you, please just reach out to somebody. You know, anybody that you feel you can trust. You know, just don't be alone out there. Reach out to anybody at all, anybody you feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I
You know,
mean that's why I've even created this whole channel, was just for that, just for an avenue for men. I do free consultations with guys all the time. It's my channel acts like my Discord acts like more of like a 1-800 hotline, because guys know that they could hit me up any time of the day. That either I will get to them, or you know, someone will get to them and then get to me, and we'll either point you in the right direction or see how we could help you. You know,
That's amazing, Glenn. You know, thank you for providing that service. I wish more people would, because man might be able
because
to.
I didn't have it when I needed it, and I realized that. I realized I didn't have it when I needed it, and although like my video that I played was is dramatized, I didn't put the violence in there because, well, it's already going to be too much with the self deletion at the end, you know.
Yeah, that got me, Glenn. The last bit,
But it's a reality, though. That's the thing. It is a reality, though. You know, that's the shocker about it, is the fact that this can happen in reality.
2 years ago, there was a teacher out here. I'm in Los Angeles, and his wife accused him of sexual assault and DV, and there was an arrest. He wasn't arrested, so he was not just a teacher. He was like the vice principal or the principal, and they, during the investigation, they had to remove him from his job. And he was getting ready to go to trial because it was literally a he said, she said case. He didn't have the money to afford an attorney. He didn't have anything, like, you know, so he felt like he was going to jail. He felt like, you know what, I'm going to jail. I'm losing my life. I have nothing. I can't work anymore. I can't be a teacher anymore. They removed that from me. So he goes up to Disneyland and he spends the day at Disney. And then as he's leaving, he turns on his phone and records the video or live streams the video and jumps off the parking structure. Over lies. And this is where it's sad, because, you know, we hear we got to believe all women. And I say, don't believe anybody. Just vet. Just trust but verify. Trust but verify. That's the best way you could do it. Trust but verify. You know, the guys have to realize that, like, you have to be willing to walk away. You have to be willing to make her be the bad guy and call the police. You know, if they're going to play by these rules, if they're going to call the police because of an argument, then that's the standard. Okay, she's arguing me. She's getting out of hand. I'm going to call the police.
I think that, like, police should have, like, separate sections in their forces to deal with things like this, because you're getting ordinary, everyday beat cops are coming in, you know, they're dealing with things like this, and they just haven't got the gumption.
They're not trained.
Exactly. Thank you.
But they were trained. They were trained to think the way that they do, though. See, I'm not sure if you guys have this, but we have this thing called the Duluth model of feminism, and it basically it's how like the laws are, DV laws and stuff like that were made. Although I do agree with the spirit of the domestic violence law. I don't believe that the way that they structured it and the way that it's being executed is appropriate. I just debated Ben Thorpe.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah. It was a shit show of a debate. I debated him on the Crucible on Andrew Wilson's channel. And he wants to get rid of domestic violence laws. He says a man is a king of his castle. He should be able
Because he's fucking disgusting. That's why, Glenn.
Oh, I know. He said that he wants to be able to, like, men should have immunity for a wide blanket of immunity for anything that they do within their home. So if he wants to smack his wife around, he should be able to smack his wife around, and that's part of his, king of his castle. And that's too far.
Hang on, guys. Let Glenn finish talking, please.
And so for me, that's why we need domestic violence laws. It's because guys like that.
It's the chicken and the egg. If we don't talk about it, how can they train for it?
Well, things have been talked about it, but what has been talked about it has always been men are wrong, men are bad, men are the aggressors. It's never the woman. That's the Duluth model of feminism. Duluth model of feminism say, like, if you were a police officer and you're responding to a domestic violence incident, you are 450% chances more likely that the man is the perpetrator and the woman is the victim. So with that kind of being embedded in their head in training, when cops go up to the scene, you could be the victim, but they're going to be like, sir, put your hands up. They're going to treat you like you're the problem, not knowing the scenario yet. But right out the gate, you're the one that is in their sights as the problem.
So the chicken and the egg. So how do we talk about it if we, if that's what the training that they get is?
The thing is to talk about it, to have higher standards. If the man calls, hey, you know what? Me and my wife are getting an argument. She's still like, I'm trying to de-escalate this. She's getting out of hand. Can somebody come over here? Simple as that. I mean, it sounds like a bitch move, right? What, man? Were you scared? No, but you need to show them, like, hey, there's these laws here, and there's these people here. There's accountability here, and we have to be accountable to these laws. And I'm holding you accountable because I think you're about to violate cross that line. Mm-hmm. And just like you have the right to feel safe in your own home, so do I.
Yeah. I know in Britain, even if you report it, male or female, doesn't matter who is, on the receiving end of it, if they report and then decide that they want to, drop the charges and everything like that, and police can pick up on it that, it could be because they're scared of repercussions and this, that, and the other. The law will take it out of their hands and they will prosecute them. They can do that in England. They can take it out of your hands when they can see that somebody is frightened because of repercussions, they feel uneasy and everything. They will then turn around and say, right, well, it's not going to get squashed, but you'll be a witness now because we're taking them to court. And they can do that because we find many times in Britain, people will start off, wanting to press charges, wanting to, see the person punished for that crime. And then halfway, they're giving a sob story, I'll never do it again and all that. So they start dropping the charges and it's a reoccurring thing. So then the police will step in eventually and go, right, no, we've had enough of this. This is going to court now. We're taking over.
Yeah, and you guys, what sucks from what I understand, the laws in the UK, like the way that it's structured, it's always assumed that men are bad. Like even like when it comes to SA or grape, like you guys have it to where like the only way you could be raped is by a male appendage, right? And that just right there automatically always makes the man guilty. As if women cannot, as well to men. And it's crazy. Like that just kind of that kind of just predetermines who's at guilt and who's at fault.
Sometimes though, Glenn, I feel like with the law in the UK, it's a case of who gets there first.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because because like I said, in my brother's case, Rach, he was the one that was being. Can I finish, please?
Sorry.
Sorry. He was the one that looked like he'd gone to battle with a lion, but he was the one that was arrested first, then released after investigation. So Glenn's right.
No, I'm just saying up in my neck of the woods because your police are different to mine. You're Met, I'm Northumbria, right? So what I'm saying is in my incident, right, in like my neck of the woods, if the police tend to, and I've seen this happen a lot of times with my own eyes, it's a case of who gets there first. And it shouldn't be like that. They should do that investigation. And that's the way it comes across to the public up in the northeast. Like if whoever gets in there first is the one that's telling the truth. Well, to me, that's wrong. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be investigating. Investigate everybody, not just take it that because this person's reported a certain crime that, you know, it's gospel. You need to do your investigation. That's where sometimes different police forces in England lack, because they'll automatically believe, like you say, Glenn, it could be the woman this time, automatically believe that she's the victim when actually she's not, it's her partner. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. That mentality needs to be dropped and they need to do their job properly and investigate.
If you have a look at Wiccan's comment on here, it says, in researching the male DV cases, I read that in Russia, they've discriminalized some of the DV laws.
Wow.
Hey, Mel, I got a drop.
All right, Chris, my love.
I just wanted to say this real quick. I know there's not a lot of time in these heated situations. I still think if you're going to decide that, hey, this is the moment that I'm going to call the cops, I would say try to have some type of recording, rather if it's visual or what's spoken word, you know, just recording.
Oh, absolutely. You have to have more than just your mouth, what you're saying. You need to have evidence, and you're right, Chris.
Yeah, I think guys should really just try to, that's really the only way to save your ass if you're really going to call the cops, like how you said, the Duluth method. You know, that's all I could think a guy can do.
Try to get into a fight and then turn your phone on and unlock your phone. If you're in the middle of an argument, try unlocking your phone. It's like your hands just start shaking. It's so.
You guys have, there is that audio. There's that recording feature you could put on your phones as like you just have to tap it and it'll start recording. You know, just set it to that, because as soon as you start arguing, you just hit record, and then just walk away. Like me, I have cameras everywhere. I mean, shit, you ain't getting away from doing nothing up in here without being caught on camera. And everybody knows it too. I tell everybody, like, hey, there's cameras everywhere in my house. They're here for your protection and mine.
Glenn, what's this that you've put in the back?
So this is actually a study done in public, right? And it's how people respond to when they witness DV. It's really interesting. And it shows, it kind of goes to show you how much men really care and love women.
What's going on, guys? This is Mo. This is CT. And this is Ock TV. Today we're with singer actress Yo Ying. Today we're doing the domestic violence experiment.
I'm gonna be abusing him. He's gonna be abusing me, and we're gonna see who gets more attention.
You talking to him last night?
Was it?
Listen, yeah. Listen, you could tell me the truth. You could tell me the truth. Why are you talking to that guy last night?
I wasn't.
Listen, don't talk to guys. Listen, why you talking? I'm not playing. I'm not playing. What are we doing? Oh, shit. Chill. Yo, we're filming. We're filming. Look, you all right? We're filming a social experiment. Look. You okay? We're just raising awareness. We're just filming, bro. No, we're filming a social experiment. It's cool, man. Thanks for raising awareness, man. We're filming a social experiment for domestic violence. Thanks a lot, man.
Right?
Yeah.
YouTube? Yeah? I know, it's a prank type. They do stuff like that.
We're just filming I don't know about you, but
He's about to attack you right now.
yeah.
Hey, not a problem,
For saying something, you know. Thank you guys for saying. Look, we're filming. Thank you guys for saying.
Don't do that.
Listen.
Don't do that.
Listen.
Don't touch the woman. Don't touch the woman.
Listen, thank you for saying something. We're filming. We're filming. We're filming on social media.
You're going to jail.
We're just raising awareness for domestic violence.
Yep. So we do.
You f***ing cheating on me again? You texting that girl again, huh? I wasn't cheating at you. I saw that picture too. I wasn't cheating at you. You suck on the ground. I wasn't cheating on you. Serious? Are you serious right now? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? You don't do that shit to me. I wasn't cheating on you.
Yeah, you guys see that? Even the guy jumped in and hit him.
Let me pause. Let me pause.
That girl again. I wasn't cheating on you.
Oh my God, that guy actually jumped and hit him on the head. Wow.
Yeah, he was. If she's hitting him,
yeah, they think
he
that
did
he
something
must
bad.
deserve it. He must
Yeah.
deserve it because she's hitting him, she's attacking him, so he must deserve it. He done something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I do these sort of lies. It takes it out of me. This is an incredible social experiment, but it's true. How many of us have ever, I'm sure a lot of us have walked past a situation where a couple is arguing or getting heated, and how many of us have walked past, if it's the other way around, if it's the woman with the man, and just put our heads down?
Nobody would walk away if a man was assaulting a woman.
Right.
No guy. It's instinctually embedded in us to help and defend the weaker, and to protect women.
Right.
But as you can see, the guys that walk by the other guy when he's getting assaulted, they're looking at him like, you're a man. You should be able to get yourself out of this. She can't hurt you that bad. It's not going to be that bad. How bad can it be? That's how they look at it. So they don't see her as threatening.
One guy came up and started filming it as if maybe I can have this for evidence for him for later or something like that. That was what I thought that he may be doing, not filming it just to be a bystander and like, this is cool, but like, hey, maybe I should get this.
We would like to think that he's filming it for evidence and probably not filming it for his social media to,
Right.
Look at this pussy that's getting his ass beat by a girl.
Right, we'll play. There's a little bit more. Hang on, I'll play it.
I caught you red-handed, dude. I wasn't cheating on you. Chill out, not in the public.
That guy's like, let me get out of your way, ma'am. Go ahead, continue whipping his ass.
Kidding? Kidding me right now? What? Kidding you what?
I just want to point out that group of men were laughing. That walked past.
Yeah, because what man gets beat up by a chick?
We definitely need to have more of this conversation, guys. This stuff goes on too much for us not to.
Yeah.
I wasn't kidding. Why are you hitting me for? Why are you hitting me for? Huh?
Make sure to check out the other new epic prank video we did with Dennis CTV.
I want to just address the question on the screen panel. Have we talked about having a plan in place to leave women? Have we talked about can we do a plan in place for men that are in this situation? Can the panel help me out?
Absolutely. So let's assume that the couple that was that we saw there, right? That young man, I'm probably sure that they're probably not living together. They're probably just dating, right? When that happens, when the day that, okay, and this goes for ladies too. Women, men, the day that your spouse or your partner, your significant other, thinks that it's okay to physically harm you or physically assault you in any means, they're telling you that they do not respect you enough to not cause you injury.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you want to be with somebody that doesn't see that you're is willing to commit harm to you? Do you not respect yourself enough to not be in a situation with somebody that's not going to hit you? And here's the other thing. If you happen to be the aggressor, the one that commits the violence, why would you want to be with somebody that you have to get physical with? Wouldn't you want to be with somebody that's going to be more agreeable with you, not drive you to have to resort to those level of means to try to get them to comply? Don't you just want them to comply because they want to, not because they feel forced to? So
what about? Sorry, Glenn. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, as soon as anybody, like a girl slaps you, done. That's my number one rule. You put hands on me. If it's not in a script and you're not getting paid for it, and I'm not getting paid to take the slap, I'm out. I don't care what the situation requires. I don't care if you were drunk. None of that. There's no excuse.
Yeah, even if you have a kid, yeah, especially if you have a kid, because if they can do that to you, they see you in that kid, you know that they're going to go after him later.
And you know what? Here's the other thing. What are you showing your kid? If it's your son, you're telling your son that, hey, he needs to be a punching bag to a woman. Mm-hmm. And if it's your daughter, you're telling your daughter you're setting her up for failure because you're telling her it's okay to go hit a man, and then she's going to find herself in that situation where she ends up she may get with the guy that says, fuck that, I'm from the Smackahoe tribe, and he may end up, you may give her equal rights for those equal lefts.
Yeah, because Lady Luck came up here earlier and she was just telling us about her daughter. And, we were pointing out the fact that we talk to our boys growing up about not hitting women, but who talks to their girls about not hitting men?
No, we encourage women to hit men these days.
So in a situation, let's say, I understand, in a situation where it's in that moment, I know you said don't leave the house, Glenn, but you're in that moment, you're let's say you like the first case that we looked at, you're getting hit over the head or the ear or whatever part of your body with a bottle or a bottle of wine. And what to do then?
You create distance, you use just enough necessary force needed to create distance. Take your phone, go in the bathroom, lock yourself in the room, call the police.
What about if she's got a weapon to your throat or a weapon towards you? How are you going to?
Then you neutralize the threat by any means necessary. You have the right to stand your ground and protect yourself. You do not have to be a punching bag or take any injuries. That's the law. I don't care what state you're in, what country, and if she is trying to kill you, you have the right to defend yourself.
Is that you, that guy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I can
Just
remove.
saying, I'll be quiet and let you keep talking for now.
Okay.
Hi, that guy.
So,
Hey, wait.
so did you say by any means necessary, Glenn?
Yeah. By whatever resources that you have to your disposal, if you think that this woman if she has a knife to your throat or a knife at you, you have the right to defend yourself and neutralize the threat. At that point, she's not your wife, she's not your girlfriend, she's a threat, and you have the right to neutralize the threat.
Enemy combatant at that point.
Yeah.
What does that look like? I know this is, I'm getting really kind of picky, but what does
Okay,
that
so
look
let's
like?
say she comes at you with the knife, you're able to, move her hand, or move away, push her, create distance, or if you're able to,
Disarm her.
disarm her, and you don't have to necessarily strike her to disarm her. Okay, this is why I always I say guys need to master violence. Guys need to know a discipline. This is why martial arts or self-defense is important for men. I hate the fact that they don't encourage men to do this anymore.
I'd say that
growing
goes
up.
for. Sorry, Glenn. I'd say that goes for everyone, not just men. I think it's good for women to know how to defend themselves as well.
But we already encourage women to do so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's that when men do it's violent. Men are, how did we handle beef when we were kids in school? Meet you at the playground at 3:00. Right?
Pop the bully in the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some people, for whatever reason, they learn that they can solve problems with violence, and I think
Because
that's
violence does solve problems.
It can, yeah.
So if we discourage guys to not use what they have, right?
But there are better ways than using violence.
It should be the last resort. It should not be the first resort, but it should be the last resort. But we should not be afraid or discouraged to use it if necessary. Is what I'm getting at.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't saying that. No.
And so we discourage men or little boys to defend themselves. They get into a fight at school and we punish them. We say, no, use your words. Use your words.
I was referring to the perpetrators of DV. They've learned to solve their problems using violence, and it's a problem.
Yeah. So I encourage men, you need to know self-defense. I mean, take a class, learn to box, learn some martial art discipline.
Tai Chi is the lowest impact of them all, and with Tai Chi you can really master pretty much any other martial art after that.
And you're actually learning two things at the same time. You're learning a skill that knows how to defend yourself, but you also learn how to regulate your emotions. Exactly right. I'm glad you did that whole thing, because that's exactly the other thing that you learn. You learn how to apply the necessary amount of force needed in that situation. The reason why we have these guys today that we go 0 to 100 and they just grab a pew and next thing you know we got a whole Columbine situation is because they were never taught how to deal with violence. I think men need to learn how to master violence
or their emotions.
And because when you learn how to master violence, you learn how to measure and master your emotions.
On that note, night all.
Night, Cat. I know this is a difficult. This has been a very.
Good night, Cat.
Good night, darling. I know this has been a very difficult situation so far, but does anybody else want to come up? Because I know the men have struggled talking about this. I'm really grateful to you, Glenn, and Ruck, and people who have come up. But
I just saw your message in the back chat right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think I took a picture of it last time, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'll drop it in there right now.
Okay. Good morning, Alanzi. Where are you from? From the north. Alanizi? you from the north of England? Oh, you and Rachel get on well. But guys, I mean, I don't know. Have we established enough so far? Have we established enough to say we've spoken about it? We've spoken about solutions. Have we come to any conclusions? Have we done anything? Have we put out good advice?
I hope so. Sorry, I was on a call there. Sorry, I'm back.
Personally, I think we need to dive more into the red flags and what does that what could that potentially look like? Because the best advice is always going to be preventative advice.
Right.
It's going to be advice that things that you could do to avoid the contact, to avoid the violence, rather than, you know, what you do once you're already in it. Because once you're already in it, you're kind of you're in it, right? Like you're fucked.
Yeah.
What are the red flags? What do we say the red flags are?
Well, it's going to be like we're talking like their behavior, their character, their traits that they have that you see that you should be aware of, right? You know, like, do they get irate? Do they use sign language? That's a perfect one. Sign language against you. You know, when you present a problem to them, do they try to shame you or insult you or guilt you? Do they have this need to be right? You know, that's sign language. So if they're doing that, then that's a good red flag that, you know what, this person probably has a problem with accountability. And since they have a problem with accountability, I'm not really sure I want to be with somebody that is not going to be accountable. I don't think that's a good look for me.
Well, they don't know how to express their emotions. Yeah.
Also, I'd imagine it starts. Do you think, Glenn, it starts with the psychological abuse first?
Well, with men, absolutely. When it comes to men being the victims, I mean, women are not going to just come out the gate and start just whooping your ass.
Right.
You know, because they already know just naturally that they are more, they're weaker than you. That you, in this scenario, you have the upper hand, that you can do more physical damage. So what they're going to do is they're going to use what skills that they have. And that's, you know, manipulation. It's going to be, you know, gaslighting. It's going to be getting in your head, you know, using guilt, using their words, because women are great at words. You know, that's their strength, and they have to.
It's about pushing boundaries as well, isn't it? So you kind of you start testing boundaries, and then when no one says, okay, here's a boundary, stop, you start pushing further, and it would just escalate, I imagine. Yeah, like what you're saying, Glenn.
Yeah. So I mean, how does she treat you? You know, when you bring up something that you are upset about, does she dismiss it? Oh, you're just so insecure. Stop being so insecure. A real man wouldn't feel that way. You know what I mean? Like, does she belittle or dismiss the things that you bring up? Okay, well then, if she does, then that's probably somebody that. Why would you want to be with somebody that is not concerned about how things are impacting you? Right?
What about in situations, now this one's going to be a tricky one, but I've heard of situations like this. What about in a situation when it's a son hitting the mum? How does the mum, I know this is completely different, but
Yeah. But there are that is still domestic violence.
yeah, but the reason why I brought that up, because that's just as tricky as the male DV.
The son hitting the mom, one, the dad needs to beat his.
What about if there's no dad about?
Then the mom needs to call the police. You're not protecting your son by actually letting them assault you and not do anything about it. You're actually enabling them to do bad behavior, and you're teaching them that it's okay to do this to a woman if there's no consequence. There has to be consequence. So if you don't give them a consequence that's going to be significant enough to be a deterrent, then you are enabling bad behavior.
Yeah, they'll continue that behavior in their relationships with other people. Yeah.
Yep. And then so the woman that they end up getting with, you know, you may no longer be the person that's getting beat, but now you just pass that on to the woman that he's now going to be with, and she's going to be the recipient of that type of behavior.
I mean, the reason why I brought that up, because like I said, that is also another form of DV that gets unreported.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's why I brought that up, because just like there's a stigma with men coming forward, no mother's going to want to, very rarely a mother's going to want to get her child into trouble. That's why
Well,
I brought it
absolutely.
up.
Just think about the guilt that the mother already has, right? Like, she's a mom. She knows that her son, that she knows that she's doing her best, but she knows that she's falling short. Like, you know, her son doesn't have a dad. You know, he has this anger problem. She needs help. She knows she needs help, but, you know, she has no help because there's no man that's stepping up. And, you know, so she already feels guilty for kind of setting her son up for failure in a way. And so the last thing that a mother wants to do is to be the one that has their children locked up, because what mother locks up their son, right? Like, if you love your son, you can lock them up. Yes, actually. People forget that discipline is love. Enforcing boundaries and discipline is loving your child. If you do not enforce boundaries and enforce discipline and hold them accountable and hold them to their consequences, then you're not loving them. In a way, you're abusing them.
Just to what Glenn said, like, I don't think anyone, except for maybe some psychopaths and sociopaths, sit down and think, all right, I want to be a bad person who does bad things. It's learned behavior, and in some way, all perpetrators are themselves victims of something. Something's gone wrong for them to think that that kind of behavior is okay.
Alanis said, as a gay man, I ended up in a similar situation. We were just talking about that, about same-sex couples. There tends to be more aggression statistically.
Only with lesbians. Gay guys?
Not with gay men.
Yeah, gay guys, they don't fight. They play swords. They don't fight, you know. But lesbians, they violent.
And in a world where, is there a right, Glenn? Obviously, you've worked, you do this a lot. Is there like do you see a steady decline or rise in the matter of DV cases?
I mean, when we're still seeing the instances of the cases, like, they still happen, pretty much at a very, like, hold on, let me pull up some. I have the data here, but
Okay.
they still happen pretty much on the average, they're on the same. Just who's doing the perpetrating of the domestic violence is what's the variable that changes.
Right. I'm assuming you mean women are more. The statistics for women abusing their men is going up.
Absolutely. And the reason is because, again, there's no consequence. I mean, haven't we seen a rise in female teachers doing things with students?
Yes.
Have we seen a decline in male teachers doing things with students?
Oh, I don't know about that statistic.
Well, there's a decline in male teachers.
Period. Why? Because
there are just more female teachers than male teachers.
We have said that men are men are the perpetrators. Men are the bad guys. When we think of a stranger, when you were a kid and your parents said, stay away from strangers, was it ever a woman?
Nope.
Why is
No,
that?
You're right.
You're conditioned to automatically assume that if it's a stranger, a threat, it's because it's going to be a man. Yes, men are creepy, especially bald-headed men, Bressler. Lesla.
You better come up here and defend yourself.
Bald-headed guys are the most creepiest ones because they get that reflection off the top of their head when the light hits it, you know, because it's all shiny. They get creepy. It's like they have this glow about them behind their head. It's scary.
Yes, shots fired, Resla.
I think men are also aware that men can be creep. Like men are aware. Like I know I could be creepy if I wanted to. I choose not to.
Well, you know, men even know that men are a threat.
People project a little bit. You know, they think that everyone else is going to be a predator because they potentially are. I don't know where I was going with this. Sorry.
No, you're right, because as men, we know that men. Okay, like take this. If there's a group of biker guys that look like me, tatted up, walking down the street on the same side of the street that you're on, I don't care if you're a woman or a guy, you're gonna be like, shit, something might go down, right? You might even cross the street to avoid them.
Yeah,
right?
I think what I was getting.
We know that men are threats. We know what men are capable of.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, Glenn. I think what I was getting at is this is why there's a lot more awareness around, and also because it's more common around man against woman DV, and it's not discussed as much, and there isn't as much help out there for men. I guess.
No,
Not
there
help out there for men.
Sorry, I just trailed off there.
There's not enough help for men because one, we don't. Again, we know what men that we can physically do things. We think that just because we're more physically capable of doing damage, that we should be able to solve this problem.
Or we should be more capable of defending ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem is that because we know we're more capable, and because we know we could do more damage, we don't. Every guy wants to be the.
But dude, that's not always the case, though.
Guy.
Like
everybody wants to be.
I know some.
Hang on, guy. Can you let Glenn finish, and you can rebuttal?
Oh, sorry, Glenn. Sorry.
No worries. I'm saying that everybody wants, like, women want to be safe. So every guy's trying to project that they're safe. I'm safe. You can trust me. I'm safe. No, you're not safe. You should be good. You're a man. You're dangerous. Okay. You are a hairless, silverback gorilla. All right. Like, you could do really bad harm to people with your hands. Okay. We're capable of it. We're not safe, but we're good. That's what we should be aiming to be. We need to stop projecting that we're safe. We need to be projecting that we're good, because when you're good, that means you're going to be good to you and those around you. Safe means that there's not going to, anything that happens, you're not going to hurt me. That's what safe means. Safe means regardless what I do to you, you're not going to hurt me. That's what safe is being perceived as. But no, you need to be good. That means you're going to be good to yourself, and you're going to be good to those around you. That means that if somebody does something wrong, you're going to be good and defend yourself, and you're going to defend those around you.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that's not always the case, though. Not every man is stronger than every woman. Like,
okay,
I know
you're talking about.
I know there are some women that could beat the shit out of me. So if I was in a relationship with a woman like that, then maybe I could be the victim. You know what I mean?
Well, absolutely, but I mean that's we're talking in generalities, right? So in general, you're more likely going to be more physically, dominant than women.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why there's a lot more awareness around, and it happens a lot more that the man is the violent one in any relationship. But it's good that we're talking about this, because, like we've said, there isn't enough awareness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think
Okay,
there is awareness, Glenn. What do you think? I think there is awareness, but I
I
think
mean, there is
people
awareness,
do it.
but the way that we talk about it, like, do we ever say, like, when we think about, like, if a woman hits a man or a woman does something to a man, we always say, well, what did he do? Why is it that we say, what did he do?
Right.
As if, like, we're trying to see if there's a way that it's justifiable.
Or like the man is automatically the person in the wrong.
Yeah, like he must have done something to deserve this.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Like that's our initial question that we ask. Like, well, what did you do wrong? As if, like, a woman would only do something violent or mean to somebody if someone did something wrong.
Well, we used to ask the question, what did she do wrong? And then we learned that was a shitty question to ask.
Well,
Because
yeah.
a lot of the time it was nothing.
Well, yeah, and we've learned that, like, you got to believe all women. So if a woman assaults a man, well, you got to believe that she did it for a reason, right? She must have had a valid reason to do so.
Yeah, but that's a problem. We need to change that.
Yeah, we got to change that stigma for sure.
How do we go about that? Because obviously, with the
I accept the reality.
And having conversations like this, bringing more awareness to it.
I mean, the reality is that we do know that women are more that statistically we know that women commit more violence than men.
Oh, I don't know about that.
They may not do more damage than men, but we do know that they commit more violence than men. Oh, I'm trying to present.
Yeah, it kind of was there and then it left.
Yeah, I'll try it again.
But is that statistically true that women create more violence than men?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Statistically they initiate more. Here, I'll provide you that evidence as well.
Oh no, I'm not disbelieving you. I'm like, oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I got the statistics on this.
Okay, where are they? Oh, here we are.
Anybody is capable of violence.
All right, so this figure on top, right? This is the percent of reporting of DV in all the different countries. Okay, about 70% of all DV in the United States is non-self-defense mutual battering. This is not violence committed in self-defense. This is both parties attacking each other. The percentage is shown in the figure below, which would be down here. So as you see here, so when it comes to domestic violence, you see that we still have women. Obviously, women are going to be more often than not the ones that are calling the police and reporting violence, except if you're a guy in Greece. Seems like men in Greece don't care and they're just calling on women, which is fine. Do you? But you can see here in the US, women are slightly more likely to be a victim than men. Now, we have to take out of our heads that, oh, well, if women are calling the police more about being domestic violence, that must mean that women are more, or men are more the victims. Well, no, because then you would be assuming that all couples in the United States are straight couples, right? So you also have to account for women, lesbian couples. Figure 4 says, oh, here, I'll show you. That's going to be, I think it's this.
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I can zoom in. So let me go to this one real quick and I'll zoom in.
Perfect.
All right. 70-80% of all domestic DV is minor in nature. This includes pushing, shoving, slapping. There is no visible injuries. About 30.3% of all females, 25.7% of all males, 36.3% of all lesbians, and 24% of all gay males will experience minor DV at least once in their life. Worldwide, male and females admit perpetrating minor DV at about equal rates. A second statistic is that about 20 to 22% of all DV is severe, resulting in broken bones, lacerations, large bruises. 24% of women or females will experience that. 13% of males, 29% of lesbians, 16% of gays. Do you see how that changes, right? So you think of 24% of women, like, well, there's a lot of guys that are out there beating women. Well, out of that 24%, right, 29% of those were lesbians. That's not man beating woman, that's woman beating woman. Then let me see here. Where is it at? I need to go to the right one.
So what it's saying is like just a lot of women are getting hurt.
Yeah, but it's not always at the hand of men.
Yeah. I got that part. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the 7 different types of domestic violence. All right. So you got male and male mutual combat. That's 1. Female and female mutual combat. That's 2. You got a big mean male hurting whittle male. Big mean female hurting whittle female. Male hurting female. Female hurting male. And female and male equally hurting each other. That's the 7 different types of domestic violence.
Got it. Yep.
So the rate of general female violence peaks about at the age of 21 and then decreases on average 2.56% per year afterwards until it hits about 60 years old when it hits 0. Men actually, they peak earlier than women. So men are more violent in their teenage years, right? And then once they hit about 18, that's when they start declining and they start becoming less violent. It takes women on average about 3 years more before she starts becoming less violent. So yeah. I'm trying to find this other image here to show you about
there's definitely a lot more than I expected with their stats. I didn't think that women were so violent.
Here we go. This is a good
through work. I was involved a bit in a lesbian community, and there did seem to be a bit of DV and stuff like that within it.
So when you're wondering what is the problem, like why don't we know these statistics? Why aren't they out there readily exposed? Well, there's a narrative being pushed, right? There was a study done where 1,793 women examined for being a victim of DV and a DV batterer. The female participants admitted committing a substantial amount of non-self-defense battering of male partners. The author of this study concealed this finding. It only came to light when other researchers obtained their data and reanalyzed it. As Strauss notes, the study raises a troublesome question of scientific ethics because it is one of several in which the data on the assaults by women were intentionally suppressed. So why don't we know about it? Because this information is also being suppressed.
Who's suppressing it?
The people that don't want you to know that women are violent.
I was going to say the victims.
No, it's the.
No.
There's a narrative, right? There's a narrative on, just like how there was a narrative when we were worried about Russia. Everybody's a communist. Watch out for those commie actors. All those actors in Hollywood are. Remember that back in the 50s?
It's the deep state.
There was a narrative for it. Why would I be? Why do I seem hyper focused just because I'm well informed? It's interesting. It's an interesting chat. Because I know that both men and women commit this. I know that both men and women are capable of this. It's not hyper focused, just being well informed. I know how men tend to commit violence and what they tend to use, and I also know what women tend to do.
I think the answer is more education and less I think repression of sexuality. Because if people have a chance to just say you've only ever had one partner, they start attacking you, you might think, well, that's normal. That happens in every relationship because you haven't experienced anything different.
Yeah. And I think guys would love to think that women are nice and everything is sweet as spice.
Sorry, Glenn, what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
I think guys would love to think that, women are not capable of doing this, or that women do not behave this manner.
Right.
But if we be naive and guys are not made aware of this, then they end up falling into situations with individuals, and that the guy might end up being, violent. But if we're not accounting for all the factors, all we see is his big explosion and him beating her up and her with the busted face, right? And we assume, see, violent guy. Well, we don't know what led up to that, right? And maybe there was all this minor other domestic violence that we're not aware of, where she's slapping him, she's, emotionally or mentally, beating him up or breaking him down. And then he finally lashes out, and all we see is the big explosion of the guy doing something. And then we're like, see, man, bad. But we don't see all the things that led up to it. We don't see the fact that she was actually doing a lot of abuse to him leading up to this explosion.
Well, forget her, Glenn. Men in general are taught from the age that we're born to be violent. Even like all the sports that we play and shit like that, it's usually, we're hitting things with a stick or, whatever it is.
Maybe when they were younger, when we grew up, today they're frowning upon football.
You even said before that, like, we're guys, so we have to be big and tough.
Yeah.
Well, who told us that?
I don't think anybody told us. I think we just are attracted to that. I don't think anybody ever told me that I needed to be violent, or I needed to like, wrestling, or I needed to like, being a risk taker and fighting and stuff like that. Like, I don't think nobody ever told me I needed to like that.
True.
I think I was just naturally drawn to it, right?
Yeah. That too. Yeah, of course.
Like, when you were a kid, did you like wrestling with your dad? Loved wrestling with dad. It was fun. Even though I never won, I loved wrestling with dad. It was a way to have fun being violent in a controlled setting.
Yeah, I know as a kid I used to love getting out, running around, playing, having a good time. So yeah, I used to hurt myself a lot.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was just bringing up this because Lady Luck said about Catherine Knight, who was an Australian unaliver and the first woman in the country's history to be sentenced to life imprisonment. Let's see what she did. What did she do to her husband? Let's have a look. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to super read really quick. Okay. A few days later, Knight slashed the face of a woman with one of her knives and demanded she drive to find Kellett. Is Kellett her husband? Lady Luck, can you come up and tell me a bit more? Because I can't read as quick as I thought I could. I'm going to drop the. I'm going to come up and tell us a bit more. Do you know about this? That guy. This is an Australian case.
No, I don't. I'd love to hear from Lady Luck though.
Yeah, I thought I could super read, but I can't.
Mel, I have another case I can show you in the meantime.
Yeah, of course.
Here, I'll present it here in a minute.
I mean, I did have the case of, which is still up on my thing. You know, the OnlyFans last year with her boyfriend that she unalived.
Yeah.
Caught on camera.
I got one that's it's. I laugh about this because it's really fucked up, but it's kind of funny in the same way. Who would ever think it's not my fault for stabbing you 108 times? It was because it was the weed. It's the weed's fault.
Well, people can have a drug-induced psychosis.
Yeah, and this woman got off with it.
She got off with it?
I'm sharing the screen now.
All right, darling.
So, a woman who fatally stabbed boyfriend gets sentenced to no jail time because she was in a weed psychosis.
Well, they'd have to prove, like, generally, if you're in a psychosis, you've got schizophrenia or something like that, right?
Well, just California judge sends a woman who stabbed her boyfriend to death community service after ruling she was not in control of herself after she had been smoking marijuana. Yeah, she said, because I got high. Yeah,
but there's going to be more to it than that.
Well, here, I'll play the video so you could actually hear it. So I don't have to read it.
She's accused of killing her boyfriend by stabbing him 108 times. And now there is fury over the fact that she has been spared jail time after the judge ruled she was not in control because she'd been smoking pot. The victim's father says everyone who smokes marijuana in California has been given the license to kill. Jim Murray has our report, and we warn some video may be intense for some viewers.
Could there be a more open and shut case?
Literally having videotape of her in the act, kneeling over my son, covered in his blood.
The accusation was shocking. 33-year-old Bryn Spetcher stabbed her boyfriend, Chad Amelia, 108 times across his body. Video from the scene in Thousand Oaks, California, shows the woman on a stretcher covered in blood. After stabbing her boyfriend, she turned the knife on herself, stabbing herself in the neck 43 times. She also stabbed her dog. A jury found her guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Family and friends of the 26-year-old victim were certain she would get serious prison time. They held a rally outside the courthouse, urging the judge to hand down a tough sentence. Instead, what did she get? Not 1 day in jail, just 100 hours of community service.
Well, I got to tell you, I really felt betrayed by the system. I felt that the system had failed. I don't understand how you go from stabbing somebody 108 times and then you get community service.
So how did Bryn Spetcher get off so easy? The judge ruled she committed the crime after smoking highly potent marijuana and was in the throes of marijuana-induced psychosis and had no control over her actions. Bryn Spetcher claims her boyfriend never told her the marijuana was especially strong when he gave it to her to smoke.
The pathetic defense here has been to blame the victim. Let's blame the person that's been stabbed 108 times. It was ridiculous.
Deputy District Attorney Audrey Nafziger prosecuted the case.
It's a complete miscarriage of justice. It's a slap in the face to the victim and their family. And I think it harms victims everywhere. It sets a dangerous precedent for our country.
Was Chad basically blamed for his own death?
Absolutely.
In addition to community service, Spetcher was put on probation for 2 years.
Wow.
And she's appealing the probation right now. She's currently appealing the probation because she actually, again, her defense is it's his fault. He's the one that got me high.
But it seemed really biased, that news report. I didn't hear any medical information. Does she have schizophrenia or anything like that?
Well, one, they can't release that unless unless the court clears it to release that, right? You know, some evidence is submitted, but it's not released.
Well, I assume that like something like that would have been part of the evidence in the case.
And actually, to be honest with you, I believe she's actually a psych major.
Yeah, well, a lot of people with
pull that up.
mental health
She
conditions.
stabbed the dog as well. She must have been fucked up. I know that sounds awful, but how can like
I
no,
mean-
seriously, she stabbed the dog as well.
I was
That's that-
wondering
that's
how
that-
many people
death
would
weed.
change their mind after that.
Hi, Mel. So I come up to speak about Catherine Knight. She was in a relationship with a guy, and he was telling friends and that he was afraid of what was going to happen to him. And one day he didn't turn up for work, which was highly unlikely for him. And yeah, they found that she had unalived him. She had used a sharp object to put him in parts. She had apparently cooked some of them parts.
Oh my god.
She had put cooked parts on plates and put labels on the plates with the names of his children and put them on the table for
I've
his
heard
children.
this story. Yes, Lady Luck. Yes, I did. I have looked at it. I have heard of this. Did she make her kids
Yep.
eat it? Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, everyone and his mates said he wanted out.
Wait. Hold
but
on. She fed it to her. She fed him to the kids.
Yeah.
to his kids. And she's got life in prison without parole, which is well and truly deserved, in my opinion. But yeah, he was saying for ages that he wanted to get out, and for some reason his friends, I don't know if they thought he wasn't serious or he shouldn't be scared of her, but the behaviour he was describing to his friends was completely crazy behaviour. But for some reason, the people around, he didn't have a support system that enabled him to get out. And this is what I was asking in the chat about earlier, Mel, about, you know, men should have a plan, like have people around them to support them, a support team to turn to enable them to get out safely and well and alive.
Wouldn't
No,
you guys
agreed
think
on
like
that.
the best plan of attack is just for him to enforce his boundaries?
Initially, but if that doesn't work, you know, have proof, and just have a support system somewhere to go where if the person does it a second time, you can simply get up and leave and remove yourself from the situation. But men don't do that. And that's why I'm saying they need a plan. Like women have plans to leave, but, you know, quite often men's plans aren't talked about.
Yeah, I mean, we have like such like, you know, like shelters and support, you know, hotlines for women. I think there's like very few male shelters in the United States that are
Well-
just for men. You know, like
Well, I'm in Australia, Glenn, and there are support systems here for men too, but in general, men are staying in these situations and ending up like the partner of Catherine Knight, and they're just not they're just not having the little support system around them to get them out before that happens to them.
well, they also have the stigma of you're abandoning your family. You're abandoning me. Women love to throw that at men. You're abandoning me. You're not a real man. You're abandoning me. What man will abandon, you know, women and children at home?
A man that has to walk away from abuse because staying with a partner, whether you're a man or a woman, for the sake of the children, stop and have a think about the emotional scars you're leaving on your children from witnessing what they're witnessing, and think, and then tell yourself, is staying in the best interest of the children, and I beg to differ.
Oh, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But when this is where I said sign language is, you know, what do women use? Like if they're not able to be physically domineering, what do they use? They'll use psychological abuse, right? Emotional abuse. They will manipulate,
Well,
gaslight.
that's why if men have people around them, a support system, some people they can speak to, they can, you know, maybe leave proof of the abuse going on with.
That's why male spaces are necessary.
Absolutely.
This is what I made a joke about this, and it's kind of funny because you know, as a guy, like we all know that like once your buddy finds a girlfriend, it's goodbye. Say goodbye to your buddy. You're not going to see him very much, right?
And I think that's where we go. I think that's where you go wrong.
Yes, because you know, it's
like that isolates you.
Exactly what ends up happening, which is sad, is it's kind of funny, but it's sad. Is like you know, they go away because they're with their girl. They want to spend time with the girl, although they really want to spend time with you. But you guys may go to the gym together. That was your guys' thing. But then now he's bringing her to the gym, and now the guy time has become their time, and now you're the third wheel, and like women have a way to infiltrate male spaces because they want to be around their man, and guys end up pulling away from their buddies, you know, and
well, that's about boundaries, isn't it?
that's the boundary. Exactly. It's guys need to realize it's not that they're doing it necessarily maliciously, but what they are doing by removing you from your male friend groups is, you know, some form of isolation, as you mentioned, because you love this woman. You are wanting to, you know, you want her to appeal to you. You want to appeal to her and show that you love her, and you want to spend all your time with her. But it's necessary for you as a man to be around other men that kind of sharpens you up. It keeps you sharp. It keeps you just on point as a man.
Well, maybe men should be having more of a
Hi, Mel. I didn't recognize you without the fur baby thingy. How you doing, my love?
I'm good. I'm on camera.
Yes. What do you think about this? Because it's a really, like Glenn's offered us, well, the whole panel's offered a lot of insight. What's your thoughts?
I'm sorry. I actually came in from another panel because I was more interested in the topic, and I was going to quietly catch up. But I just wanted to show you I'm on cam now.
I know. I was like, because I was thinking, who's that? Yeah, I'm glad you're on cam.
Thank you.
So sorry, Glenn. What were you saying? Huh? Lady Luck and Glenn, you were going back and forth. You were saying about the isolation when you.
That's why men need to be intentional about maintaining their male spaces and maintaining their male friend group. You know, like
absolutely
still have your guy time. It's important. Even when you have kids, you need to have your guy time. It may not be as often or as frequent, but you still need to be intentional to get with your guys and do something. You know, iron sharpens iron. If you are removing you from that, you know, space where that you're able to stay sharp and, you know, be sharpened up by other men, you know, then you're going to get dull.
Absolutely, you're going to become vulnerable to that. So, Mel, I've just jumped up here to say that and have a quick talk there about Catherine Knight. My phone's low on battery, so I'm going to jump down, and thank you for letting me up.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for coming up, darling.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, Lady Luck.
So, Glenn, would you say that at this point, men need to just be more continue friendships, even though they're friends, as in keep in touch? Is that like a really important thing instead of being isolated?
Yeah, guys need to be intentional about their friendships and their community. Their you know, there was a time with men that there was it was called a rite of passage, right? And that passage, you know, was important for a man. You know, it was how men viewed you, other men viewed you. Like, you know, you were not a man until you were considered a man among your peer group. There was this some form of rite of passage or some form of accomplishment that you had to reach in order to be considered a man amongst other men. And that's important. We don't have that anymore. And actually, that's really dangerous for women as well, because it's like we got a bunch of fuckboys, a bunch of Mitches running around masquerading as men. And what are they doing? They're hurting women.
And do you agree with Lady Luck about having, like, because I can understand where she's going with that. Like, if a man can pluck up the courage to tell a friend what's happening, it's always better that there's someone that knows, just in case you don't turn up to work the next day, kind of thing.
I mean, most guys don't ever look at it to that extreme. Like, oh, I may not end up to work the next day. But I always tell guys it's important for you to have one friend, at least one friend that you can confide in. And guys, here's the other thing: guys need to create that environment for other men as well, though. You know, guys tend to not want to talk about their problems because they don't want to look like they're incapable, that they lack ability to other men as well. You know, we really don't want to look like we're flawed, or that we don't got it together, because we don't want to be judged by other men. We definitely don't want to be judged by other women, but we don't want to be judged by other men because we don't want them to think that we're less than. You know, we don't want them to think that we are the weakest link, right? But that means guys need to have friendships with men, somebody that they could trust and they could confide in, and, you know, go to and be like, hey, I'm struggling with this. I need a solution. And people say therapy, go to therapy, talk it out. Talk therapy typically tends to work better with women than it does with men. Men are more solution based. Women tend to talk and feel validated for how they feel. Men like to be like, I need a solution to this problem. Unless you're giving me a solution to this problem, I really don't want to talk about it.
So I think it's important to point out that therapy is a solution, and men's conceptions on these are often misled. Can I just, you brought up men not wanting to appear weak by talking about their emotions. This goes into something, deeper that's been studied in men and even boys, called gender role strain, where men are constantly feeling like they have to put up a stronger version of masculinity than what they really need. And so they're it's kind of like saying, like, and women can do this too. They're constantly saying they're compensating. So they're trying to be extra strong. They're trying to be invulnerable. They're the dominators of women. And most importantly, they're not gay. So if you ever wonder why some men are just like so afraid of anything that makes them seem gay, that would be what the psychologists are saying about that. With telling men that, like, your solutions based, you shouldn't go to therapy, I think that's unhealthy, because
no, I didn't say that they shouldn't go to therapy. I said,
I know you didn't say that. Sorry. I mean to say, like, when you say that men are more solution based and so it might not work for them, that disincentivizes them even trying. Whereas the optimal outcome is actually having that one good friend and therapy, because sometimes that one good friend might need you more than you need them, but the therapist is meant to always be there for you. And I find that can make things just a little bit less volatile, because sometimes even the best of friends with the best intentions can fall out, right?
And you could also lose your job and not be able to pay your therapist, and your therapist is not going to listen to you anymore either.
Well, I live in Canada, so I don't have to worry about that. But, I agree. Like, if anything, therapy shouldn't be something people have to pay for when we see mental health getting worse and worse every day.
Yeah, I agree with Fox there. That was great. Thanks.
No, but a lot of men, we've had a lot of mental health panels on here. A lot of men refuse to go to a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a therapist. They won't do it. So what do we do then? Because the men aren't going. They don't want to go. Not all men. I'm just saying, we've had plenty of mental health nights here where men have attacked men for saying go to a therapist. So what do we do then?
Well, I pointed out that therapy can be a solution, and that's the only thing I think, making communicating that to men, that therapy can still be a solution. It can really,
if it was
legitimately
designed
help.
to provide them a solution.
It is. It's designed to provide anybody with mental health problems a solution.
But you may not be having a mental health problem. You may be having a spouse problem. You may be having a problem in your marriage. It's not mental health.
Well,
one
those
thing
are
could lead to another thing, that he could end up having, a mental break, or end up getting into depression and end up, being depressed for more than 2 weeks, and then being able to be diagnosed with major depressive disorder. But
yes,
let's be honest.
and Glenn,
Like, most of the time when you go to a therapist or a psychiatrist, they're trying to just put you on some medication. Here, take these 2 pills.
that's just psychiatry.
I
Therapy
know,
is a
but
different
I'm
field.
saying, so if their solution is, here, let me give you some mood altering
not.
drug to make you
It's
feel
not,
better.
Glenn.
Other than, let me finish my sentence, okay, please.
It's
When
not,
when
though.
they're not giving you actionable advice, like, hey, you need to do this. You should work on this is your goal. You need to work on achieving this, and here's the tools to be able to do so. If that's not what's being provided, then yeah, for guys, they're going to be like, yeah, I feel good talking about it, but there was nothing outside of that they gave me, other than giving me the opportunity to share how I am feeling at the moment. But I'm not receiving any tools to get out of where I'm at.
Okay, so
That's
there
what
are
I'm saying. And that's where the friends come in. Talk to your friends, talk to mentors that you trust, because they could be the source of helping you.
Glenn, what you're describing is therapy. If you go to a psychologist, that's what you get.
Yeah, it's like the only field where they're like their job is to prescribe you meds is psychiatry. Psychology is, again, you would talk to somebody, they might diagnose you with something, they might not, but you're going to get tools that you need. And the most important thing about talking to the therapist in this context of whether or not you have something diagnosable or not is that if you were, like, a lot of mental health problems don't start out as something called symptomatic. It's just a bunch of behaviors that are maladaptive. And if you can talk to someone and that person can see something you don't and be like, well, you might want to stop doing this because that could get out of control, then that can help you from getting to the point where you are mentally ill and symptomatic.
And
I
also,
think when we were going, Melanie, we were going in a direction of what? Sorry, that guy, you can go next. We were going in a direction of a man keeping himself safe in a situation where his life is in danger. That's the direction we were kind of going with the topic, rather than the mental health aspect. Yes, after many years of abuse, your mental health will suffer. But I think we were trying to look at precautionary measures, so a man is not in a situation where his life's in danger.
Well, yeah, no, taking care of your mental health is probably one of the most important things of that, on top of being in a safe place.
I forgot what I was going to say, but yeah,
Sorry,
I agree with
that guy. Sorry. No, because I'm trying to pick this.
I agree with Paul.
Is going, and I'm all up for men going to therapy. Like, I've always spoken about it on my mental health nights, but is going to a therapist going to save you in a situation where your wife, your girlfriend, your spouse is going to hold a knife up to your throat and hurt you?
They could give you the insight that things are escalating and could be headed towards that point, and that it might be time to get out of that kind. And not everyone's going to take that advice, but at least you got that advice prior to that situation, and you had the chance to go out and because what we know about most of domestic violence situations is that the victim is essentially in a state of being trauma bonded to their partner. So it's very hard for them to A, recognize that it's not normal, and B, that they will be fine if they leave that person. And so what the therapist is really good at doing is saying, this isn't normal. You shouldn't have to deal with this. And there are options for you that aren't just staying with this person.
And also, I was thinking more of the perpetrator. I think if the perpetrator had more help with their mental health, they wouldn't be a perpetrator in the first place.
And actually, Rude Girl says something that supports Melanie. And if you're telling someone who has kept record of what's happening in your home life, that's always advantageous in a court of law. Yeah.
Yeah, that hadn't even considered that, and that's really important to point out.
Yeah. So in that respect, absolutely, because you've got a professional, a medical professional keeping notes.
Sorry, Glenn, if I might have went at you a little too hard. I worry about things that demotivate men from wanting to seek therapy, just because it's really easy to have misconceptions about it, since, you know, unless you've gone through it, all you know about is what you've heard from other people, and not everyone has good experiences. So if I would imagine that the people who have bad experiences are a little bit more upset and thus louder about it than the people who have good experiences. But I mean, I have a lot of people who tell me to go to therapy. And so I've heard more people than not say that it's worked for them, even men. And
so what I'm pointing out is that today's modern therapy is not solution based. Okay, it is more past, like how do we pacify this problem that you're dealing with? How do we
that's just a misconception you
It's not a
have about how it
misconception.
works.
I've
Not
been
how it
through
works.
Again, you just said if somebody has been through it, I've been through it. I went through 8 years of therapy after my divorce. Trust me, I've been through plenty of years of therapy. And you know what? It wasn't until I came across my friend Paul Benjamin, who actually practices and he studies psychology, also practices eye rapid muscle movement displacement therapy, EMDR. He also works with PTSD, like
Those would be all the tools that they would get people to use. So, like, you know what cognitive behavioral
let
therapy
me
is,
finish
right?
my sentence without interrupting me. I could be able to get the whole thing out, and you can say whatever you want after that. I promise. So the traditional therapy that I went through was not working. It was not working. They did not realize what they were. They were just, how does this make you feel? Okay, I want you to write in your journal. Okay, I want you to, call a friend if you start feeling this way. Cool, that's great. I already knew that, but it wasn't solution based. Here, how about you take these pills? These are going to make you feel better. You might, gain a little bit of weight, but you'll be fine. Like it was not solution based. Started at working with my friend Paul Bauer or Benjamin, and next thing you know, things started changing. I no longer felt the way that we had breakthroughs because I looked to somebody that was male focused, that was addressing the problem. They were providing solutions, not just asking me how I feel. So that's why I say overall therapy, yes, even if it's a friend or a brother or a professional, is useful. But if they're not providing you actionable information, tools, if their solution is here, take this pill, take 2 a day or whatever, that's not providing a solution to the problem that you're dealing with. That's providing a way to mask the pain from the problem so you could continue to operate.
So the only thing that kind of makes me skeptical about what you've described is that you've described like being told to write out your feelings in a journal and stuff like that. And that's all stuff they tried. I wouldn't blame you for not being, optimistic about that, but there's a whole range of therapies that they do. They'll even get you to fill out like kind of like questionnaires, but they're really more of a way of evaluating where your mind's at. And then once they get more information about you, then they decide which therapy to apply. Because there's more than just one type of therapy, right? There's cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, and more that I just can't think of offhand. So what you're describing with like kind of traditional therapy doesn't make sense when today we have a bunch of different kinds, and you're saying that you just weren't put through any of them.
Also, I just want to point out, I know from personal experience that like there in any field, there are people that are shitty at their job. And that goes for therapy as well. So if you have a bad experience, don't give up on it, because you might find a new doctor and think, holy shit, like this is what therapy is. Awesome.
Also, did you say before that you thought meds were more of a solution or just trying to cover it up?
Me or Glenn?
Glenn.
No, I say that meds are more of a way to pacify. It's like a Band-Aid at times. For example, perfect example. You could have a guy that is depressed, and the doctor be like, oh, you've been depressed for quite some time. Okay, you know what? Here, I want to give you these pills, make you feel better. They're antidepressants or whatever. That's right there is pacifying the problem. The solution could easily be to get that man's testosterone levels checked to see if his hormones are balanced.
So
his hormones could be imbalanced, and that right there is also known to men that have low T tend to be men that tend to struggle with more depression, and they tend to be the men that end up falling into being diagnosed with major depressive disorder. and they have shown that if the guy actually gets off the depressants and actually gets on testosterone and they up his hormones to a balanced level, that he doesn't end up having the depressive disorder that he was having prior.
Well,
Right
I
there,
think
just
I
pacifying.
think Fox.
I'm using that as an example, as to say, like, they don't look further than just, here, take these pills. Let's not try to find the root of the problem. Let's not try to find all things that could be factoring in here. Let's just give you these pills and make you feel better.
Well, I think Fox will be able to explain how we can have imbalances in levels of things in our brain. Go Fox.
Yeah, sure. And we don't need to even get into that yet, because what Glenn is kind of pointing to a real issue, but I think we need to properly understand it, right? Because when I point out that, like, it's really only a psychiatrist that will prescribe you, or whose job it is to prescribe you meds. But one of the problems that I see with that whole, and there are problems within psychiatry and psychology. One of the first problems was, first of all, your therapist didn't sound like somebody, or this person who's just assigning meds about depression and ending it there doesn't seem like they're following up on the results of the patient, which is something that needs to be done more. A second thing would be that the way that these kind of services are compartmentalized needs to be more holistic. I really think that, like, instead of going to see one psychiatrist, then another psychologist, then your family doctor, they should all be on the same team. They should all be working together and talking about your case for the reason that you just mentioned. Because
I agree. They
if
should
there
all
is
be
low
in the
T,
network.
yeah, and that's a lot easier to get here in Canada, by the way, because you don't have to pay for that sort of thing right off the bat. And so this is just, I'm not going to go down the road like you should have socialized healthcare stuff, but a lot of these things does get fixed just by trying until you find the person who does give a shit in that way about, like, the holism behind your health and not just what they're trained to look at.
I like the sound of that. That's awesome.
Well, it's also a thing we also got to also realize that when in was it the APA in 2018 or 2017 came out with their new advised guidelines to counseling men and boys, and labeling traditional masculinity as toxic, like.
Well, no, they made a distinction between toxic masculinity and traditional masculinity. It was a little bit convoluted because they didn't want to, you could tell they didn't want to say toxic in there. They talked about basically unhealthy masculinity, was how they put it, as being conforming to those gender roles to the point that it causes strain, to the point that, like, men, for example, are having fights that they normally wouldn't have just to show everyone how masculine they are, for example.
And can I point out that, toxic masculinity doesn't mean men that are toxic. It means an environment that is toxic towards men.
Yeah. And so they didn't relabel traditional masculinity as toxic masculinity. They just said there's a healthier form of masculinity that still is traditional, but doesn't reinforce a lot of, like, the stereotypes about men, which then makes men act kind of like jerks.
Yeah, it's healthier for the men.
I'm pulling it up right now. I'm going to read it to you guys because that's not entirely accurate.
I've read this thing 5 times, by the way. I've used it for several debates.
I have it. I'm pulling up the PDF. So
People may it's been misinterpreted a lot. That's why I was pointing it out. Yep. Oh, bye, folks.
Bear with me. I'm finding it here out of my drive.
That's my understanding anyway, that toxic masculinity is describing an environment that's toxic towards men. And it creates men that aren't happy and have these problems and are violent. Although we were talking about men being victims, weren't we? But this is men being victims. They become their own victims. Is my internet fucked? Is anyone else here? Glenn?
I'm here still. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just everything's gone quiet.
Sorry, guys. I was just making a coffee. Melanie, what happened? What happened?
So I was going to go to the PDF, and for some reason, my brain didn't register. You're still in the StreamYard tab.
Okay.
It was so funny because I was going to point out, oh, hey, by the way, all I have to do is type in APA, and it comes right up into my history for my history.
Yeah, no, I was just, my cup is still in the kitchen. I thought, huh? Something doesn't sound right.
Sorry about that.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
Glenn, I just want to point you out point out, I still haven't Control F toxic, which I'll do right now as we speak. But in the definitions section, there is no definition of toxic masculinity or even traditional masculinity. That's why I said it's kind of convoluted. Like they really go into it in the text as to like the distinction instead of trying to just define it straight out. And it seems like all the uses of toxic are in their sources. There's no actual mention of toxicity in the text itself. So I don't even think they define toxic masculinity in this.
What are you talking about? They're talking about it on like page 2.
Page 2. Okay.
It just says gender role strain, and then you got, try to meet or fail meet norms of masculinity, experience discrepancies between real and ideal self concepts based on gender role stereotypes. I mean, what they're describing is traditional masculinity as being toxic. They don't say traditional masculinity is toxic, but what they're describing as what we would consider traditional masculinity as to be.
Well, notice how they pointed out like there were gender roles, but then there was also ideals that they had, right? And what they're saying is that people who take these ideals too seriously also tend to take it to an unhealthy level.
Mel, there is a link in the back chat to Dr.
I'm just doing it now.
John T. Smith.
I guess I'll post the PDF we're both looking at.
You can. Sorry, I was just away from my desk, guys. I've made myself my cappuccino.
And by the way, Mel, I know that
Yeah.
I know that something that says policy guidelines sounds very dry and boring, but this thing by the APA is actually really interesting to read if this is something you're concerned about.
Okay, cool. Glenn, what's this, my love?
This is Dr. Sean T. Smith, who once was part of the APA. He explains
showing his certification.
He explains his guidelines. He explains the guidelines and what these guidelines were saying.
All right, no worries. I'll play some. Is there a cutoff point, or should I just pause every couple of minutes?
I'll let you know in the pause. I don't remember exactly the timestamp to stop at, but
okay,
yeah,
sweet.
Show you. This is my documentation of continuing education credit from the American Psychological Association for their online course on their first ever guidelines for practice with men and boys. And I don't mean to brag, but I did get 100% on the exit exam. So I went ahead and gave myself a smiley face sticker and I framed it. And if you got the sense that I'm taking this less than seriously, you're right. So let me hang this bad boy up and we'll talk about what's going on. An interesting article came out in the APA Monitor this month. Now, the APA Monitor is the magazine of the American Psychological Association, which is the national professional organization that is supposed to represent and guide psychologists like myself. The title of the article is APA Issues First Ever Guidelines for Practice with Men and Boys. The purpose of the article is just to announce that the APA has now this very brief online continuing education that psychologists can take to familiarize themselves with these new guidelines. We'll call the article Exhibit A. Exhibit B is the actual set of guidelines. We'll look at both of them, but I want to tell you right up front where I stand on this. These guidelines are ideologically driven and they're dangerous. Let's start with Exhibit A. The article in the Monitor starts off by talking about how men are overly privileged and we're violent and we're overly represented in positions of power and we are the beneficiaries of this conspiracy called patriarchy, which is never defined. And yes, we may face some hardships, but it's our own damn fault. And as you read into the article, there's this one line that has gotten a lot of attention on social media, and I want to read it to you. The main thrust of the subsequent research is that traditional masculinity marked by stoicism, competitiveness, dominance, and aggression is on the whole harmful. How do you even begin? to deconstruct that level of prejudice, and especially when they tell you that everything that follows is
That's
going
not what
to
prejudice
pop up
is.
as this prejudice.
That's not what
It's a
prejudice
ridiculous
is.
statement to say that
Hang
these
on,
qualities,
Mel.
which by the way are just
I'm just going to listen for a little bit longer, darling. When I pause, we can just go over. You know, I welcome anyone's opinions, but I'll play another couple of minutes and then we'll pause for commentary.
I'm waiting patiently.
Okay. Okay.
qualities. They have upsides and they have downsides. To say that they're harmful on the whole is just absurd. It's no different than saying that feminine qualities are harmful on the whole. And it's a stupid statement because while these qualities may certainly have caused hardship in some individual lives and on a societal level, they also are largely responsible for the nice, safe society that these academics are working in and the nice, cozy building that's shielding them from the elements and providing them with water and power as they write these words. That's also a result of traditional masculinity, which, by the way, I think is just code word for conservative values. But I don't want to discuss the ups and downs of
You're not going to pause it there?
male traits. I want to focus on how
there you go.
So traditional masculine norms are not necessarily conservative. Liberals, up until like these practices were released, also kind of took them for granted. So I don't know where he thinks that this is only conservative, because liberals were just as bad at reinforcing gender role strain up until recently.
Well, I hope everyone realizes.
If we could let him get to at least like 5 minutes, or yeah, about 5 minutes, he explains a lot more.
He does sound very ideologically driven as well. I'm just going to point that out.
But it's already obvious he's full of shit. So
Well, let's not discredit the man before we've even heard more than a few minutes.
okay, we haven't stopped yet. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
These guidelines were built because they were not built on anything resembling science. They certainly were not built on any concern for men. They're built on ideology. And in particular, they're built on a radical, anti-male, feminist ideology that I am now supposed to inflict upon my clients. Let's move on to Exhibit B, the actual guidelines. And I want to give credit where credit is due, because there are a couple of places in the guidelines where the APA actually give men a fair shake. One of those areas is fatherhood. And frankly, I expected that if the APA was going to discuss men and children in the same paragraph, they would focus exclusively on abusers and pedophiles. But they didn't do that. They talked about the benefits that children gain from having intact relationships with their fathers. And that was nice. And it was a nice recap of the literature. Another area where they're almost fair with men is in acknowledging that men can be the victims of domestic violence. But this is one of those areas where their ideology really seeps through and it stinks to high heaven. For example, here's what I mean. When they talk about men behaving badly, they're meticulous with their statistics, man. They got their numbers nailed down. But when it comes to men being on the receiving end, and particularly when it comes to women behaving badly and mistreating men, suddenly the statistics seem to elude them. For example, they completely ignore the readily available and very reliable data from the Centers for Disease Control about the prevalence of domestic violence between men and women. And that data says that, yes, men are more intense when they're violent. They're scarier and they're more dangerous and they do more damage. And it's a bad scene when men get violent. But women are more frequently violent. And they are more frequently psychologically aggressive. Particularly, they turn more often to coercive control methods than men.
So let's just look at these stats. These stats are very close. A lot closer than I was expecting.
Yeah, they are close.
Can we,
in the physical sense, you can see that
Disease Control 2010 National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Study. Okay. Is that what it says? Survey. It's a survey.
So I'm reading something that says, interestingly enough, in general, women and men perpetuate equivalent levels of physical and psychological aggression, but evidence suggests that men perpetuate sexual abuse, coercive control, and stalking more frequently than women, and that women are also much more frequently injured during domestic violence incidents.
Yes, because women don't cause nowhere near the amount of damage as men do when men hit women.
Well, we're also talking about stalking, sexual abuse, and coercive control.
Again, this is the CDC in 2010. Obviously, you see it right there that men are more victims in the 12 month of coercive control than women are.
Of course. Okay. This article has other evidence, so there might be conflicting data.
Also, it's a survey, not a
I
study.
mean, we could find evidence. We could go data on data and go, my evidence is more better than your evidence, rather than just accepting
Well,
the
this
fact
might
that this could be.
This might explain why the APA just didn't run with this data like this guy wanted them to, because if the data is mixed, then it's hard to make an affirmative stance.
No, but they are making an affirmative stance by not including it and not acknowledging it that this is a thing.
Well, okay,
they are pushing an ideology.
So that where that would occur normally in scientific literature would be in other studies, like a literature review. This wouldn't be the
Guidelines are a
application.
literature review.
This is not the application of that. This is the point. The purpose of this is to give clinicians an idea of what might be going on with men and boys.
Yes, because they're basing it off of information or data that they find more credible for their ideological.
We don't necessarily know that. Like I just said,
But
another
you just
plausible.
said right out the gate. You said right
No, I
out the gate
didn't.
that he has an ideological bent, and
Because he seems to
by
think
him
that
saying-
that traditional masculinity is necessarily conservative, which it isn't. That doesn't make sense.
he didn't say conservative as in conservative values.
Come on, Glenn. Come on.
I just think that we need to be careful here. I don't want to take away from the subject. So, I don't want this was never a comparison. This was about male DV situations.
And what I'm pointing out to, and the whole reason why I was pointing this video out is because men don't feel that going to therapy is going to be beneficial, because the way that they're being labeled and classified, if they exhibit what they consider traditional masculinity, that it might be considered toxic, or that could be your problem.
But Glenn,
when that may not be the
obvious
problem.
propaganda, mate. This is obvious propaganda.
How's
This
it
guy
obvious
is not.
propaganda? I would say having a term called toxic masculinity is obviously propaganda.
Well, it's never actually used in the practices for boys and men. Actually, I controlled F it. It's not in there.
Again, they don't have to say it verbatim. I'm saying what they identify or they explain to be toxic or negative or bad traits are qualities of traditional masculinity.
I don't think they're trying to say that that's
being
they're not.
aggressive, being a risk taker, right?
And it's not calling anybody
They mention gambling. They mention promiscuity, which is fine. I agree. Promiscuity is bad and that's risk taking, right? But you know what? Being aggressive, you want someone to be aggressive when someone's attacking you. You want that man to be aggressive then.
But that's not what the article talks about, Glenn.
Yes, it does.
The article talks about doing that in cases where you don't need to be aggressive because you feel
It doesn't say
emasculated.
when you don't need to.
Okay, let me find.
I don't know what's happening on panel right now, but can we not attack one person? Can we not?
I didn't. If I said you, it's just because I'm bad.
What I'm pointing out, and this is a perfect example of it, is that when we're saying this is not working for men because of the way that their society is categorically labeling men these things, and then somebody is pointing out like, hey, like what Dr. Smith is pointing out here, it's being dismissed or like trying to find other evidence to refute his, rather than we're supposed to just accept what you present, but you're not just accepting what he's presenting and trying to say it's an ideological bent, rather than just saying, hey, you know what, this actually his information could also be very well true in the case of what these people.
He's criticizing. He's criticizing the APA for something that
he's criticizing the APA for trying to label men toxic, or that.
But if you actually understand
traits is traditional masculinity is bad.
If you understand like the standards they're actually going by, the standards they're probably going by, like in most scientific communities, would be that if you're uncertain about something, you wouldn't put it into a guideline for clinicians, you put it into a guideline for researchers. This is for clinicians. And so what they're trying to do is say, here's what we do know right now. Here's what we have found with certainty. Those things
and they also are ignoring what they have found out with certainty that on the other side, but they're not.
No, I just pointed out that there's other data that conflicts with this idea that men face more. So, especially in coercive control.
Again,
so if there's conflicting data, that means we need to do better research on this to
so then should we just easily dismiss the data that you present? Well, there's conflicting data. I have conflicting data that says women are more the violent, so we should just dismiss that too.
So the APA would not have turned this into guidelines if the data wasn't robust enough to that any sort of outline information was easily refuted.
Speculation. You don't know. You don't work there.
Well, no, this is how these things operate. Like they rely on being dependable and trustworthy. So
you act as if they don't have agenda driven. They cannot be an agenda driven.
Their agenda is to help boys and men.
No, their agenda. That could be what they say they are doing.
Same with this guy, though.
Again, he's outside of the
right. So he's even less accountable to things like checks and balances.
You're trying to just discredit him because you just don't agree with what he's saying.
Who's more likely to have an agenda, Glenn?
Everything that he says.
Who's more likely to have an agenda in any situation? A singular person or an entire organization?
Can I just quickly check that is that you, darling?
Yes, it's me, Mel.
Okay.
Because if you say that the organization is more likely, then it doesn't matter because of course they have an agenda. If you say that the person is more likely, then you should be more skeptical of this person than the APA.
Are you guys arguing over a survey?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Guidelines for boys and men. So more than a survey, but sometimes we're arguing about the surveys.
It's the survey that you guys are fighting over right now.
No, the APA guidelines for boys and men is not a survey.
It's not statistics. It's a survey, and a survey is always skewed. Can I finish?
Look at the bottom of the screen.
A survey is always skewed because people will not always report what actually happens behind closed doors.
Okay, so this doesn't just come from surveys. The guidelines for boys and men comes from
I'm not going
tons
to
of robust
if
studies.
This is a survey or statistics or whatever, but this is going into
research.
The retarded part of debating because this takes away from the actual debate about domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
You're arguing semantics.
She's not talking about what's on the screen now. She's talking about something different.
Okay.
Right. Can I just quickly thank Jiraiya for the $2 super chat? Define a man. Open question to panel.
So
someone with a dick, that's a man.
Well, that's biological sex. If we're talking about gender, which is usually what men refer to now, it'd be someone who identifies internally. No, let me finish, please, Glenn. So it'd be someone who identifies internally as a man, but also expresses that to others through gender expression.
No, someone with a man is
a penis.
Yeah, someone with Jesus Christ.
That's very
someone
brave.
with a dick is a man.
That's very
There's
brave.
no gender.
You're so brave for saying that. Thank you.
If you know the answer, why'd you ask the question?
And someone with a
It was a super
vagina
chat.
is a woman.
It was a super chat, technically.
Yeah, it was a super chat. I needed to ask,
I just want to point out, one of us has like a kindergartner's understanding of sex and gender, and one of us has
We need to stop genderizing everything. We need to stop thinking in the gender role because that is what create toxic masculinity and toxic femininity.
So when you figure out what pronouns, okay, let me ask a question.
No, stop with
Calm
the
down.
pronouns.
Calm
That has
down.
nothing to do
Calm
with
down.
it.
Let me ask you a question. If
The
you meet
question
someone,
was
if you
pretty
meet
basic.
someone on the road,
What
if you meet
defines a
someone
man?
on the streets,
A
you've
dick.
never met them before, and you have to decide to call him he or she, how do you figure that out? Do you check their genitals? No, right? You look at their
I'll
gender
pull down their
expression.
pants. Jesus
Exactly. No,
Christ.
you don't. You look at their gender expression. You look at if they're wearing makeup, if they have long hair, painted nails, jewelry, what they're
Or
wearing.
I'll just say, "Excuse me, can I ask you something?"
Thank you. That's another great
No
way to do it.
gender, no pronouns, just basic, common communication.
But if you ask them what's in their pants, that's not that.
I'm
you're just
not
gonna sound like a
asking them
child.
what's in their pants. I'm
Right, you'd
taking
ask
it
them-
to open communication because I'm not
You'd ask
putting in
them-
pronouns in my question.
Do you go
How
by a
about that?
man or a woman, and then you refer to them whenever you refer to them later on? If they said man, you would say he, and if they said woman, you say she. Right? It's not that
Yeah,
complicated.
let's go back to the DV situation because I don't want to fucking talk about pronouns and shit.
It's really a losing battle for you.
No, nobody wants to debate with you about pronouns. We're talking about domestic
That's pretty
violence.
smart.
Okay?
'Cause That's pretty smart.
We're
I wouldn't want to
talking about-
debate me either.
We're talking about domestic violence, Melanie. Calm down.
I mean, no, we're responding to a super chat, so.
What you've also got to understand, Melanie, is the fact that some people are old school and they find it by using pronouns a bit disrespectful. So that's why you will find some old school people would rather think it because they find it disrespectful when you're saying it then do you know what I mean? So you've got to
We've
give
been
a
here
little leeway.
before.
I'm just going to play a bit more of this video, guys,
Yeah,
before this
that's fine.
turns into something that I don't want it to turn into.
Yeah,
Right.
that's better.
Pretty large number. These numbers seem to have vanished from the APA's attention. Now, they do quote the Centers for Disease Control elsewhere several times. I think they quote them about 4 times, but never where it conflicts with their ideology. So what do we get instead in the area of domestic violence? We get the Duluth model. Now, I'm not going to deconstruct the Duluth model here because I've done it elsewhere, but I will summarize it for those who aren't familiar by saying that the Duluth model was never built on statistics or research. It is a supposed way of explaining and treating domestic violence that was based exclusively on the opinions of a small group of very angry feminists damn near 50 years ago. And it has permeated psychology and the legal system like a cancer. But if you really want to understand what causes violence between people, the Duluth model has nothing to offer because there's no data behind it. It's purely theoretical and it's purely ideological. It's bankrupt when it comes to actually explaining and treating violence. But it's good enough for the APA because it fits with the ideology. And we can sum up their belief in this system, their faith in this Duluth model, with this sentence that comes out of the guidelines. Feminist scholars have argued that some men use violence and control in relationships as a way of maintaining sexist beliefs and dominance over women. Yes, this is true. Lots of people have argued lots of things. I didn't know that I was supposed to build my clinical interventions around argumentation and opinion. I thought I was supposed to use reliable data and research, but apparently not when it conflicts with the APA's approved ideology. I could spend weeks deconstructing these guidelines and the quality of the research that goes into them. But as Solzhenitsyn said, to taste the ocean, you only need one gulp. So let's get to the point. What is the purpose of these guidelines? Is it treatment? No, there's nothing in here about treatment. It's about advancing ideology. And that becomes readily apparent in guideline number 3, where the APA charges psychologists with understanding the impact of power, privilege, and sexism on the development of boys and men and on their relationships with others. Again, nothing here about treatment. This is about me making sure that my clients know how powerful and privileged they are, whether or not that squares with their experience. And the money quote comes way down in the middle of page 10, and it reads like this. Indeed, awareness of privilege and the harmful impacts of beliefs and behaviors that maintain patriarchal power have been shown to reduce sexist attitudes in men and have been linked to participation in social justice activities. I take that to mean that the APA is creating a policy which compels psychologists to compel their clients to participate in a political agenda. Well, APA, I'm not going to participate in your agenda, and I'm going to give you 3 reasons just off the top of my head. Number 1, it's unethical and it's dishonest because when people come to me with some kind of problem, they're looking for me to apply data and research and clinical experience to help them solve that problem in exchange for their time and their money. And if I don't provide that, if I provide anything less than a solution, then I'm taking their time and their money without offering anything in return. I find that to be unethical. Number 2 is I don't see it as my job to reshape society and reshape human nature. This is an interesting one because let's look at something like conversion therapy. If you don't know what it is, conversion therapy is this very unethical, very dangerous form of therapy where a gay or lesbian person will come to a psychologist and say, make me not gay or lesbian. The APA has rightfully said that this therapy is dangerous and it is not to be done. And they have rightfully pointed to the biological predisposition for homosexuality. I agree with all that. But now suddenly with
Glenn, I'm a little bit confused. How has it gone to homosexuality?
Well, he was pointing out like the way that they were used to do therapy was bad, like the conversion therapy,
right?
To make them like he's like that's bad, that's not good, and he's saying like he agreed with that. So what he's saying that he's not being a social engineering, right? He's not going to try to socially engineer men to make them what the APA is telling them that men should be like. Rather than that would actually be similar to doing conversion therapy for men on men.
So funnily enough, that he quoted something in there, and I went to that article. It was the one that was talking about how, sorry, just let me recite that. Indeed, awareness of privilege and the harmful impacts of beliefs and behaviors that maintain patriarchal power have been shown to reduce sexist attitudes in men. But the actual article itself isn't even talking about that, right? So I think some of this, the context of this is being stretched by this person to mean more than it really does, because the article is called A Review of Research on Women's, I'm looking at the wrong one. Reducing endorsement of benevolent and modern sexist beliefs. So what the point of that article and things was to say, look, if you're a clinician and somebody says, I feel like I need to punch people in the face to show people how masculine I am, instead of saying, oh, wow, that's probably a valid feeling, there's something to unpack there. It's not just men being men.
I just want to say a massive thank you to Jariah again for the $2 super chat. He says, I love all the super appreciative combos here. Thank you, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. Right. I'm going to play a bit more of this. Just what was that, Glenn?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I want to play a bit more because I'm just listening to what he's saying and trying to get my head around it.
Masculinity. The APA are a bunch of blank slaters. Masculinity has no biological basis, apparently has no evolved adaptation that separate men from women. Suddenly now it's all just malleable. And with the proper re-education, a man can be taught to get past the basic problems of masculinity like competitiveness and aggression and so forth. A little bit of a double standard there. Number 3, and this is probably
I've been saving this, but if he's going to say double standard, can I quickly respond? So it's not a double standard.
Let him finish, and then you can dispute everything at the end, like, because then people are not unable to track along.
No, can I just point out?
Keep galloping.
Yeah, and I'm going to have way too much to respond to. So he's saying like it's natural that boys should be this way, and that the APA is essentially trying to coax them out of that. The APA is pointing out that the gender role strain that boys learn often comes from like their household, their income, insecurities and stuff like that to do with their childhood. And so it's a very much a learned thing to be so masculine that you're dangerous to yourself, the others around you, and that you think you need to do this to be masculine. And I don't want to detract from what that guy said, by the way, because he pointed out that it's more about the environment, and that's true. I'm just bad at articulating it from that perspective.
Me?
Yeah, you pointed out that it's more about the environment being toxic, and that is true. I'm taking liberties with saying that it's about men just because I've gotten too used to explaining things this way, and I'm bad at articulating it from that perspective.
I'm just used to people saying that guy and not meaning me.
Oh, okay.
Right, I'm going to play a bit more of this video.
Just plain predatory to take advantage of somebody who's approaching me in a moment of vulnerability, looking for a solution to a problem. And I'm supposed to capitalize on that vulnerability and advance my own agenda, whatever that may be. That's just creepy as hell. And I'm not going to do it. Now, you might be saying at this point, John, you're getting a little carried away. How do you know that the APA is asking you to use your position to advance their ideology? And the answer is, I don't. I know what I read. I can't read their minds. I can only read their words. And I know what they asked me to walk away with because I took the test to get my little certificate.
What was that, Melanie?
I mean, he has a media channel. He should reach out to see if there's anyone he can interview and ask them directly. Like, that would be more responsible than just kind of like bloviating and speculating.
I'm going to play a bit more because...
What evidence did he have? Nothing. Okay, let's go. I loved that. Thanks.
I mean, we're being a little bit pessimistic about this guy. I mean, he does touch on a few points that I think are correct. No.
Oh yeah, he just said, like, what evidence do I have? Nothing.
It's just every time he frames the intent of the APA here, he doesn't take into considerations like any of the other obligations they have, like to make sure that anything they do say does have like rigid kind of research behind it.
When you have feminists articles quoting in there, feminist scientist or feminist psychologist says this, then it's an ideology. There's an ideological bent there when it says feminist.
Can a feminist not have like an objective take on something? use empirical evidence to
Nobody,
come to their
no,
conclusion?
your
Yeah,
ideology.
no, they
plays
can.
into it.
Feminists can be you can have a feminist scientist, right? They're doing science and they're
Yes,
also a
but what is
feminist.
their ideological bent? Their ideological
I'm a
bent is
feminist.
to their worldview.
And this guy's ideological bent is anti-feminism. Being anti-feminist is just as stupid as being so feminist that you don't factor in anything else. What I think the APA is doing.
That's a false dichotomy to say if you're an anti-feminist, it means you're against women or you have a worse view. No.
So the only time sorry, I have to just fact check this, but the only time I've seen feminism mentioned really is when they're saying this is the feminist take on this, but that's within all the other takes that we're mentioning. So the only time it's mentioned in the article is that there's a feminist position on things.
Period. If it's just going to be, this is the data, this is the study, not this is what they think that they should be done, because then now you're putting an ideological bin on there.
Well, because like I said, feminists do care about men for one thing, and because there's a reason for feminists to want men to be less aggressive and less dangerous around them. So it's not, if anything, the ideological bent is how can we help men not experience gender role
How
strain?
can we help men?
Because it'll probably
be better for us.
No,
that's what you're saying. Because they love men, but they also don't want men to hurt them. So how do we get men to be more the way we want them to be?
So you're confusing the fact that there's feminism mentioned in here with all the other things it says, because all the other things it says seem to make a lot of sense when you think about it, that somebody who feels insecure about their masculinity might overact what they perceive to be masculinity, their idealism of it, to the point that it starts to hurt themselves and others.
The same things that they complain about in there, about being a risk taker, about being violent, are all the same things that women want men to be when it suits them.
When it doesn't make them feel in danger.
Yes, when it doesn't make women feel a certain way.
When it doesn't make them.
If a woman is attacking a man, okay, and he returns in violence, he's the aggressor. That's what the Duluth model says.
Glenn, why does this doesn't rely on the Duluth model? When this thing talks about suicidality being linked to this, and that we can help men be less suicidal by not letting them feel so easily emasculated, how does that suit women?
What?
So when the APA, when these guidelines say, and I'm paraphrasing here, I'll have to find the exact
what page? Because I have it right here. I have it up.
I'll find it after I say this. That we can decrease suicidality for men by decreasing the gender role strain. How is that helping women?
What page?
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to find it. You can just answer my question on the face of it too.
Or we can go back to the subject.
And this goes back to the subject, because the question was brought up, men needing help. Where do men go? How do men deal with these problems? When they're in them. Well, again, when you got the Duluth model that says that you're automatically going to be the aggressor more likely than she is, we kind of just have this belief that when men are, when there's a domestic violence situation, it must have been he that caused it. Just like the other day, I had a woman on my panel from Australia, nice lady named Heidi. She asked the question, she's like, have any of you guys ever been hit by a woman? Has any woman hit you? And I was the only one that said, yeah. And she's like, well, did you feel threatened? Did you feel like your life was at risk? No, she just completely moved the goalpost from what was just easily dismissed. And, so it's like, well, that's not the point here. The point is, you asked if this happened. Now, if men feel like, well, go counseling. Well, if counseling is telling you are toxic because of this behavior that you have, is not being utilized. It's not being utilized in the way that women seem to like it, and then you're toxic.
Nobody's calling any person toxic.
It's the behavior. It's the trait. If a man,
no, it's the environment that is toxic.
I don't understand why this is turning into a debate when this is supposed to be educational. Why is this turning into a debate when this is supposed to be educational?
I don't know.
Well, because Glenn is rejecting it on an ideological bent, which is he doesn't want men to be put into this box, which is if there is any fault in that,
what I
that's
want is
that's
that people to
and
say
B,
it's
that
not
he's
the
afraid
trait
that this
that's
is
toxic.
feminist.
It's not the trait that's toxic. It's the individual. It's toxic. Toxic people. There's no toxic feminism. There's no toxic masculinity. There are just toxic people, and they display their toxicity through what their innate traits are.
So nobody can do anything. Nobody can do anything with that, because if you try to treat that
Yes,
toxicity,
it's
it's
the
so
person.
vague. It's so vague that there is no treatment for it.
It's
What
the
we have
person.
found actually is that men who are more insecure about their masculinity are more likely to act on gender role strain. And so this is the connection that they're making here. They don't say toxic masculinity in this. They just say that over adherence, and I've double checked this, over adherence to traditional male roles is what's harmful. And I'm still looking for the thing you asked for.
Gender roles are harmful. That's what creates toxicity. Can we go back to like actual DV stuff again?
I'm just going to say one thing. Shaving one's vagina has disadvantages.
It does, but it has a lot more advantages than disadvantages.
No. It only has advantages for the guy because
I'm just sitting here rather uncomfortable.
Well,
Get a
it's
rugby
also
player
an
to do
advantage
it.
for you if he knows where to find it.
I think I'm getting, the grow back, and I'm sat here very uncomfortable when it starts coming back.
Oh shit! Oh really?
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to break the ice. I had to. Right. I'm gonna play a bit more of this. And
So
then
Mel has a 5 o'clock shadow at the moment on her muff.
I'm just sitting here very
FYI.
uncomfortable with my
Is it 5
vagina.
o'clock? Is it called 5 o'clock? I always called it a 4 o'clock shadow.
As soon as we get the opportunity, us British, we will take that moment. We will exactly what Mel just did.
Okay,
5
so
o'clock, but it's AM
back
because
to
it's
topic.
down south.
back to topic. Sorry, I had to break that because I am sat here very prickly, as Chris said.
Get here that I'm so proud of. So let me give you a sense of the test questions, because I think that's a reasonable indication of what they want clinicians to walk away with. Question number 1 is, as of 2018, what percentage of chief operating officers at Fortune 500 companies were men? Question 2, in the 115th Congress of the US, what percentage was male? Question 3, men commit what percent of homicides in the US and represent what percent of homicide victims? And it goes on in that vein. There are a couple of questions related to things like prevalence of suicides, but for the most part, it is this ideologically driven, you're a member of the patriarchy, you need to understand how privileged you are. So let's say that I take this approach to the clinic. And let's say that somebody walks into my office and says, hey, Sean, I'm feeling a little suicidal. Well, why do men get suicidal? Well, there are as many reasons for suicidal ideation as there are men, but if you're looking for an overarching theme, men become suicidal when they feel like their problems are overwhelming and they have no way to solve it. They feel powerless and hopeless. Now, if I approach them with this and I say, hey, Mr. Suicidal Man, you know what your problem is? Your problem is you're too privileged. Let me lay some mad stats on you and knock you down a couple of pegs. You think that's going to help? I don't. So, man, this video is not a message from me to the APA, because I know they're not listening to me. I'm just one person. And worse than that, I'm a man. I smoke cigars and I tell dirty jokes. And I'm sure that they don't want me contaminating their ideological purity.
That's
the
so
video is
bullshit.
a message from me to
Hang on,
you,
hang on.
because I've heard a lot of you.
We've got like 3 minutes left on it. Go ahead, Melanie.
We don't want him contaminating things, like because he smokes a cigar like that. He couldn't sound more ideological if he tried, in my opinion. I'm done.
Yeah,
I didn't have much to say. That's why I just said it was bullshit and then was waiting for it to finish.
Okay, we've got a few more minutes and then it's done.
Denial. This is pure science denial.
Well, let's just finish it and then we can fight amongst ourselves.
You guys on social media saying that you will never again trust the field of psychology. And all I can say to that is, I don't blame you. I'm sorry. This is an embarrassment to me. And I hope to persuade you that this policy doesn't represent most clinicians, because there's a world of difference between the kind of ideologue who writes a policy like this and a clinician who's out there in the trenches day after day working with real people trying to solve real problems. Because by definition, if you're in that position, then you are in contact with people's humanity. And when you're in contact with their humanity, it's difficult to hold them in the kind of contempt that the APA seems to hold men in. But I know those clinicians are out there. I don't know them, but they're out there. I hear the stories. And now that the APA has codified their contempt into policy, I think it makes sense that on the off chance that any of you guys are out there struggling and you are willing to take a shot on a mental health worker, that you should vet them for this issue. And I think it makes sense to talk to them on the phone and ask them point blank, do you think masculinity is toxic? Do you think masculinity is a problem? Ask it like that, and ask it with a neutral tone. And if you get anything other than an automatic quick no, then just hang up the phone and move on to the next person. I want to leave you guys with one last thing here. As I'm sure most of you are aware, if you take a continuing ed class, you usually have the opportunity after you've taken the test to leave some feedback for the organization. And I left some feedback for the APA. I don't know if they're going to listen to it. I don't know if they're going to care, but I want you guys to know that I left it. And maybe I just want it in the public record. So if I turn up missing, you'll know to look for me in a shallow grave outside the APA headquarters. But here's what I told you. This first ever guidelines for practice with men and boys is nakedly ideological and is transparently hostile toward any man or woman who values masculinity, particularly those who hold, as you put it, traditional, read conservative values. I believe these guidelines will be actively harmful as they will discourage men in need from seeking treatment. These guidelines have received much attention among men. So far, the effect seems to have been to sever whatever delicate threads of trust many of them had with our profession. The APA has sent a very clear message. Men are unwelcome in the dogmatically pristine halls of our temple. Please recant this mess before it causes direct harm to men and the families who depend on them. All right, guys. I don't know if this was useful, but hopefully it was at least entertaining.
Spoken like a true ideologue, that letter was a self-report.
We have someone special in the back. Is he going to present?
Resto, wake up.
Hey, Resto, my love.
Yeah, I love this guy.
Give your head a wobble.
How's everybody doing?
It's getting a little bit heated in the kitchen.
I can see that. I've been listening.
Can't stand the heat. Get the fuck out of the kitchen.
Just as well we weren't talking about him because he was listening to it.
I didn't hear all of it, Rach. Jesus, I didn't hear all of it.
Well, you missed the part where you said,
everything, Rach. I
you
thought
missed the part where
knew
your mom
that.
says she wants me to be right underneath her.
Hey,
You know what that means, right?
Resto
You know what
I'm
that
getting
means.
teabagged. I'm getting teabagged off Resto, so there you go.
God, do I need to get my fan on again? Jesus
Not a
Christ.
fucking mom. How's everybody doing today? Everybody doing all right?
That's looking a little bit hot.
Jolly good show. Jolly good show.
Yes, it is. Jolly good show. Jolly good
Jolly good show?
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
That's
As
Christmas.
the Brits would say, it's a jolly good show.
Shoe.
Crack on.
Jolly good shoe.
Crack on.
Resto,
Hope
how you
everybody's
doing, my love?
I'm
putting
okay.
it on Max.
Oh, Max. Jesus. No, I've been doing good. I got a lot of rest, and I think I'm back to almost 100%. I am in a fighting mood today, so I hope that nobody pisses me the fuck off.
You suck, Resto.
Yeah. Oh, fuck you, Fox. Like dead ass.
No, you're not. You're not really in a pissy mood. I don't believe you anymore. You don't.
I am. I dead ass am in a very pissy mood. So
You're gonna have to.
Why are
You're
you in
gonna
a
have to prove it
pissy
to
mood,
me.
my love? Why are you in a pissy mood?
well, I don't really want to talk about it because I'm a man.
Okay. All right.
He wants
Got him.
solutions, okay?
I'll just take it out on everybody else. That's what I'll
Okay.
do.
That's very manly of you.
Exactly. Exactly.
I have a pass today. It's my birthday, so I get a pass from any.
I think we should debate whether or not Resto's actually in a bad mood.
Can
I don't believe him.
I'll pass it to that guy. There you go. That guy gets it double.
What did I do?
I'm putting it on you.
What did I do?
What did I do? What did I do?
Nothing, bro. Wasn't me.
It's been a good live so far. I mean, this last video that we showed has really divided the chat. Really divided the chat.
Sorry.
And the panel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared? Are you prepared for your lemon debate?
Oh God, don't you? So yesterday I was doing, and obviously I'm not going to show this when I do the debate, but I was doing some research on the cultural appropriation, and I was just getting wound up with the snowflake bullshit that I was listening to.
Oh, bring it up.
And then seriously, it was just so much like, oh God. And I was doing this research, watching videos here, and I'm like, oh God. But it's so like, I just don't want to fuck up on Saturday. But I was getting like, this is just
kick his ass.
No, well, I'm going to kick his ass. Absolutely, I'm going to kick his ass. But I'm just saying that the whole topic on cultural appropriation, a lot of the research that I was looking at was just horseshit. It was woke snowflake bullshit.
Make sure you kick his ass. After that, we'll give you a softer debate. So we'll have Glenn Lawrence, and then after that,
yes, me and Glenn.
I don't debate. I conversate.
Me too. I'm not like, I don't start insulting. I say, I've got a feeling that me and you, Glenn, are going to be quite agreeable, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think over for the most part, and then with things that we don't agree on, we tend, like, just like everything else, we talk it out, and then we see each other's worldview, and we can see how we get to that conclusion.
Lion Mama, when are you getting your channel back?
Oh, did Lion Mama lose her channel?
Well, no, I just like it's weird to see her as Lion Mama and not Nicolina. And Fox, congratulations on coming up.
Yes, that was lovely to see you. It really was.
Yeah, congratulations. You're muted.
You're muted.
And it's funny.
That's the thing. Congratulate me when I start remembering to unmute and cam up. So I've done this before. I've been cammed up before. It's just had some technical difficulties for a while.
Maybe I just didn't. Maybe I just didn't notice enough.
Yeah.
Lion Mama, I saw you earlier on. You were on Jimbo's. I saw her on Jimbo's earlier.
Oh God.
I mean, I really haven't, looked into that sector too much. Like I've been, hey Lulu, what's going on? No, I haven't like looked into
there
that.
she is. There she is in her as a Nicolina.
Oh shit! Damn.
There she is.
This is like the melting pot of all different sectors coming together, because I know Nicolina from the other sector that I'm originally from.
Well, yeah, that's what we do. Like that's what we do here. We bring everybody together where we can just have conversations.
And that's funny because there's another person that does the exact same thing in the other sector. There's always someone who's trying to build bridges and then eventually start beef with the people they bring in. But hey,
No one's starting beef over here.
No, I meant in the other sector. They bring in people and then they start beefing with them.
I mean, I think it's all easier said than done at the end of the day. Like, we're humans. We're going to find conflicts. And I think whether or not it becomes beef depends on how people handle these conflicts. To me, I think whenever I see people doing drama and beef, it's like, that's just unprofessional to me. Like, if you have a problem with someone, just bring it up. And like, if it's that bad, bring it up in DMs.
Well, it's an art to it. It's an art to cussing somebody the fuck out. You got to know how to do it.
I was talking about problem solving, not cussing people out, but okay, go off.
You can get addicted to pissing someone off. That's for sure.
Also,
yeah, but I'm not like.
Congratulations to Mel. Over 100 members on her channel. Congratulations.
That's awesome. After less than a month, really awesome. I'm really grateful to everybody.
I've been watching your subs going up and up and up and up. Yeah.
Yeah, we're almost.
No, because I do want this to be.
Yeah,
almost. I do want this to be a melting pot of different communities coming together and leaving the beef behind them. That's why I always say, if you've got beef with anybody in my channel, leave it at the front door.
Yeah, it's somewhere different to go and relax.
Yeah, I've rarely cussed people out here, and there's a lot of people here I don't like. Like I let the fucking fox up here, but I will
Oh,
never.
that was
I
horrible
will
to
never.
Melanie.
But I will never cuss out the fox here. I promise.
I won't deny that I'm unlikable.
I like
Same.
you.
It's all right, Resto. The English toffs don't like foxes neither. There you go, if that's any good.
There's actually, I've watched the documentary Urban Foxes. There's like a debate. There are some people who really love them.
Some people do, some people don't. They're not fair.
I just don't like people.
Me
And that- I just don't like people. People annoy me.
Yeah, no, that's my true agenda. Is I'm like trying to get us to depopulate, not because like I'm like hoping we're gone, but just because it would make the whole climate crisis thing so much easier to do.
Oh God, the 4B movement. Don't start. Don't start.
No, 4B is different.
It kind of.
They have a way different end goal. So
Well, it's
Maybe
also
maybe I should
ending
stop
depopulation.
announcing that I'm in an argumentative mood. So like that way the opposite like because I feel like
Well, then
every time I
argue.
do, everybody just shuts the fuck up.
Then
Not
argue.
y'all, but I mean like everybody that I want to argue with.
Then argue. Come on.
No, I don't want to argue with you, Dutchie.
I don't care. Argue
all the
with me.
little
I like
trolls run
arguing with you, Resto. Resto. Come on.
I'll argue with you. if you
Raysto
want
is
to.
hilarious. I haven't
Resto.
heard that in a while.
I'll argue with you. Do you
I
wanna
think
know?
the funniest nickname I've ever had with the Resto thing was Restroom. Somebody keeps calling me
Restroom?
Yeah, it's funny as shit. I love it.
How the fuck do you get to restroom with Resto?
Trish was in here earlier, Resto.
Oh, she was in here earlier today?
Yeah.
I love Trish.
Resto,
Yeah.
chesto, water chest, bathroom. Yeah, I get it.
We cussed each other out for like 2 hours straight, and then after that we loved each other.
Right. But we're getting a few people coming from the beef community, which is lovely. You know, just joining in and you know, and enjoying the conversation. It's great.
Yeah. And I think that was my whole point in doing this.
Right.
To show another side of YouTube other than beefing.
No, but the beef community does its own thing. That's
No,
their
I'm
business.
saying
You know.
that's what it was all about, just to show the beef inside that there is somewhere that they can go if they just want to have a general chit chat.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? That's calm and nobody's like wanting to rip each other apart.
Resto, do you mind if your mother's on top of Glenn?
Jesus,
Where she belongs.
Why would you ask me that?
What the fuck?
She knows what she's doing. I know what she's doing. I'm British. I
You're
understand.
a grown ass woman. You can do what you want. You're a grown ass woman.
Okay.
And Mel just told us that she
I just
has
don't
an
want to
itch,
hear it. I just don't want to hear it.
Put your headphones on.
I always have my headphones on.
Earmuffs.
I just want to say I must have thank you to draw again. Thank you. Resto argue. We were talking make and female roles. I think it was male and female roles. Yeah. So, well, no, I mean, we've had a good. I mean, we've been talking 6 hours and we've only just come off topic now. It's been a brilliant discussion so far. And a few hours ago, I didn't feel like I'd accomplished enough, but I feel like now that we've kind of covered a lot of situations in these sort of cases and in what to do, what not to do. Yes, you did hear that right, Sky. I'm on top of Glenn. Just like I am. Resto's gonna move me now.
I was just.
Well, now you're still receiving D.
No.
Oh dear. So yeah, we've covered a lot today. I'm really grateful to everybody on panel that we've really gone in the chat. We've really
I hope he did that because I changed to my Furby. I really do.
You're not going nowhere. You're not get back here. You're not going nowhere.
Glenn, he shoved you all the way to the bottom. I'm sorry.
No, he left. He left, and I
Put me in the Rosa Parks section. I'm good.
The Rosa.
Mo is going to make Big D Jeremy jealous.
I say Jeremy too many times. He's gonna come over here. But Jeremy was over there chilling with Wrestler, and Wrestler did like a fucking 16-hour live.
I know. I saw that he was on, like, because I was so busy yesterday, really busy, and I saw that I kept like every now and again putting my YouTube on, and there was Wrestler, and then I put it on again, and there's Wrestler. And then
Oh yeah, he had a really good stream yesterday.
Yeah, it was really good. I was listening to it the whole time. It was really good.
You listened to the whole 16 hours?
Yeah.
16 hours? Jesus Christ, Resto.
What else do I have to do?
Fuck your wife.
I do that too.
Yeah, last time you left the panel because you wanted to fuck someone. So, you know.
His wife.
I mean, yeah, I can still fuck. I can still fuck and then put my headphones back on.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I'm fucking with my headphones on. That would be so
wild.
I would do it. That sounds music while you have sex.
I'm not gonna lie. One time I did that. Because I'm so used to like hearing streams that like I was in the middle of fucking and realized I still had my headphones on.
Oh my God.
No way.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say whose stream I was listening to.
I would have slapped you about like a bitch if I was your wife.
It was mine. Everyone who listens to my streams
DV. And we come full circle right now. We're back to
circle. Yeah, we've come full circle. No, if my man was fucking me with his headset off, I would be like, go and fuck the cushion.
Mm-hmm.
They would too. Men will do that.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
It's like if you're not 100% focused on this, go and fuck something else.
Okay,
Anyways.
and then you got to get mad when I do it. So, like, why are you?
Hell, when I go out and go fuck someone else.
But you said if he did it with the headset off.
What do you mean?
Well, if he didn't fuck you wearing a headset, then he may as well go and fuck the cushion.
Here's a solution to that. Resto,
I
just
don't
get
know.
some inner ear headphones.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that hide, that can't be seen. They won't even know.
Well, I got I got some JBLs, so like they fit really comfortably in my ear. So like I forget that they're there half the time. And you got to think I'm listening to YouTube 24/7.
Yeah. See, I got some new inner ears. I have the wireless ones, and then I got the wired ones. I wear the wired ones when I'm on a live, but the wireless ones when I'm like, just listening. No, they're really good.
I feel weird when I don't hear anything. Actually,
like when there's no noise.
I feel weird. Yeah, I can't leave the house without headphones.
I'm with you.
Anyways, I'm going to switch out to my wireless headphones so I can get some rest. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night, Melanie.
Good night.
Is that? Oh, wait. Fuck.
Nope.
I wanted to do the thing. I wanted to kick the fox.
Oh, they were trying to put her back on top.
No, I was going to kick her. But she left. She got me that time. Next time, I'll get you.
I'm glad that she
did you check your DMs, Resto?
Oh no. Like, bro, I have not. Let me actually open it.
I left you a message too, Resto.
Oh my God. I have 15 messages.
Yeah, but I bet your main message was the best one.
Let me see what's going on here. So Glenn. Oh yeah. Facts. Yeah, let's do that. Glenn.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'll put that in the back.
She was too fast for you, Resto.
Yeah, she
Resto's going to put it in the back. Did you guys hear that? Clip it. Resto's going to put it in the back.
Let's
see. Guys, I don't know, depending. Today, my landlords are going to be popping in to sort out that bloody mold. So, and they said between 12 and 4, and it's now 12 o'clock. So I may have to, I don't know, depending on what time they get here, I might have to end abruptly.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's handled. Let me see. God damn, Mel.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then these more clips, of course. I'm so tired of getting clipped. Just let you know, Garuda's on flow state. Oh, okay. Oh, for real? Okay, bet. I'm in oh shit, let's go.
Flow back on. It's flow back on.
No, yeah, Flow's back on. It's his first day. It's his first day back on. Garuda's
No, I
on right
didn't even
now,
see
talking
he
shit
was
about
back on.
me, talking shit about Resto.
Restream.
Okay, bet.
Restream.
Nah, bet. All right, yeah, I'll be right fucking back.
You go,
I'll be right fucking
Resto.
back.
Go,
I'm
go do
watching
it,
it
go
now.
do it. No,
I'm
I don't
watching
even
it.
know.
Oh,
Let me see if I can bring up. Hang on. Let me see if I can bring up. If I can
Yeah.
bring up the thing. The
Restream the stream.
I didn't even realize that he was back on. I didn't get no notification. Let's have a look.
I
What's
didn't
going
even
on.
know that he was struck again.
Yeah, he'd been struck. He was off for 2 weeks.
Miss Pottymouth, did you see me comment?
Where is he? Well, I should be. I should be. What the hell's going on? Why can't I find him? I should be subbed up to him. Sorry, guys. Keep talking. Oh, here he is. Hang on. Keep talking amongst yourselves. Let me see if I can find what's going on. Yeah, I'm subscribed to him. I don't understand why I didn't get no notification. Right, let's have a look.
Might not be hitting algorithms. Might not like him just at the minute.
Mel, it's in the back chat. I put it in the back chat.
Normally, when you do something like that, they still put your
Hang
hand
on,
on.
guys.
Go on, Mel, find it.
See, Resto wanted to debate someone because he was in a pissy mood, and now he's got his
throwing haymakers. You best come up here and catch yours.
Hurry up. Hurry up, you stupid bitch. Hurry up.
You gonna mix
Angry
these
Snowman was the least scary edition.
Get the fuck up here. Send the link. Okay. Hey, the link is pinned, bitch. The link is at the top. Don't be scared.
I got you.
Don't be scared. What you got to say?
I really am happy that the word woo bang has entered my vocabulary.
Yeah, no shit. I had no idea what the hell a woo bang was till he said
bang,
that.
you know what it means immediately when you hear it.
You just
Yeah.
know.
Yo,
If I'd have
salute
read
Flo,
it and said it,
salute
I'm
Sasquatch, salute Machine Live, salute wrestlers up here.
How can you be in there as well?
Oh,
yeah.
007's up here.
Drag
Salute.
Resla kicking and screaming through all the
I'm about to drag this motherfucker by his front teeth all across the YouTube streets. Get your dumb ass up here.
God damn.
What the fuck is a woo bang?
Big ass teeth.
Oh my god, how can you hear that sentence and not know? My man's okay, never mind. Y'all go ahead.
Get the fuck up here. You mad. You mad.
Oh my god, dude. I love you guys. I hate all of you equally, which is the same thing.
Yo, he was talking shit and thinking that he was thinking that I was you. He was literally saying my name, but then mentioning shit about you. I said, you idiot. I'm not even the same guy you're talking about, but I'll be sure to let him know.
He's trying to say all black men look alike.
He sure did.
I had to look twice.
He's watching,
And now you're talking shit about my dad. Don't talk shit about
watching my
wrestler.
Stream. He's watching my stream and still can't figure out I'm not the same person.
That was actually great. I LOL'd at that one.
You know,
Bro, get your bitch ass, brittle bone ass up here, bro. Hurry up.
Respectfully, though, I have a hard time telling black people apart at times.
Oh, shut up,
Oh,
dude. That's just funny when you say it.
Hurry up.
I actually like Snowflake Man or Snowman, whatever. Yeah, I know.
Now that Resto's up here, the whole shit sound like a library, right? Ain't nobody saying shit in the chat. Like, yeah. Sound like a fucking library.
He's butt hurt. But this guy GS, man, from what I gathered from him, it seems like he likes to throw his military service up as some kind of fallback from accountability.
Fuck GS.
This is happening, Flo. You have a gentleman backstage with no shirt.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Thank you, Flo.
Isn't it true? The sort of
What the
people
fuck do you want, Naruto? What the fuck you got against me?
The sort of people that do that generally.
You call me ugly. You call me ugly, and you say you black, right?
Yeah, you ugly as shit, bro. You ugly.
Okay, well, I revoke your
should
black
not be
card.
allowed outside. Dead ass. It's a fucking
You
crime,
fucking
bro.
you fucking too yellow to be black, though.
Bro, why you got a big ass gap in your teeth, bro? You be leaving mad lines and fucking apples when you be eating them shits, huh?
Yeah,
Big
and
ass
also to your
nose,
woman's
bro.
booty cheeks, though.
You got a
Fuck
bro, white ass tongue. Hey, pull your tongue up, bro. Pause. Yo,
No,
Tom,
thank
white as
you.
shit, bro. Dennis, argue with your
Bro,
Dennis
if we
before you
if we
argue
laid
with
on
me.
the beach though, if we laid on the beach though, you were fucking
Bro, why
done
are you
it with
trying to
Chris
lay on the
before
beach
me.
with me,
No.
bro? You're gay, bro. You're gay, bro. You like me. You're gay. You're drinking from a juice box.
Toddler reaction.
Why do you
Unfunny.
have fucking gas station glasses on right now? What the fuck is the problem with me with your
Hey,
fucking
what's
smoking?
You don't like my glasses though.
What's wrong with gas station glasses, man?
Shut up, goddamn, I almost said LTW. 007. Yo, Garuda, what the fuck is the problem with me, bro? What you got? What's up?
No, you call me ugly as a black man, so I revoke
It
your
doesn't
black
matter.
card.
You can still be ugly and black, just like you can be loud and wrong.
Well, then you're a mixed mutt. You're not black.
I am black, stupid.
No, you're not. I don't fucking accept it.
I don't give a
You
shit
don't look
what
like
you
me.
accept. You accept food
Okay, well
stamps.
then suck my ass then. You're a mutt, not black.
That's definitely gay.
Garuda, do you also want to notarize my black card? How do you feel about my black card?
No, your black card is revoked. You don't.
Oh man,
revoked it. Man, don't even speak.
It was counterfeit to start with, Flo, so it's okay.
He got both of us.
Garuda.
Oh, fucking grab
What
that
the
shit
fuck
out.
were you saying about me, bro? Like, why am I getting shit that you're saying shit about me, bro? What's up, bro? Like,
She's yellow. That's not a sign of a man.
Cool. So he still has shit to say about me. He can still eat a bag of dicks.
Let's go.
Yeah, you keep talking about dicks. You never talk
bag
about
of
black pussy, bro.
uncircumcised dicks. A bag of herpes infected dicks, bitch.
Are
A bag
you
of fucking
mad?
black
Are you
bull.
mad? Are you mad that your white mama snipped you when you was young? And you think
My
that's a
mother's
flex?
not white. My mother's black. You dumb bitch.
So who's the white person in your family?
No one's the white person in my family, you idiot.
Then why do you look so fucking?
Who's the
unblack?
ugly person in your family that fucked you up? You need to sue them.
Nigga, I get women.
No, you don't.
The fuck you do?
But why you? So you see why you call me ugly again?
Why you over here looking like a Walmart version of my avatar?
God damn.
I would never want to look like a purple. I would never want to
You
look like a purple
default
faggot.
GTA character right now.
I would never want to look like a purple
You're an
faggot.
NPC. You're dead ass an NPC.
You're stupid. I would never want to look like a purple faggot.
Hey, don't use slurs.
Sorry, I would never want to look like a purple homo.
Okay, I can't say. Okay, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
I apologize for using bad words.
Yeah,
Where's,
my bad.
where's your accent, man? Where's your accent from? GS.
Some fucking Call of Duty map ass country. I don't fucking know.
No, it's
Who,
not.
me?
Yeah. Your accent. Where's it from?
Oh, the Virgin Islands.
Again, a Call of Duty ass country. No one cares. You should have been. You should have been born in a better spawn point. You got
Hang on,
fucked.
Richard
Did you say it? Did you say it? Call of Duty? Like fucking like
this team
only-
over Resto?
only a
Yeah,
bunch
this
of
is like
homos
the
play
worst
Call of Duty.
version of Resto of all time, bro.
You gotta say, homie looks like he drops common loot.
On soul, bro.
No, I'll be the ones with dog tags that you're trying to find.
Bro, put some fucking moisturizer on your lips, bro. Them shit's drier than the fucking Sahara right now.
Lips are.
You gonna try to lick them,
I'm
ugly
zombie-
ass boy,
I'm
stupid
zombie-
ass boy, ugly ass boy.
Why you always talk about gay stuff?
Stop
Are you-
fagging out.
At the same time.
You always mention gay stuff. You said suck a bag of dicks. So just like, come on, like that's
I'm
a sign
trying to
of white
breathe, but you're
boyism.
soaking up all the fucking oxygen with them big ass nostrils you got going on right now, bro.
Oh, so tell me it's ugly then. Say my nose are ugly.
Bro, do you have a tooth growing between your gap? You still got baby teeth? What the fuck going on here? Ain't you like 47?
Tell me I'm ugly so I can fucking solve this.
I already said that, and everybody always tells you. You know that every time you wake up, you're stuck in that body, and I feel bad for you.
And why would a black man call me ugly if they was black?
Because you're ugly, and I speak the truth. Stupid.
No, because you're a homosexual and you judge me. You wish
What
I
is
was a
between
pretty
your
man
teeth?
then. So you wish I was a pretty man then.
I got a question.
I have to admit, pretty is much easier to look at than ugly.
First for Resto, and then for Guarda. How many beers, Resto? I'm sorry, until you would fuck Guarda?
Oh shit,
bro! I'd have to have some fucking GHB, and I need to be passed the fuck out.
He's not even showing his face though.
Guarda, do you have any GHB for Resto?
It would have to be. It would have to be at least 2 bottles of freaking straight up moonshine. Hopefully, I pass away before I can go do that.
I don't have 2 bottles of moonshine, but I probably have a couple White Claws I can offer you. Will that get the job done?
I got a great.
White Claws is for women. The fuck?
This man I had the same headphones since 2011. Them shits is tiny as shit.
Hey, my headphones are from 2011. Back off.
Yeah,
These are still Chinese, and I bought it brand new. They still make them.
I know
I
they
just
were
bought it
so
recently. Yeah, the best headphones that you could get.
They're ugly. You're ugly. Just
We
like
just
you.
tagged in the
Everything you
machine
have to
lies.
do.
They were.
Thank you. He said I'm ugly. There you go. How
Well,
does that feel for
I
a black
can't
man?
roast the machine lies. I love machine lies. He's
Machine lies throws the fuck down.
Well, he's not showing his face to prove that he's not black, though.
To prove that I'm not black, bitch. Everybody knows what I look like.
Yeah, so show your fucking
Your mother know what I look like too. Except when I
she
got
will
her doggy
fucking talk you
style.
out the window.
The only thing I
like,
don't know
baby
about
girl,
your
you're not
mother is
black.
the only thing I don't know about your mother is how tall she is. Because every time I see her, she's on her knees. I promise you.
Garuda, you know
This is Resto.
Well, my mama is fat though, so you like fat women, and so just admit you like fat women.
Inside the
IC3 for ages, man.
Admit you like
Garuda,
fat women.
you
My
know
mama's fat.
You know it sucks for you to actually be trying to get validation by trying to look at another man, right? You
No,
know
but you call me ugly. You call me ugly though. And the question.
You don't even realize you don't even realize you're not even talking to him. You don't even realize you're not even talking to him.
Lips. Look at this nigga's lips, bro. Soup coolers, bro.
The actual,
you don't even realize you're not even talking to him.
His nose got twin turbos.
What if we validate that you are beautiful? You're a beautiful man.
You don't have to call me beautiful. Just don't say I'm fucking ugly because I'm black.
I didn't say you're ugly because you're black. I said you're ugly because you look like you. You look like you. You're
Technically
ugly.
speaking, he said
you get no
you are
hose.
ugly and black. That's
You
what he
have a
said.
hat on. You have a hat on
black
with no
person.
shirt. Do you know how much effort that takes? You had to take off your shirt and put on a hat.
I never had a shirt, dummy.
Come on, man. That was good. You know it.
I never had on a shirt, dummy. Stop looking at my chest.
Here's a beautiful woman who thinks that you're a beautiful man.
Damn.
Whoever said that, thank you. I try my best.
You need to try harder, bro. Go get
Why?
surgery.
To look like you? No, thank you. When women see me, they'll be like, "Oh my god, that's a man." When they show you look like, "Oh my god," he probably takes it from the behind and with my strap on. That's what women will think about you, though. Real talk.
So if Flo said I was ugly, the last thing I'd be doing is bitching about it online.
That's
right.
a fact.
You need to.
No, I wasn't bitching about it. Russell was mad.
Bro, your gap big as shit, bro. I can land 747 between.
I'm just saying that shit's like moist as fuck, dude.
Give me a smile. Give me a smile, bro. Give me a smile.
Also, too, is a beauty sign and fucking.
Give me a smile,
Africa.
whore. Give me a smile.
Are you in Africa?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
You
like
probably
that
fit
smile,
that
huh?
finger between that gap.
Okay.
This motherfucker be leaving mad lines in apples. Hey, when you be eating apples, do it be leaving like mad lines in that shit?
I don't eat apples. Only white people eat apples.
When you eat pussy, do they got to get stitches when you're done?
No, but however, I could like lick their clitoris with my.
Not with that
gap
white ass
teeth, though.
tongue, bro. Brush your tongue, bro. Dental hygiene, bro. Oral hygiene,
Giving
bro.
people clap and shit.
Stop eating juice boxes.
I am apocalypse ready, baby.
No,
And it's called beatbox, by the way. Stupid.
Hold on, sir. I have to ask this because it's really weighing on my mind. Have you ever thrown a snack pack at someone?
Oh God.
Who, me?
Well, yeah, but we can go to the rest of the panel after you answer. I mean, I have.
Who, me? You asked me.
Yeah, they're like the perfect throwing size.
Yeah, I throw one at my kids every day.
This man be trying to eat.
No, I did once, but I was feeding homeless people, but not necessarily a kid. They were just an adult who had kids.
Bro, we're gonna act like you don't have a tooth in the middle of your gap.
Oh my god.
You really do. Smile, bro.
That makes no logical sense, genius.
It's literally one right there in the middle of your gap.
Tooth has a tooth? That's fucked up.
You were born wrong, you backwards built bitch. You were born wrong.
Just call me a hillbilly and make it equate. Call me like I'm not white.
Hillbilly.
Gaslight me.
I
I have all my teeth. I have my wisdom
I got
teeth,
more
baby.
respect for them than you.
What? Oh, so you say you respect
Oh,
hillbillies?
like
You want to make up, man.
Well,
Oh
it
no!
tells
Now
me
we bring it back to
who
race. We're
is.
adding attributes. Okay, cool.
My
You
man
just said that,
literally
though.
said, my man literally said
Hang
the
on.
gap in his teeth has a toe clip.
Hang on, let me pause this for a minute. Let me pause this for a minute. What was that, Glenn? What did you do? Mel, stop what? I can't. Let me put you on big. I can't see it. God, my Mel, stop object. Let me just remove this.
Nice one, Glenn.
Oh, stop objectifying me. I don't know, guys. Do you want to watch any more of this? I
I
mean,
just feel like I'm a human dildo.
yeah, but that's not up to. I don't know whether
I mean,
you're
I'm
a
not
human
complaining.
dildo
It's a
or
good
not.
job. I mean, you know.
I'm a human dildo. Are you a human dildo?
Hmm?
Are you a human dildo? I don't know what you do in your private time. Glenn?
Feeling objectified right now. I'm feeling really objectified right now.
Well, if you're going to put half-naked pictures up of yourself on the internet, well, you're going to be objectified, aren't you?
Stop objectifying me, Mel. I'm objectifying you. I'm more than just.
This is what happens when you put half-naked pictures of yourself up online.
Hey, the OnlyFans girls get a way better response out of this than we're taught to treat them like they're still smart. They're not just all boobs and butts, right?
Yeah, obviously. But if you're going to be like they're doing this with your panties on,
I mean, they've done. I've seen. You know, never mind.
Adam says, "Women love a human dildo." Oh, we do, we do. We'll just put you back in the cupboard once we're done.
Yeah, just get
See how easily they discard us. Then they just discard us so easily. Stuff at the drawer. This one's out of batteries. Let's go get a new one.
Yeah, no, once we're done, we'll just put you back in the cupboard where you belong, you know?
Exactly, and just bring you out, every now and then to dust this down and make use of it again.
Give your work down and then do what you need to do.
again. Collect dust until the next time.
Oh, Dragonfly, Garuda's he has drinking problems, unfortunately. So a lot of the time he's not really with it. So I don't know what that was about. I don't know what his issue with Resto is, but he's not always with it. So who'd like to objectify some men some more? No? Yes.
Well, let's see what objectifying men. I'm speaking up for the men. We don't like to be objectified. We have feelings too, you know.
Do you think you're pretty, Glenn?
Pretty ugly.
Would you ask a woman whether you're pretty, or another man? Actually, would you ask another man whether you think he thinks you're pretty?
No, that's pretty gay. It's like, hey, bro.
And I thought,
do I look attractive? Am I attractive? Am I hot, bro?
What about? Do you ask women? Am I pretty?
No.
No.
Do women ask each other that?
No, if you said the word handsome, then you might have probably said
No,
yes.
I don't even ask women. Like, do you think I'm handsome? No, you will know if they do or don't.
Yeah, you will. Body language sees it all.
Listen, Miss Pottymouth mentioned something. Who's watching the Tyson fight tomorrow night? Me.
I am aiming tonight. Actually, it's Thursday now.
It's my Friday. So my bad. So which day is it? Is it Thursday or Friday?
It's tonight. I'm actually doing a stream with a couple bigger channels. They hit me up. They want me to be a commentator on it. So we're gonna be commentating on the fight. Like the guy that I'm doing it with, my buddy Red. He gets like Grant Cardone on his podcast, and he had not Elon, but what's the guy that owns Amazon?
Oh, I forgot his name. Anyone in chat? Who's the guy who's forgot who owns Amazon? Who?
It's Bezos.
Bezos, that's
Jeff
right.
Bezos.
He is like Jeff Bezos and Grant Cardone on his podcast. So he hit me up, asked me if I wanted to do commentary on it with them. I'm like, hell yeah.
What do you think, guys? What do you think is going to happen? Because when I saw,
Tyson's gonna knock the fuck out of that dude.
You don't think Tyson's too old and he hasn't got it in him anymore?
I think he's still got that hunger in him because I think his career, when you look at his career, it wasn't that very long, really, was it? When you think about it in all aspects. But, you know, I think he still had that hunger and he still got it. You know, he can still be aggressive when he wants to be, Tyson. Trust and believe. You know what I mean? I don't think that would ever leave him. It's too deep within him.
There's two different
in my
types
opinion,
of
anyway.
boxers, mentally speaking. Like, yeah, you know, Jake may be younger, maybe quicker, but
Tyson's got the smarts.
Tyson has what an 8-second knockout for one. He has the power, but we also know that Tyson has always fought for survival. Like, you know, Tyson's always been a killer. Like, he has that killer mentality.
Yeah,
he doesn't stop. So I don't see it like him relenting. He's relentless.
I think the difference is though as well is the fact that Tyson's always done boxing. Jake Paul, I think from my understanding, he came from like obviously YouTube and everything, and I think he was going to mixed martial arts or something, you know, like kickboxing and stuff like that. So Tyson's always going to have that upper hand on him. He's always, doesn't matter if he's old or not, he's going to have that upper hand because he'll have seen all different strategies throughout his career. So even though he's older now, I still wouldn't put him out the game.
Yeah, people
Tyson
write
has
off Tyson way
technique,
too
doesn't he?
easily because of his age. They think that just because he's older that, oh, you just could dismiss him. No, I still think Tyson is very dangerous in that this, like you said, this is all he's ever done. All he's ever known in order to survive in life is to fight and how to, you know, do it, you know, effectively and efficiently in order to make it to the next day. I mean, that's how he's literally have lived off of, is just his fights. He didn't have another job. Jake, as he pointed out, Jake has done, you know, social media, podcasting. He has other, you know, opportunities and revenue streams that he has coming in. Tyson has always been boxing. Well, now weed and boxing, but before it's always been boxing.
Tyson's is pretty small for a heavyweight, isn't he? So he's always had like really good technique, I think, if I'm thinking of the right.
Yeah. I think Tyson's like what, 5'10"?
He doesn't look very tall, like
5'9", 5'10", something like that.
So he jumps around a lot, doesn't he? He dances around and
yeah, he does a lot of
he's
fainting. That's
just
called
got really
fainting.
good technique. Yeah.
All he needs to do is stay away from the Yaz, otherwise it'll get him into trouble. Stay away from
the reason why I ask, guys, because in my 20s I used to do Muay Thai and I was really fucking good at it, right? If I was to do it now, I'd probably have an asthma attack after 5 minutes, right?
I think the thing is, though, when you're an athlete like that, you're always going to do some kind of training because you've got some kind of structure there going on in your life. It's just like Tyson Fury's wife says, you know, even though I don't want him to go into boxing, I know it's good for him because then he feels a sense of purpose and he's got something, you know, to focus on. You know, it's just an addictive thing. So you're going to keep some sense of your boxing regime going throughout your life. You're going to keep that discipline going, whether you're in it or not. You know, whether you're currently fighting or not, you're going to.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. As much as I want Tyson to win, Glenn, you've been a bodybuilder for a long time. Would you say that you are as capable now as you were 10, 15 years ago?
Of what, fighting or of competing in bodybuilding?
Both.
Oh yeah, I mean, I plan on competing sometime in 2025 to get back into it. So I'm already, like, as soon as I get through this current health issue, I plan on getting back into the ring. I mean, or on stage. I mean, I did get my pro card already, so I already reached that goal. Now I just want to place top 3 in a pro show, that'll be good. I'll be happy with that.
How does it work in America? Because in England, you would have a category of over 40s.
Yep. I'll be in the master class this year. 35 and over is masters.
Masters, okay. Because I know my brother, when he last competed, he was in the over 40s category.
Yeah.
And he won that category.
Yeah, like most men don't like the. You got to figure like you're stronger. You're strongest at like 35. That's why it's called the masters. So anything over 35 is like considered masters. Like anything coming up to that, your muscle's still not at its full growth. Like you're your strongest on average. Let's say your muscles stop developing around 40. So like growth wise, or strength wise. So that's why like a lot of the bodybuilders are all like the big ones, big famous ones. They're all, in their 40s, and then by 55 they need a hip replacement. But
all right, and thank you for the $5 super chat. He says the fight is a work. Tyson leads early. Paul wins late decision. Rematch in 9 months. That's his prediction. Anyone agree?
Actually, that's a really good prediction in R. Allen. That's actually, yeah. Actually, I think the rematch would have to be in 6 months though, not 9, just because Tyson is not getting any younger. So if there would going to be a rematch, it would have to be while he's still in good conditioning. Either he's going to have to maintain the conditioning, or he's going to have to, retrain and get back into that conditioning. So I think that it would have to be within the 6-month window.
Oh, Brian says Tyson's been having heart problems. I guess he wouldn't be. If the doctor just cut him off for that, like not allow him to fight?
No, he's obviously, so they postponed the fight originally. It was supposed to happen in July, and he postponed it. They had to postpone it because he had like they had an issue with his heart. So it was either a heart rhythmia thing, or maybe his blood was thick and he was, having like he was like on the verge of stroke or heart attack, range. But if they're clearing him to fight, that means they're saying that he's fine.
Yeah, but if there's a rematch, the doctor can sign him off if he's having heart problems, right?
If there was a rematch necessary, he would still have to they both would have to get cleared by medical professionals saying that they were good to go.
I mean, I don't like boxing as such, but there was something about Tyson. I think it was his just like, his ability to go in and knock someone out pretty much straight away. That it was pretty impressive, right?
Oh man, I love that like 16-second knockout that he did. I remember watching it as a kid. Like everybody wanted to be Tyson. Everybody wanted to be Tyson. He went in there and he just went, just destroy the guy.
I think he let himself down when he did what he did with Evander Holyfield. I think you just let yourself right down there.
Yeah, there was more issues than that. But I think that was if anything, that was just the icing on the cake. Like, I mean, he was having the legal problems with his ex-wife where he ended up,
I remember that.
And then his management was bad. They were robbing him of money. So I mean, he was getting screwed over
right, left, and center.
Yeah, and I think it just kind of like came out at the end. It was bad, but
it was bad because my dad absolutely loves boxing, and Tyson was one of his favorites. And it was actually my dad that got me into watching it.
And here's the thing, like, we have this thing in America that we like to destroy our heroes, but then watch them, rebuild back up. Yeah, and that's right. Evander Holyfield did keep on headbutting. He did do that in that fight. Actually, here, watch. Play this link. Well, I'm gonna drop it back.
Let me just remove Flo, because that was getting a little bit like gay.
Yeah, I have it still playing over here.
It was almost like they were setting up to make love to each other.
Especially when Resto said something in the way Garuda.
It was like they were just
was
like it was almost like they were making the bed.
It was something like that. It was,
Yeah, right.
It was getting a little
Okay.
suspect for me, if you ask me.
Okay, so this is what's this, Glenn? Before I play it, this is a
Oh, this
knockout.
is a
Yeah,
16-second knockout. This is great.
let's have a look.
On July 26, 1986, Mike Tyson and Marvis Frazier fought each other in the ring, which ended in an incredible knockout by Tyson in round 1. Mike started the fight aggressively at the start of the bell, using his jabs, right uppercuts, and right hooks.
This must move or we're going to be out of here very, very quickly. And Marvis is hurt.
And within 30
That's
seconds
vicious.
of the round, Tyson knocked out Frazier, which is the fastest knockout of Mike in his professional boxing career.
Wow.
Vicious.
Right.
Vicious.
I mean, I don't know what happened with the whole ear biting thing. That was a bit of a no.
Well,
I don't know.
That's what I forgot who put that comment up was saying. Like he was, yeah, like Evander Holyfield kept on like headbutting him, you know. So Tyson got tired of getting hit in the head, so he's like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna take a bite out of crime."
He would have been pretty angry, I guess.
I think that was when his career ended, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when
And
he
it's a
lost
shame because he was promising. You know what I mean? He was onto a good thing, and he let something as silly as that get to him. And I get, you know, his personal life as well. Being a part of it. I'm not saying it's right what he done. It's not right what he done, but you know, I suppose it's like a pressure cooker, and that was just the cherry on top of the cake. That was just the last thing that was needed to finish the whole cake off. And obviously, Evander Holyfield just pushed his buttons too far, and he snapped.
Yeah, I think like, you know, when I think like didn't he just get reinstated too? Like I think he just got out of prison shortly after that. And yeah.
I know his license was revoked. I don't know whether it was indefinite or whether it's
it wasn't indefinite because he's able to box now. If it was indefinite, he wouldn't be able to fight now.
It must have been for a good few years then, I would think. Maybe 10 years or something like that. Maybe 5-10 years be banned or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not sure how long it was though, but
it'll be well over now, because if that was in the 90s or 80s or whatever it was.
It was in the early 90s or late
early
90s.
90s, yeah. Well, it'll be over now, his ban, because it'll have only been about, well, I reckon about 5-10 years at most. 10 years if they wanted to make an example of him.
Yeah.
Because that then will put what they see as him out to pastures then.
But he's
do we believe the accusations that were against him that he got done for? I don't.
What do you mean accusations against him?
The lady accusations.
Oh, his wife, his ex-wife or whatever?
I think it was his girlfriend.
Or girlfriend. I don't know. I wasn't there. So that's always what I say. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, is he capable of it? Sure, he's capable of it. Could he have not done it? Yeah, he could have not done it too, because we know women lie. I don't know. That's all I know.
I didn't.
All I know is that I don't know.
I didn't follow it. I heard about it, but I didn't follow it.
Was he put in prison for that? I think
he served time for it.
Yeah. I don't know. It sounded all a bit manufactured to me when from what I remember, because it was a while ago now, but from when it was happening, it didn't feel authentic. It didn't feel.
It felt staged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows? You know, we weren't there, like Glenn said. Who knows? Hey, Kitchen Man. You know, we weren't there. We don't know what happened, but I don't know. The whole thing just felt. It was almost like the final nail in the coffin.
But then again, though, the media never tell you the truth, though, do they? They never give you the full truth, though. They just take snippets and run with whatever they want to run with. So you'll never know the full truth unless he comes forward and makes his own book. Or does he, I don't know,
He's gonna write.
Do you know what I mean?
It's gonna be like OJ, if I did it.
Aye.
That was insane, that book. We did a live on that, Glenn, a few weeks ago, and I didn't realize he'd written a book with I Did It on the title.
Yeah.
I mean, it was insane. I was like, but you can't do somebody twice, obviously, double jeopardy. I can't say it. You can't. So I think he did it. The glove must not fit. We went into it quite extensively.
He had arthritis. All he had to do was tell him to stop taking his medication for the arthritis, and his hands would swell up like that, and so the glove wouldn't fit. I mean,
no, but Glenn, the glove had been frozen and then thawed, and it was leather, so it was bound to shrink a tad anyway.
So I mean, and if you add the fact that, like, again, like if you're on arthritis medication or whatever, you take it so you're able to move your hands and they, so they don't hurt your joints or whatever. But if you're not on your medications, your hands will swell up because it's stiff, and so if you're not on your arthritis medicine, plus the glove, being frozen and all that stuff, yeah, of course the glove's not going to fit.
Exactly.
No, but it's the way that he did it. He kind of stretched his hand out really, really wide, right?
That's true. Maybe he was signaling to the girls, like, "Hey, ladies, you see how big my hands are? You know what that means when I get out of here."
Do you see the span?
Yeah.
Is that actually medically correct, the span?
Okay, so I don't know about medically correct, all right, but I do know when I was on Access Vegas, and they had a bunch of adult film stars on there. This one girl was like, "I know by the size of a guy's hand who has the biggest D," and so I was rated king of Access Vegas that night, just by a hand survey, apparently. But yeah, I don't know. Could be anecdotal. I think she's a scientist, though. I think she's smart. I mean, I think she's a cockologist. I mean, so I think she. I took it as a professional opinion.
Yeah, I took it as a professional opinion. I always I know this sounds awful, but I always look at the size of a man's hands and feet.
Why? You want to know what kind of size shoes or gloves you need to get them?
Yes. That's exactly it, Glenn. How did you know?
Because you know what? When it comes to Christmas presents, all you women do is buy socks and underwear for guys. So
listen, I used to buy expensive watches for my men, and every time I bought a man an expensive watch, it was like a curse. So I stopped buying watches.
I used to buy watches, gold, everything, anything that he asked for. I used to listen to him throughout the year and think, right, I'll go and get that now. Right, I'll go and get that. Do you know what I mean? So I would listen to what he was saying, pretend I wasn't, but I actually was.
Sky, did you used to ask your men just to stick their tongues out?
No, she would buy ice cream and just see how he worked that ice cream cone.
I want some ice cream. I'm going to get some ice cream. Ooh.
You know what's funny? Guy, like the white Bronco chase, so that was right on the 5 freeway right outside my house. But it's funny about the Broncos. If you try to go look up to see, like, to buy a white Bronco, because I have a fascination of like that era of Broncos. I love the 90s Broncos, the body size. The new ones look just too dinky for me. I've been trying to find one just like, fix it back up. A white Bronco that year or even older, all the white Broncos are always way more expensive. And I swear to you, I call it the OJ theory, because everybody wants the white Bronco like OJ.
Ice cream's out. I also took some meatballs out the freezer so I can make some sauce later. I thought, meatballs are out.
Even meatballs.
Yeah, I just went into the freezer and I thought, I'll make some good old-fashioned Italian sauce later.
I agree. That 78, 79, yes, Broncos, those are the dope. Those are the best ones.
What did I miss?
Oh, we're talking about white Broncos, you know, to be like OJ.
What's a Bronco?
That was the car that he was driving when he was
Okay.
big, you know, chase.
Okay. Yes, I'm multitasking, Sky. No, because I've got my landlord popping by later. I'm going to be bored, so I thought, oh, I know. Mind you, they're not going to be defrosting time. I don't know. I'm going to make some Italian sauce later at some point.
Yeah, she wants to be able to win him over for some meals. Like, hey,
I
so
like how
thanks
she
for
just,
fixing the plumbing.
I like how she just
Pipes were
replies that
clogged.
our landlord is so boring that she needs something.
No, I'm having a hot flush. So when I had ice cream, because I've got Haagen-Dazs, right? I thought, oh, this might help my hot flush. I'm having a real moment of fire right now.
What flavour, Mel?
What flavour? Pralines and cream.
Strawberries and cream. Oh, nice.
No, praline and cream.
Oh, pralines. That's nice as well.
So as soon as because it's hard as rock now, I need to make it softer.
Yeah, you want your ice cream flaccid.
What?
You want your ice cream flaccid?
Yeah, it's too hard for me to get into. What?
I guess that's what he said.
Yeah, will you stop it? I'm sweating now. Just stop. I'm gonna bust out in a there's moustache, there's sweat moustache in a minute. Right, I'm gonna wait till ice cream's soft and take a mouthful.
I'm leaving it alone. I'm leaving it alone.
I'm sweating like you wouldn't even believe. Why the fuck is the fan gone off? Right, hang on. No, rude girl. I
more than our ice cream.
Is it hot over there this time of year?
No, it's fucking cold. I'm hot.
We're nearly going into winter. We're only a few weeks off winter. We're in autumn at the minute.
Do you have the heater on?
No,
Yeah,
I'm just hot. I'm in my 40s, man. 40 stuck.
I do.
Yes. like it's fucking freezing. That's right, Sky.
How do you freeze and sweat at the same? Never mind.
No, I'm not freezing. I'm not fucking freezing. I said the weather's freezing. I'm on fire. I'm having a hot flush. So, yeah, I'm just gonna wait till I stop sweating.
Mm-hmm.
Can somebody change the subject, please? Can somebody please change the subject before I just melt into this blob?
And then you won't have the ice cream. I'll be
No,
back.
I'm waiting for the ice cream. It's too hard, Glenn. It's too hard. I can't get into it.
I've never heard that. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I'll show you. It's hard. I can't. Look, I'll show you.
You don't need to show me.
The ice cream, Glenn. Oh my goodness. Okay. Right, stop it. Change the subject, everybody. Okay. Mel's got a red satin shirt on or silk shirt. I don't even know. And I'm going to sweat in a minute and show sweat patches. That's not good.
I'll change it back. I'll change it back to the topic at hand.
Yes, please, because I can't cope anymore.
What we witnessed though, when I want to point out, like when I brought up the Dr. Sean T. Smith, instead of just being able to listen objectively and just hear what he's saying and accept what he's saying, and then just, coming to your own conclusion, what Mel did, not sweaty Mel, other Mel, proceeded to do was to try to discredit it the whole time. Like, why couldn't he just why can't we just we're taught to accept what women say. We don't just dismiss immediately, right? You don't know their experience. So why would guys think like, okay, the guy's a psychologist pointing out like, hey, guys are going to have an issue with this, especially when it comes to seeking help. And if this policy in place is going to be very counterproductive for men seeking help, should we not be aware or remove something that may deter men from going out and seeking that help that they need?
But everything he said was against what the science says.
No, everything he said, it was against what the feminist science has said.
Well, yeah, he threw those words in there to like poison the
But
well.
those words are in the
make it sound
policy.
sinister. He made
Well,
it
I mean-
sound sinister and really horrible, but he was just talking a load of shit, man.
Well, don't you think that if they're gonna have, it's gonna be based off of feminist science? That means by just saying feminist, you're saying ideology, and then scientist. So this scientist with this ideology. So that means they're already telling you that this person has a slant towards this view. That would be in bad faith, right?
No, you lost me.
So if I have a view, and let's say I wrote it, and it's all about this, and I'm used this. I have the data, all this data here, but because it says whatever scientist and whatever, meaning my worldview in front of my title, you're not going to say, well, your worldview is probably perverting this. You're going to easily dismiss that.
Well, that's what your guy was doing.
No, he was pointing out that we should not take this as credible when we know that there's an agenda behind it. When this person is, as you know, a feminist, you're not going to say that their worldview may not be projected in here.
But he was disputing like actual scientific studies with no evidence.
What did
He
he
said
dispute?
at one point, he said, "Look, I've got no evidence. I'm just saying you
No, he
just got to
said-
listen."
he said, "I don't know what they're thinking."
Just trust me, bro. Just trust
No,
me.
he said-
It's all big pharma and big trans and big feminist whatever coming after you. It's the deep state shit. It's. I mean,
He
I'm sure he gets paid a lot of money for. How many views are on that video?
See, then you're saying that there may not be anything wrong. You're not even giving the idea of the thought that, you know what, potentially there might be something. He might be onto something. Maybe this is something to look further into. You're just dismissing it right out the gate, and that's the problem.
It's because there are about 1 million red flags in that video. So I'm not going to listen to that guy at all.
But why not open your mind, that guy, and just maybe look into he may, like Glenn said, he may be onto something.
Because it's against all of the science, like well-established science, and people
when did
are
well-established
working on that body
science
of science constantly.
Has masculinity ever been a construct based on social and cultural contextual norms? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Really? Because I think we knew what masculinity was for hundreds and thousands of years before we even had psychologists.
Because it was something that we had developed. So wait, we didn't. We used to live in big societies, like big family groups together, and there weren't gender norms.
So men didn't go out hunting, and women didn't stay with the children.
Not strictly, no.
When you say not strictly, are you saying like not on average, or are you saying more often than not? Like
I'm saying not on average, yeah. And
So you're
and,
saying
and the second thing, yeah.
You're saying the average is not that men went out there and did the hunting.
They probably did it more, yeah.
So
Because-
on average,
because
men were more
men are built
likely
for
to
that.
be the ones that went out and hunted and defended the women and children, correct?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and this is how we've derived those social gender norms. Is because men are generally more aggressive, and they generally do more of the fighting, and women are generally more caring and compassionate and do more of the caretaking. But it's not a strict thing, like one has to be like this and the other has to be like that.
But it's overarching is expected culturally or societal wise that men are going to do those things, right?
Yeah, but you can't say everyone has to be like that because
Nobody's
on
saying that
average,
every man
that's
has to be like that. No, everybody knows that there's outliers.
yeah, but they're not that much of an outlier. Like we're all people. We're not two different species, man and woman. We're all just people.
Oh, we're all just blank slates. Like there's nothing that makes us different outside of like
No,
the
I'm not saying
physical.
that, man.
Like I
I'm
know
not
we're all
saying
just people, but what does that mean? Like you don't think people are different?
yeah, but everyone's different. You can't just put someone into a box depending on what you expect they should behave like.
It's an innate, is what I'm saying. It's men are more by how they're made up. They're more driven to these things, and women are more driven to these things. That's what science has even shown us, right?
Yeah, and I agree with that. But that's
Okay. So then,
I'm saying that's what has caused us to create these gender norms, and to the point where now we tell people, well, no, you're a man, so you have to be like this, or you're a woman, so you have to be like that. You know.
I don't think anybody's telling you what you have to be like. That's the thing.
No, it's the social norm that we've constructed that's telling us that.
So society's telling you, not science, not a psychologist, but society, cultural, is telling you how they think you should be.
Yes.
Okay, and why would society, or why would they even think that they have to tell you to be that way?
Because I mean, a lot of it was religion. I mean, you know, and it's tribalism as well. Like if something's different, you fear it.
Okay, let me ask this: has anybody got laid, and guy wise, for crying? If you seen a guy crying in front of a woman, ladies, do you guys find that attractive?
I don't know how that's relevant.
I'm proving a point.
I'm sure it's happened. Sure. Yeah.
Your Honor, objection, relevance.
I'm proving a point here. Mel, if you see a guy crying, do you just like, get all Twitter pated?
No, I don't get like excited,
Aroused, right?
like aroused, but
Yeah.
it might make me feel empathetic.
Mm-hmm. Now, what happens when we see a guy crying in public? Like, let's say you guys is like just breaking down, bawling in public. Does anybody run to him, see what's wrong with it? Or do we all kind of have this feeling like, oh, what's wrong with this guy? He needs to get it together.
Yeah, because like it's weird because society's told us that men shouldn't do that.
Yeah, because we have learned over time that it's women that see men break down like that, they lose confidence in that man. Something's wrong with that man.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's just
I don't care what you think. I mean, like we have studies that have proven that. That's the thing. Look at Dr. David Buss's study on why do men don't cry. I mean, he's one of the leading evolutionary psychologists that where a lot of these studies come from.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
So it's not sexy for men to cry. So men don't like to cry because it makes them feel like the women think that they don't. The women lose confidence in a guy that cries like that or doesn't have it together.
Well, to be fair, I don't think it's sexy for women to cry either. I never seen a woman crying and be like, "Damn, I'm finna hit that."
Well, I mean, if she's crying out of tears of joy from the orgasmic, you never had.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, yeah.
Oh God, Jesus, like that's crying, in a little bit.
Who the fuck cries when they have an orgasm?
Okay, you never had a real one then.
I'm just
Sure,
keep eating
tears of joy. Tears of
Dude
joy.
always cried after sex. Maybe it was the Australian Wilfred. I don't know.
Women in chat, do you cry after an orgasm? Who the fuck cries after an orgasm?
I've had it happen multiple times.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Leave it down to the individual thing. It's an individual thing.
Any women in chat cry after an orgasm? That's so sad. Sorry.
MPM said, yeah.
Who said yeah?
MPM, Miss Potty Mouth.
She said yeah. I'm gonna have words with you, Miss Potty Mouth. Yeah, that's just not a cool thing to do.
That's it. We're putting a call into Charles. We're going to tell him that that's banned now in Australia.
I'm going to say, like, we need to quit making Australians our bitch because we're just not learning.
Yep, we're going to put it in. You've still got him as your sovereign head of state, so we're going to go and get on that hotline to him and say, yeah, Charlie boy, get the Australians sorted, will you? They're crying after the orgasms.
I have no idea what you just said.
Because Australia's our bitch.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Sorry, Trey. Sorry, Miss Potty Mouth.
Where's Crab? Crab's gonna beat you up, and that guy.
Yeah, they're gonna beat me up. I don't care. I'm enjoying my ice cream too much, and I'm cooling down, which is the main point.
We just don't particularly give a fuck.
You're a bitch, that guy.
I've never met an Australian that actually gave a fuck. All of y'all don't give a fuck about nothing.
Maybe I
do. Down here, and we got to worry about all the spiders and snakes.
I love that for y'all.
I don't. By the way, Resto, we were watching you while you were on Flows. I put it on, and it looked like you two are making a bed for some hot love making.
No, so I thought he was gonna come in a little bit hotter. I just kind of like want to match energy. So like I really didn't want to go like off because like you've seen me go off before. Like it can get pretty bad. So like I didn't really want to go off on the guy, but it's just like I was matching energy and like it got to a point where I'm like, I don't even want to talk anymore. Like this is sad. Like I don't even really. It was sad. I don't even think he has a problem with me. And it's like I'm not gonna give him a real resto argument, you know, because I mean those things are special,
right?
Like if I go off on somebody, it's usually really bad to the point where like the stream gets completely wiped off the face of the fucking earth. But yeah, with Garuda, it was whatever. Like if he had a real problem with me, yeah, I would have went off. But like I was just matching energy at that point. I was just making corny ass jokes and just trying to like pick and prod at him. But I really didn't even feel like it at that point. Like I was just toying around, just like throwing my food around basically. Like I didn't have anything to really say because I don't have a problem with Garuda. If I had a problem with him, yeah, I would have fucking dusted his ass within the first 13 minutes. But,
no, I mean he's all right. But last time he was in my chat, he was talking. People were concerned about his welfare. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. So like, yeah, I didn't go. I went in there like kind of strong, and then like after a while, I'm like, he doesn't really have an issue with me. He's just trying to like say my name for some fucking reason. So I just backed off and just let him do his shit, and then just like hung out with Flo and them for a minute.
I didn't get no notifications of him going on. Oh God, that's killing my teeth. Let me put the ice cream away. Yeah, I didn't get a notification for some reason that he was on. How long was he on for?
I don't know. Flo?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so he got P-bombed.
Tonight?
Yeah, so like Flo was on, like it was his first day back on. I was so happy. I'm like, damn, Flo's back on. And then like I was literally scrolling through YouTube, right? And you know how like when you scroll, you can see like a little preview of like what's going on right now. I saw one guy on there, and I know that he's like a known P-bomber. So like I tried to go in there and type the Flo, like, yo, get this dude off your channel. He's a P-bomber. By the time I did that, he had already did it.
Oh,
And
no
yeah,
way.
yeah. Flo had to delete the live, so he started a new one.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Did you see my message in the back?
Yes, and yes is the answer.
Okay, cool.
I'm just trying to get the link. I asked for a link.
I think he will drop it. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't really have a problem with Garuda. I've stopped like, they call it like lie roasting, where you just roast somebody where like you don't even know anything about them. I've stopped doing that because it's dumb. I'm only roasting people like that I have an actual issue with.
And I do think, and I don't want to go sort of like, because I don't know him, but I do think that he does have problems, mainly with alcohol.
Well, he's got dental problems for sure. But yeah, he does have probably alcohol problems.
Yes, so I don't judge any man for what was that? Yeah, I'm not going to judge a man or a woman if they've got alcoholic problems. This one's your fault. Ever since you put on the Catwoman suit, men done lost the nerve. My mask. Do you like my mask? Have you seen my mask? I love that mask. I could put it on in a minute, but because my hands are a bit cold now, I was having such a hot flush resto that I was melting. That's why I got the ice cream out.
I don't like that.
Hmm?
I don't like that.
No, it was a hot flush. That's what happens when you're in your 40s, right? With women.
I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah, it sucks. So how did it end? Because we stopped watching after a while. After it looked like you were about to make the bed.
I just like kind of stopped and I was just like, dude, I don't even want to do this anymore. Like, I just felt bad for the kid. Like, I can go up and call them all kind of bitches and hoes and like just make jokes and like talk about this. I can do all of that on 10, like upscale, but I just didn't because I don't know, it just didn't feel right. Even though I'm in a fighting mood today, I think it just wasn't right for the time.
Okay. Adam, darling, if you obviously don't know me well enough, but people that know me know I'm not judgmental by any means. I very rarely judge somebody. So what was it? So yeah, I don't, if somebody has an issue with alcohol, hopefully they can go and get some help. Mel Pandora, I have enjoyed every level sitting on it, but you ain't about to influence me to go, right, okay. Do I know the P-Bomber Resto just so I can look out for him? Hey, Uncle Fatty.
Who?
The one that got Flo.
No, I think I already banned him.
Oh, it's not M, is it? Because
No.
No.
It's what you call it? What's his name? Real shit 914 or some shit like that.
Oh, him. Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't know he was a P-Bomber. We banned him ages ago.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's a P-Bomber. Like, I've stopped him on many channels. Like, whenever I see him on like an open panel, like if I just randomly come across one, I'll literally hop up on the stream and be like, get this dude the fuck off of here because he will P-bomb you. That's what he does.
He just put it out?
Yeah, he just whips his shit out.
Whips it out.
It's not impressive. It's not impressive at all.
No, because I banned him for saying he kept talking about his penis, and it was just really irritating as hell. He was actually quite creepy. That's why I banned him. I'm glad that I banned him before he got a chance to whip it out. My God. Are you showing off your body again, Glenn? This is why you're getting objectified.
I was whipping it out.
You're whipping it out. See, every time then you complain that you're getting objectified. Don't complain that women look at you as an object now.
No, that's not fair. Because y'all want to walk around wearing mini skirts and shit, and we can't objectify you. Let's not do that.
Yeah, but that's not walking around in your pants.
Nah. You ain't got nothing to say. I'm just saying, like, you just walk around ass
See,
out.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I love when people are like, well, it's double standard. So what? Life's not fair, and we have double standards. So what? Get over it. You know, like.
Do we have? Is there truly double standards, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, we have double standards, and that's, you know, it is what it is. Like, I mean, okay, here's a perfect example of double standards. You know, the courts will throw the book at men for committing murder, but then a woman could stab her boyfriend 108 times and get probation.
That's insane. I can't believe. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand a drug-induced psychosis is a real thing,
But
and I also understand.
But weed.
Yeah. I know somebody who had a drug-induced psychosis by weed.
Did they go
Yeah.
stab a person 108 times?
No. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm trying to say. I understand about a drug-induced psychosis very, very well, and I understand the effects of a drug-induced psychosis. But what I don't understand is how she managed to prove it in court, because these things are really hard to prove, especially when she stabbed him over 100 times. She stabbed herself over 40 times, and she stabbed the dog.
Maybe the little bastard pissed on the ground and she got tired of it.
I knew that was going to get someone. I knew the dog was going to get someone. I was thinking Mel.
So remember, just a minute ago we were talking about therapy, like talk therapy. So this study right here from this is off of here. I'll just put it in the back chat. It talks about the two forms of psychotherapy, right? Which ones work and which one doesn't work for genders. Interpretive therapy, male patients had better outcomes with interpretive therapy than supportive therapy. Okay, that means, again, they're giving them actionable advice, looking internal. This is where your traumas come from. This is how you address. They give them actionable advice to deal with what they're dealing, what they're feeling, what they're going through. So that's the form of therapy that would work better. Like, here are these tools. You're having this problem. This is where the root of this problem is. If you address this and you handle it this way with some of these tools that I give you, then you'll have a better outcome. But we see more.
There's heaps of stuff that we don't teach people. Like, I think these things, if we taught them to people as kids, I mean, they wouldn't have to learn them as an adult, you know?
What do you mean?
All
right, darling.
Just life skills, like how to handle your problems.
I don't know if it's that simple, that guy, because life is very different now than when it was 20 years ago.
And life is not easy, is it? No.
No, life is not easy. I mean, you can teach your boys how to regulate their emotions, but does that prepare them for the way life is nowadays? I don't know. Is it enough?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't put this on the parents. I'd put this on society as a whole. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Surely
the parents make up
surely
society.
we can do better.
Parents make up society. It's not just children, it's parents that make up society.
Yeah, but I'm not putting the responsibility solely on parents.
I would put the responsibility on parents, yes. They're the ones that have their children the most, and they're the ones that are able to determine what their children are going to be exposed to and not be exposed to for the most part. I mean, yes, obviously they can't keep them away from everything in the world, but they could limit the amount of exposure their children have to culture and society if they think that's conflicting with what they're trying to teach their children.
Sure, of course, but also, like, parents don't know what they're doing. You don't have to get a fucking degree to have a kid, do you? It just happens, and you're thrown into it, and you're like, oh shit, and everyone tries to do their best, but I think they need a bit of help. Is all.
I think when you say do their best, I wonder their best for who.
Well, hopefully for the kid.
Well, we know that parents do not do that. We know that parents, parents that alienate their children from their other, from the other parent, that's not doing it best for the child.
Well, and this is what I'm saying. This is why we can't leave it solely up to the parents.
No, but you said you couldn't blame the parents or solely the parents, and I'm saying yes, because it's the parents that alienate the children from the parents.
Yeah,
it's
but I
the
mean,
actions or the inactions that the parents allow, that either allow the exposure to society and everything that that's out there, or they're they have their child's best interest and they're letting their child be exposed to what is good out there and keeping them from what is bad out there.
Sure, but if they didn't have adequate help, then you can't blame them.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, you could blame them. Like somebody has to be blamed. We can't just like kick down, responsibility or blame. I mean, it's at the end of the day, even if you want to, let's just get rid of the word blame.
Yeah, I agree. Let's do that. Yeah.
Responsibility. Stop using blame. Whose responsibility is it at the end of the day? It's always going to be the parents.
Yeah, well, I think society should have more of a responsibility, and I know like that. That's a very vague term.
Well, I'm wondering can we hold society accountable then? How do we hold them accountable if they're failing to do what they're supposed to do? What's the consequence to society? What do we do?
Well, you're going back to blame now. Like there shouldn't be a consequence. The consequence is things don't turn out as well as they should. Like we should just always try to do better. Even when we're doing well, we should always try and do better.
But better for whom?
For everybody.
I'm a little bit about always blaming the parents as well. My brother's very much like, oh, you always blame the parents. I'm a little bit on the fence about it.
I mean, if your kid decides to go break a window, is society going to pay for that window?
You're going back to blame again.
I'm just asking who's going to be held accountable for the broken window.
You have insurance companies for that.
Who pays the insurance? Like, who's going to have to pay for the window at the end of the day? Who's going to pay the what is it, the premium or the deductible?
Yeah. Sorry, I know I'm being pedantic, man. Yeah, like you said, usually in those circumstances, we think back to old movies and stuff. The parents of the kid would pay for the window, right? And then they'd punish the kid.
So then the parents are responsible, not society.
I don't know. I mean, you can have the best. You can have the best parents in the world, and the child takes a wrong turn, or do we blame? Because it could be influences from other friends or peer pressure? Do we always blame the parents?
No, I mean, we understand that. Like, even the best of parents could, bring in juvenile delinquents or, bad actors in the world, right? These kids still get to make choices, but what we do know is on average, right? Good parents tend to produce good children, more well-productive, well-adjusted members of society. So parents that are being what we have a problem with now is that both parents, we have to work so hard just to survive, just to be able to make ends meet. So a lot of parents they don't have the time, is a problem. Is like their kids are, being babysat by YouTube, or they're on they don't have that interactive time with their children as much as they used to.
Yeah.
But that's
Well,
but that again
covering
is
a lot of different
society, isn't it, Glenn? That's a lot of parents because they can't make ends meet. This is a financial situation. A lot of parents are both working and unfortunately aren't able to spend as much time with their children. Do we blame the parents for trying to make ends meet?
So I do believe that the cost of living is part of the problem, but
Yeah.
the other part of the problem is just really like a lot of people are really poorly educated when it comes to managing finances, and a lot of them are also trying to keep up with the Joneses, right? Like they want to so and so got this, I want it, people want it too. Like people go in debt over the dumbest things. Let me ask you this: how many pairs of shoes do you have?
Me?
Yeah.
Before the big C mini.
Okay, so did you need all those shoes?
No, they were all designers, so I sold them when I lost my job.
But you spent a lot of money. You went in a lot of debt, basically. You know, you threw a lot of money away for those shoes. Luckily, you were able to sell them to recoup. You know, but financial, like we only have 2 feet, so technically, you know, maybe a couple pairs of shoes, 2-3 pairs of shoes is probably most that you'll need, right? Well, why do we want to keep up with? Oh, because so and so have those shoes, or this basketball player wears these shoes. I want a pair of those. You know, consumerism plays a huge role, and it keeps us being, you know, trying to keep up with the Joneses. That's part of the problem, and and a lot of it is living on debt. A lot of people live off of credit cards.
Yeah, but who isn't in debt? When you look at mortgages, people with mortgages, you know, people who have got car on finance.
There's some debt that's like good debt. I'm talking about consumer debt, right?
Okay.
Most people are not living off of their credit cards on like to pay, like to buy a house or, you know, to buy a car. They're living off their credit cards to go on trips, buy clothes, you know, buy, you know, experiences. They go, you know, go do something, you know, like they're spending money that they don't have necessarily.
Yeah, but Glenn, aren't there also a lot of people that are doing that not to go on a trip, but to get food to feed their family or to pay rent or something like that?
Yeah, there's a percentage of that's also the case, but we know that again, on average, not all, but the majority of people that are deeply in debt in consumer debt for frivolous things that they didn't need to sustain their livelihood. Like they didn't need to do it because in order to live, they did it because they want the experience, or they wanted to keep up with what social cues are saying that is cool or good. Or
I don't know if I mean, yeah. But like I said, I'm a little bit hesitant about, especially in this day and age, trying to make ends meet and putting food on the table. I'm sorry, but I'm a little bit about always blaming the parents because life is tough now. So if you need to keep a roof over your head and you need both parents to work full time, and yes, unfortunately, that means that the kids suffer because they're not able to spend as much time with their parents. Why? I don't think we should be blaming.
well, I'm saying it's multifaceted, right? So we have cost of living is ridiculous, right?
Right.
That's one thing, but also we have this drive to want to keep up with the Joneses. We want to look good. We want to, you know, be fashionably acceptable in society, right? We want the new iPhone. Why? Because everybody else has the new iPhone, and I want the new iPhone too. Like we do that too. I mean, a minimalist mindset is a much better mindset overall for people if they don't have a substantial amount of resources at their disposal.
But dude, they need us to keep doing that. That's what drives capitalism.
Yeah, but you don't have to give them what they need if you can't afford it. If it's not going to help you and your family get ahead, right?
Oh, I agree, 100%. Yep.
So we should be better stewards with what we have in order to be able to survive with what, you know, what we have. I mean, like when I know of what. So when I bought a house in Kansas and I sold it, I just did a flip a couple years ago. I live in California and it's fucking ridiculous out here. Cost of living.
Yes, I've heard.
Like it's the average 2-bedroom house is over $600,000.
Wow.
Right? Went to Kansas and went to Wichita, Kansas, bought a home for $50,000. 3-bedroom house. About 12 or 1,400 square feet. Right? Backyard, no garage. That's the only thing that sucked. You know, fixed it up, flipped it, got double back. Right? You can't do that in California. So there's places in America that the cost of living is much lower and can be more affordable for people. But, you know, we want to live where we live because we like where we live. So it's...
Well, some people live there for, like, they try to live close to work and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I work in the film industry, so for me, I gotta be kind of
traveling.
Yeah, I'm either traveling. Either I would always be traveling back here, or I might as well just live here, right? You know. And I grew up out here. I'm from here, so this is also where my family is. So it's like I choose to be here, even though I know that I could afford to probably live a lot better, more comfortably financially elsewhere. But then, as you mentioned, traveling, and I wouldn't be able to be in the career field that I'm in. So we make choices like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man, I relate to that heaps. Yeah,
but it doesn't mean they have to. We choose to. A lot of this is a choice. Is what I'm getting at. It's not always like the big bad this or your hands are tied because you can't do it. No, we have to realize that we choose to live we choose to put ourselves into the situations that we're in.
For the first time ever, Glenn, I don't think I necessarily agree with you.
Well, we gotta have to have something to debate.
I think the economy is getting too hard to cope with, and I think that parents, whether it be both parents, single parents, are just struggling, even like just to buy basic stuff.
And I agree. I'm not disputing that at all. I'm also saying it's not all the economy. It's that sometimes we as adults and people we are not as diligent with our finances as we should be. For example, the other day, I was paying the bills, and I realized what the hell is this damn charge on my account? Well, it was a stupid editing software app that I haven't used in 2 years, but they kept on charging me $10.99 a month. Well, 2 years of paying $10.99 a month, I threw away a couple $100 that I didn't even know I was throwing away. I wasn't as do you see what I'm saying? Like, we're not being as diligent as we could be with our resources that we have.
Yeah, I think what's happening, Glenn, is you're generalizing. You're saying for a lot of people, this is a problem, and we're thinking you're saying that for everybody. Like that's everybody's problem, but
no, I'm saying I'm going with what the majority of people are dealing with, what is average.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were just saying that there are people who don't fall into that basket who.
And I totally acknowledge that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, the problem is multifaceted. It's not just one thing. It could be a multiple of things all at the same time that are playing the role.
Yeah, you're talking about the car, whereas we're looking at the left rear tire.
That's a good way to put it.
I just think, it's all too easy to blame the parents for everything, but sometimes it's not the parents, it's circumstances. That's what I think.
I mentioned to that guy earlier, like, how about we just remove blame and we just put responsibility there instead of it? Because even if it's not their fault, but who still has the responsibility to figure out the solution?
But you've just replaced the word blame with responsibility. So if we go back to your analogy with the window, You're saying whose responsibility is it to fix the window? I'm saying we should try to make sure the window doesn't get broken in the first place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's preventative, and I could agree with you on that. But once the window gets broken, you know,
yeah. Then, of course, like somebody has to fix it.
Yeah, like I say this like when it comes to relationships too. People are like, well, men are always to blame. No, men just are always responsible to act. What are you going to do now that it might not be your fault that your marriage broke down, but you have the responsibility to act. You either are going to do what's necessary to fix it, or you're going to say, I'm not dealing with this no more and I'm moving on, right? Or you're letting it go. You still have the responsibility to make a decision. There's still an act that you must do. We can't kick that act down for someone else to decide.
Yeah, and no one's ever going to be perfect. I mean, you could do everything right for someone, and they're still going to fuck up somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? We all have.
Yeah.
But what we need is to embrace that responsibility.
I think that's why, like, if it's a more like kind of holistic approach where more people are involved, if one person fucks up, it's not so bad for the child, I think.
And don't forget the children now. If you think about how much time they spend at school, how much time they might spend online, you know, the parents are having, obviously we just mentioned the work situation, parents are having less and less time with their children as we go, you know, through time, right? So do I blame the parents necessarily for that? I don't know.
Well, I mean, we know that, okay, we know that when it comes to parents with the two-family home, right? Two parents in the home, they're more likely to have parental, you know, watch with the children more than a single parent, right? A single parent tends to have to do the work for two adults, you know, so they have less time to see the kids and interact with the kids. So we do know that, you know, a nuclear family, or, you know, family with mom and dad in the home, there's probably more parental involvement in those children's lives. And, you know, parents are probably more able to observe and, you know, engage with their children in those lives than with single family parents, right? Single family homes.
But I think like engagement's not the only important thing. They have to have healthy engagement. I mean, we all know that parents can do horrible things to their children. And I mean, I would call that engagement, but I don't think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I was going off of the premise that not all parents or majority of parents are something. I was thinking the parents that actually love
you
their
reading
kids.
something then?
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm
Were you
sorry.
reading? Sorry. There you go. Were you reading that? Is that what you're reading? No? My bad.
I am kind of picking again, I realize, because like what you're saying is if a kid has two parents, the parents are going to have more time for the kid, and that's just true.
Now, however the parent chooses to use that time is not what I'm talking about. Because some parents could do abusive things and horrible things with, you know, and they probably shouldn't be around their kid. They probably shouldn't even have kids. But the parents that, you know, that do value their children, they want to see their children succeed, they probably have a better opportunity of not falling into some of the bad stuff that's out there because they have more parental observation and more parental interaction, right?
Sorry, can I just say something really quickly before we carry on? Mister, thank you for your very generous donation. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. is awesome. He's a hardworking dude. Great father. Good dude all around.
Yeah, thank you. I really
He hopped on my
appreciate
panel from time to time, and He gives some really insightful stuff. You should have him on your panel one of these days.
No, he has been up on my panel.
Oh, good. And yeah, you know how good he is.
Yeah, he's a very nice man, and I've also seen him on your panel. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that. But carry on as you.
I'll keep my eye out for him. I don't think I've seen him before.
Yeah, no, he's been in here plenty of times.
Yep. No, he's a good guy. Really good guy. No, but when it comes down to it, is just that, you know, we want to. Here's the problem when we start blaming society or, you know, whatever. It's the same thing that it pisses me off when I hear like Andrew Tate blaming the Matrix.
You're saying blame again, though, man.
But no, that's what when we say, well, it's society's responsibility or society's fault, right? That the kids are coming up this way, you know. It's almost like saying it's like when Andrew Tate was like, well, why is Andrew Tate under attack? It's because of the Matrix. It's this like a mystery thing, this thing that we cannot pinpoint or we can't point to. It's just this very, you know, undescribable force.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to lay blame on anyone. I'm saying,
well, see, that's the problem. There's sometimes
I'm saying that if
blame.
I'm saying that if there was if the parents had better education on like how to be a good parent, I mean, just something like that, like things to improve outcomes, I think is what I'm trying to talk about, rather than blaming someone once shit goes wrong.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. You're driving a car, you get a text message, and you're reading your text messages as you're driving, and then you run into the back of a car.
Okay, I should have known not to read the text message, and
But
I should have been properly educated.
I mean, how have you not been? Everybody don't text and drive, all those ads and everything that been going on for years. You've heard it. I mean, it's almost the way, like, how can you not know it?
Occasionally, someone's still going to fuck up, right?
All right, but who's to blame when that happens? Was it the person that texted you? Was it the cell phone? Was it the car?
No, you are responsible for. You shouldn't have read the text message. Everybody knows the law.
Okay, so then you're to blame for for causing this problem.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking, Glenn, because I'm trying to say here's how we can produce better outcomes overall, and you're saying but
if you don't know the problem, what's the problem?
When things still go wrong, who are we going to throw in jail? And I'm like, well, I'm not interested in who to throw in jail. I'm interested in how to produce better outcomes.
Can you highlight Mr. Mister's last comment?
Of course.
This is what I'm talking about. He's hitting it right on the head.
Okay.
So we have to put the responsibility, or we have to acknowledge this is the problem and these people are doing this thing. So if you're doing this behavior, you're part of the problem. That's blaming them, and that's holding them to account.
Okay.
Say, hey, and I know that you're doing it wrong, but I'm gonna educate you so you don't do it, continue to do it. But if you still do it, then yes, you should face a consequence.
Oh, of course, yeah, man. Like, I'm not saying we should just stop the whole legal system and.
No, I know you're not saying that. I'm just saying that.
For anything. Yeah.
You're saying you're not trying to point or blame people, and I'm saying no. In order to be able to educate the people that need to know it, you need to be able to blame them for the ones that they're not meeting it. How do you know who's not educated in that area or who needs it?
In that case, yeah, I think everyone needs more education when it comes to parenting and that kind of thing. So I guess you could say I hold the parents responsible, but I mean, what about the people who are supposed to teach the parents? It's you see how it's kind of like a messy thing. It's just sort of if everyone can try to work together to do better, I think.
I think it's once you become an adult regardless of your upbringing, you do have it's upon you to get educated, to learn more, right? So
I just
your
think
parents may have
I'm just
failed
going off
you.
this thought that like people can have kids, and you don't need to like go to uni or anything like that to have kids. You just have them, and then I
Maybe
mean,
that's the problem. We need to like have a better entry or to barrier for those that want to have kids. You want to have kids? Can't have kids until you pass these parenting school.
yeah, and I'm not sure how you do it, but I mean, we know that people are uneducated enough. Some people.
Rach, Wiccan, can you take over for a minute? I've got somebody at the door. Girls. Either of them there?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was just clicking the
Okay,
kettle.
thank you.
Rock thought it was a bat phone. To me, it sounded like a hospital intercom or something.
What guy are you being, Lippy?
What? No. Mel's intercom.
Oh, Mel's intercom. Oh, yeah. The very posh intercoms then.
Yeah, to me, it sounded like a noise that I'd hear in the hospital.
You see, up in the northeast, it's just like a flat do. We're not as posh as London.
Yeah, I was sick of hearing that noise. Luckily, they fired me.
So, Glenn, are you looking forward to the debate with Mel?
I am. I'm ready to just, put her in her place and just, give that woman the lesson that she's been missing for years. I'm just going to just give her comeuppance and shut her down.
I just hope she hasn't been trained by the SAS. That's all I hope. Otherwise, you've got no chance if the SAS has trained her.
I think Mel still has a few secrets.
Oh, yes.
I look forward to that debate much more than I did when I had a debate Ben Thorpe. I'll say that.
When's Lemons? I think she's debating Lemon as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm saying I think she's debating Lemon shortly.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, that one should be an interesting one as well.
Sky, I saw that. Glenn, that's fucking fighting talk. Ninja, unleash. Oh shit. Damn it. Gotta watch out for these ninjas. They don't get me.
Mel's a bit more, she can debate better than me. I just cut you down with a nasty tongue.
I like what Adam said. Both genders are a threat to each other. Yeah, it's funny because I'm not sure if that was always the case, but it seems more that men and women both see each other as adversaries rather than complements to one another. And that's the problem. And then that would go towards there's been people that are on both sides, both genders, that have not been held accountable for their actions and have hurt people and have done severe damage to them, to where now abusive people are abusive people. Yeah, and people have this barrier and lack of trust of humanity and of people because men bad, women bad. So how can anybody want to procreate or have kids when you think the enemy is the opposite gender, but you've come to that conclusion based off of multiple counts over time or over history where you've seen this as a bad thing, this gender as a bad thing.
Well, and yeah, it's not just the gender thing. Like there's division everywhere at the moment, but but like you do have people at the moment saying things like "your body, my choice," which doesn't help. I don't think.
You know what? Ghost, you're right. We talked about that on my channel. We need to stop saying accountability and start saying growth opportunities.
Yep.
Accountability is a growth opportunity. That's right. I fucked up. I dropped the ball there. She kept on using the terms that we switched it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, you need to be able to incentivize people to want to take accountability, and the best way to do that, it's a growth opportunity. You have the opportunity to grow here.
Yeah, I think like too many people aren't taking the opportunity.
And then we got to incentivize them to do so. Right?
Well, yeah, I guess.
What's going on, chat? What you guys are saying?
Yeah.
And if you fuck up, don't let go. Let your ego prevent your sincere. That's right.
I'm staying out of this one. I always get myself into trouble, so I'm staying out of that one.
Zoot's in boots in chat. Hey Zoot. She's my new best friend.
Hello, Zoot. If only you knew, Sky. If only you knew what was going on in my head. I just said I was like, not going to comment on that bit because I get myself into trouble all the time. So,
Oh, Zoot, we are in the future. It's Saturday for us. Where is it for you? How? Like, where do you guys live? What time do you guys live in?
It's 13:43 in the UK now. In America, there'll be
On a Friday?
Yeah, on a Friday, and it'll be
Yeah.
early on Friday as well for America.
It's about 1:45 in the morning on a Saturday for me.
So you're 11 hours in front of me.
It is almost 6.
Okay.
It's 5:45 over here on the beautiful Gold Coast.
10 or 11. Mm.
That was fun.
Chat, give us a topic, chat. Give
Yeah.
us a topic.
Snooze, you lose.
All I can think about is food. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, I enjoyed my bacon and eggs before. Oh, it's lovely.
I bet you did, Rach. I haven't heard a peep from you all night.
Do you mean you want to get into this argument? I'll tell you a new one.
Well, I was
Go
going to tell Zoots, the Gold Coast is where the gold rush was. So the West Coast.
West Coast. I've been to America twice. And I enjoyed it both times. Because I didn't go to tourist spots.
I'm worried I'll get shot.
Oh, I didn't. I was getting told, shh, man. I went, I don't fucking give a shit, me. Oh, I tell you, I just fucking headbutt the fuckers. Anybody comes near me, I just go, woomph. That's just a hobby for me.
Not because of anything I said or anything, just in general, because it's America.
It's just, well, alcohol, right? This is why I don't drink anymore, because alcohol is like a truth serum to us. So everything that I've been holding in and holding back because I don't want to upset somebody, once I've had alcohol, that's it. It just comes rolling off the tongue.
I'm back temporarily. That's like me. Like, never get me when I'm drunk because, it's like I have absolutely zero filters. Yeah. You will be told exactly what I'm thinking.
But now, I think I'm just as bad without having a drink. I'm just as bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rach, have I been listening to you sober? I'd hate to hear you
Yeah,
drunk.
that is. Oh, did you? Oh God! Don't tell me you heard that. Oh, gee whiz, that was to the bone.
Fatty says, when is it okay for men to cry? I think it's okay for men to cry, as long as they don't. Like, for example, I want to make an example. If you're having problems with whatever, and you cry because it's really stressed you out, it's okay to cry. But if you're going to cry every single day for the next 2 weeks, then at that point, I'm going to say, sort your life out. Oh, Fatty, are you a granddad yet? Fatty, have you had your grandbabies yet? Fatty was expecting 2 grandbabies.
Oh.
Yeah, and I bet you those are tears of joy.
Tears of joy.
Yeah. Look,
Congratulations, Patty.
Yeah. Never okay for men to cry in front of their women unless there's a death. Yeah. I mean, I would say if there was a death, it's okay for men to cry.
It's all right for a man to cry just as much as it's all right for a woman to cry for whatever reason in my eyes. Whatever reason. If you need to cry, cry. It's better off out than in. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I've always lived by that.
Although Rachel, I remember when I was going out with I was dating a bodybuilder and he was coming off the roids and his estrogen levels were sky high and he kept crying. And I have to say, I don't know how it made me feel. Oh, you're grandpapa now. Oh, how many have been born? 1 or 2, Uncle Fatty? Congratulations, my love. Congratulations.
Congratulations and celebrations. 2 seconds, my phone's going. I need to take this call.
How many? Because he both his daughters were expecting. Isn't that lovely? Congratulations, my love. So, what do you think? What about a baby girl and a baby boy coming in a few weeks' time? Oh, that's lovely, Uncle Fatty. How lovely. What about you men? When do you think it's okay to cry and when is it not okay to cry? I'd be curious to see what the men say. That guy?
I don't know if I could draw a line. I mean, it's going to be different for different people, different situations. I don't know if I'd put it into a box like this is okay and this is not.
I mean, I come from a family where the men in my family don't cry. I told my dad when his dad passed away and when his mum passed away, I got the news first to tell my dad. Never shed one tear. I've never seen a tear come out of my dad's eyes, but he was old. He's old school. You know, he's like a man's a man. I've only ever seen one of my brothers cry when the dog died and he cried like a baby on my shoulder. That was heartbreaking.
Yeah, it was the same. I grew up in a family where, well, and also in a time, you know, during the 80s where men didn't cry. That was a thing. And I used to cry a lot when I was a kid, I think, but at some point,
when you're a kid, when you're a kid, it's okay. It's okay to cry as a kid. You can't tell a kid not to cry.
Yeah. At some point, I just kind of stopped, and now I don't cry much at all. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
No, I don't.
My thing is like, you know, just because we may have not seen our fathers cry doesn't mean that they didn't cry. Maybe they choose not to cry around you. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe they want that is their time to release their emotions or to, you know, express their emotions.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how I would have felt if let's say my father used to cry a lot or something. I don't know how I would have felt about that. It might have. I don't know. I don't remember my mother crying much either. I think either of them crying would have upset me.
I mean, my dad wouldn't even cry tears of joy. I remember when I told him I was pregnant, he said nothing, turned away, and then got in his car and drove off.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was old, Mum. Yeah, it wasn't like I'd made a mistake when I was in my ears, my teens. I got pregnant like in my mid-30s. Well, just before my mid-30s. So it's not like I didn't wait. He just turned around and drove off, said nothing.
I'm sorry, Mel. That's horrible.
Because he was shocked. He was just shocked. I didn't even get a congratulation.
It just sounds horrible.
No, my dad's not he doesn't show emotion very easy, but that's a generational thing. My granddad was the same. His dad was the same. I'd hug him and he'd just stand there like a statue. That's my granddad, but I loved him, So, I don't know. I think it depends. I think men, hello, Nova, sweetheart. Hello, darling. Thank you for passing through. And hello, Grid One Motorsports. I mean, I don't know, because I think men tend to give men more of a hard time for crying than women do. Right? No?
No. We look at men so they did a study, right? They had a group of men they had a group of men observe like a woman crying, right? And when a woman cries, everybody wants to just go to her. Like, what's wrong? Solve her problems. Same thing was with the baby. Everybody sees a baby cry, we want to solve the baby's problems. When we see the man cry, everybody, even men and women, we're all kind of like, oh, what's wrong with this guy? We have this like, it's the ick. Best way to say it. Everybody kind of gets the ick when they see a guy cry.
Really? Even if there's been a death?
You don't know why, because you're putting a reason to it, to why he's crying. We're just saying, if you see the guy crying, you have no reason or no knowledge of why he's crying. Everybody has that initial reaction is the ick.
Well, I'd feel the same thing if it was that situation with a woman. If she was just a woman standing there just by herself crying, I'd be like, oh shit, should I talk to her or
more likely than not, most people would go to approach her to see if there's anything they could do to help her.
Mm.
Probably, yeah.
And this is not my experience. And again, these are studies. I'm not telling you my experience. I mean, shit, I cried in the movie My Girl. You wanted to be a fucking astronaut, damn it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a man crying every now and again. If he's doing it, it on a regular.
Here's the thing, you gave me you said this perfect thing. You don't think it's wrong for a man to cry every now and again. So you are arbitrary and saying, like, you know what, I'm going to say, if he cries every now and again under these circumstances, that's fine. So now men are going to appeal to what women want when women think men are supposed to cry, or if they're supposed to express their emotions. That's what I'm saying. Like, the reason why men don't cry all the time is because it's not sexy.
No, but Glenn, I'll go back to the guy who was coming off the roids, right? Who was crying like a bitch all the time. I mean, I know that was because of the coming off the roids.
He must not have post-cycled properly. He didn't probably post-cycle at all.
I don't know much of how you come off them. I'm not educated like that. But he was very emotional all the time. But I put that down to him coming off it. But it was a bit kind of like, will you please stop crying?
And it would be the same thing with any person. Let's not say man or woman. Any person, if they were constantly crying, you'd be like, okay, there's a problem here.
Jariah said that is the roids. Exactly, that's what I said. It's the roids, because the estrogen levels goes up tremendously, don't they, Glenn, when you stop them? I'm not that educated in roids.
So what happens? Yeah, your hormones your hormones are this more testosterone or whatever in your body, right? So when you stop taking it, your hormones become imbalanced, and your body's not producing nowhere near as much testosterone. Or actually, your testosterone production gets shut down when you're using synthetic testosterone, and your body has to wait till it's low enough to where it starts producing its natural testosterone. And sometimes it doesn't even start producing natural testosterone again because you've been on synthetic anabolic products for so long. But you have to post cycle. There's a reason to post cycle, and there's a way to do it properly. You just can't just like turn off the valve and be like zero, testosterone injections. There's a way to properly do it. If they're not educated, then they shouldn't be doing testosterone or any steroids at that.
Hey Kurt, how you doing, my love?
Oh, I'm good. I just had to come up here. That shit earlier this morning was driving me nuts.
What shit?
I appreciate the men on panel that are talking about what it takes to be a man and what it takes to control your masculinity, but it was just so aggravating to hear somebody that doesn't want to be a man anymore try to tell men how to be men. And I know that's going to piss a lot of people off, but I think that's a big
I'll
problem
say it
too.
anyway.
No, yeah, I'm saying it. I don't care. It's true. It's people. How can you tell a man how to be when you don't want to be a man anymore? And I think that's a big problem with the masculinity too, is that people are trying to tell men how to act rather than experiencing it for themselves. I don't know. I could be
Hey,
completely
Big
wrong.
One Motorsports, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Sorry, carry on, Kurt.
No, you're good. I didn't see that you had that thing up, bro. I would have shut up.
No, it's okay. Carry on what you were saying. It's just like it was just a safety precaution.
No, it's just there's young men that are growing up that maybe see this, that are 18, that are, dealing with some of that stuff themselves. And it was just so frustrating to hear somebody that referred to themselves as a woman try to tell men how to carry themselves. Like, that argument was just so irritating to me.
Yeah, I didn't get that at all.
And I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm just trying to say what I got to say, because I feel like people are afraid to say that because of the Me Too movement or whatever you want to call it. And I feel like, how can you sit up here and tell grown men how to be grown men when you don't want to be a grown man anymore? Like, that's kind of weird. But anyway, I hate to be a negative Nancy.
No, Kurt, I get it. I just don't see the point of presenting the obvious. I rather, because that's what they expect, right? They expect that reaction. They expect somebody to say that because it distracts from. I rather just face the discrepancies in their argument rather than point out the where's Waldo.
I can agree to what you're saying, but at the end of the day, this is the internet, and that guy doesn't have an image up. So if you are somebody that doesn't know this platform and doesn't know this panel, you're hearing that as a woman presenting on what a man should do rather than a man that gave up his masculinity to be a woman. So that's why I wanted to say it. Not because I felt like that was the easy route to take, but on the internet, if he had his face up and you could see and understand where he was coming from because of that situation, then yes, 100% I can agree with you.
Well, my question would be: so if a woman told a man what a man should be like, would you feel any different than a man that doesn't want to be a man?
100%.
I would honestly, I think that it's both just as dumb.
No, I disagree, because a man and a woman wed and a man and a woman
yeah, but a woman doesn't have any experience of being a man.
No, but she has experience backing a man that she has dated or been in a relationship or even been friends with, that can see it through a woman's perspective, through a woman's brain. And
so can a man tell a woman how to be a woman?
No, but a man could definitely, I can tell you a lot about a C-section. I can tell you a lot about bacterial vaginosis. I can tell you a lot about a lot of different things that women go through. So I do have compassion and empathy for what they're dealing with. So I can speak on certain things because I've experienced them with a woman.
But okay, hold on. Point out a discrepancy in your logic here. You're saying a man can't tell a woman how to be a woman, but a woman could tell a man how to be a man because woman.
No. She can't tell a man how to be a man, but she can give opinions and points of interest on what he's doing, if that makes any sense. Like,
so can a man do the same to women?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's trying to clear up because I was just wondering if it was
Yeah,
going
no,
one way or not.
it should work as a team effort. It should work both ways. But I guess I can see your point on how ignorant for me to get mad about that. But I don't know. I think it's just because I have
I'm
a
not
son.
saying you're ignorant for it at
No,
all.
I was kind of ignorant for getting mad at that aspect of, of what he identified as. But I have a son, and I don't want my son to think that, I can act a certain way, and I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's different. Maybe it's because I don't know. I should be more open-minded, maybe.
Good. What do you think?
Well, I came in a little late, so I'm just trying to catch up and see where everybody's at. No, my wife can't tell me how to be a man any more than I can tell her how to be a better woman. I can give her advice on things I like and dislike, but beyond that, she is who she is, and I am who I am. I mean, these are some deep esoterical questions. What is it to be a man?
Mm-hmm.
Cock and balls.
No,
Exactly.
I think it's emotion.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No,
Don't-
I know, but I think emotion. I think that the reason I have with it is men have a different emotional understanding of who we are than women do. And when you change your emotional beliefs based off of a gender, that's when I have a problem. Like that's.
Have you ever been to a
Gender's
ball
made
game?
up.
I'm sorry.
Gender's
Excuse me.
been a made up concept. It's always been everything was sex. Whether you are male or female. That's what everything was before. Gender is a new made up concept.
I mean, as far as men being that much different, have you ever been to a ball game and seen a bunch of frat dudes acting like a bunch of women, giggling and carrying on and slapping each other on the ass and shit like that? That's pretty damn feminine, right?
Yeah.
Right. But you don't consider them less of men, and they're it's a group of men being men out at a football game or something. So I mean, this is all. I mean, you get deep in the weeds when you try and define this stuff in the like really tight little boxes, right? Like you just
No,
can't.
I wouldn't say define it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you were trying to define it.
No. That let me backtrack.
Glenn,
My issue is
did
this.
I come in late? Was he not trying to define? I'm sorry.
If you have a to me, if you don't understand who you are as a person, I look at that as a mental disorder. Like you have an issue with understanding who you are. Maybe you know completely who you are, maybe you don't, whatever. I feel like if you've decided that you no longer want to identify as the gender that you were born in, you should not have any input on what other men that remained that gender how they should carry themselves. That's all I'm saying. Like that, just like a woman can't tell a man what to do.
You lose your man card, right? Is that what you're kind of saying?
Yeah. Yes. 100%. That's a good way to put it.
I understand, but I don't have to be the thing to understand the thing. I don't have to be a woman to understand my wife is going to be batshit crazy if I write a check for 50 grand a day for something she disagrees with. I don't need to be a woman to understand that. I don't need to be a woman to understand that she likes perfume and she's going to spend money on expensive things that I do not understand. And she's going to flip out when I say something that I think is very innocent and she thinks is very offensive. I don't need to be a woman to understand those things. I can just understand them because I'm a human and have a brain and I can understand things. So I disagree. Once again, I agree with Glenn that your logic doesn't actually follow. Now you can say that you personally do not respect the opinion of someone who has chosen to become trans or whatever. Yeah. You can say, look, it's not that look, I don't hate you as a person. I've lost all respect for you. That's fair. Right? There are a lot of people I don't respect.
Yeah, their facts and their opinions just don't hold weight for me because they decided that that's not what they identify as either.
And that's totally fair.
I get what you're saying, and I respect that because you're right. I think, I get what you're saying. How it can.
Whoops, he hit the wrong button. It happens. Not to me, but it happens.
Oh, I just let him back up.
Not this ugly guy.
That's okay.
Resto.
Hey, son, how you doing?
I was kind of it is Resto. Hey, Resto.
My bad. I kicked myself, but I got to get back in here to work. I just wanted to pop up and look. I really didn't want to offend anybody whatsoever, and that's
Oh, I'm
just
not.
how
Yeah,
I feel about it.
Don't run.
And I appreciate you guys for real. I
Why
like
you
this.
running?
I ain't
Why
running.
are you running? Why are you running?
I ain't going nowhere. I'll kick it with you for a minute, but as soon as I hit this door, I got to go in there. So if I just disappear, that's where I went.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah. So I just think, like, like, I get what you're saying. Like, you're this kind, like, just because he abandoned or he's rejecting who he is, you're like, not going to take his opinion, and that's fine. But there has to be. Then that makes it personal. I'd rather refute their opinion based off of what they're presenting, rather than make it a personal thing. Does that make sense?
100%. It does. And that's why I said maybe I should be a little bit more open-minded and look at it from what it is and not who it is.
I think you have to have a little more intellectual honesty. What you're saying really is that you've lost respect for them, and that has nothing to do with them having a valid. Their opinion could be 100% valid.
Yeah, it could be true, and
their opinion because you need to be more intellectually honest about it. And most people really do need to be more.
Oh God, the frog came out.
A lot
the
of
frog
time.
with the hat. I know what that means. It's about that time. Somebody's feeling
I
froggy.
love you. I'll be in chat. I got to get back in here.
Hi, Kat.
I promise I'm walking in here with good faith, even if I'm a frog with a hat on.
A naughty frog with a hat on, may I
Never
add.
trust a frog with a hat. They start
I
singing
thought, Resto, when you're the frog, I thought that's when you're ready to beef. Isn't that why you did the frog?
Oh no, maybe a little bit. maybe a little bit. I told you I came in here telling y'all that I was already pissed today. So
I missed that part. I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, because you said this was like one of the most boring shows on YouTube, but yet you're here, grade 1.
Yeah, it's early morning. I'm waiting for my kid to get ready to go to daycare, so it's I'm just bouncing around. I saw Glenn was on, came to annoy him.
You said my channel was boring.
I did, but I'm honest about it.
Well, fuck you.
Okay, maybe later. Maybe later.
You go, girl.
Now, to be
okay, how is that possible? How is that possible? How is that possible?
I think he made that assessment with very little knowledge of watching your show based off of a few things that he saw before you guys had your conversations. That's what I think.
Did Glenn get muted? Like, really? Did you step away from your mic?
No, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. That's way better.
I said, I think you made that assessment prior to you and Mel having that stream that one day.
Yeah, it could be. It's been a minute.
But he did say it.
I did say it.
Okay.
I don't deny anything I say. If I say something, I'll straight up tell you I said it.
As long as you stand 10 toes, that's fine with me.
So as a frog, do you stand on your toes and your...
Most of the time, yes. That's the frog with the hat on. Yes, I do.
So is it...
Oh, that's why you came in as the frog. Now I get it.
He's a naughty frog.
No, I guess everybody can.
I said you can't trust the frog. They can start breaking out in show tunes, and then it's all go bad.
Yeah, I've seen that commercial. That's funny. I like it.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey.
Right.
Hello, my bright new gal.
That's right.
What is happening?
Resto likes sitting on Dad's lap, huh?
I'm lost. Can anybody help
Yeah,
with?
you gotta go. I better go over here. Go.
Wait a minute.
Come on. No, Resto. I told you where I wanted Glenn tonight.
Okay, I got you.
Put him back. Thank you.
Resto's teabagging that
Wait a
guy.
minute, now I'm sitting on Grid's lap. This is a really bad threesome right here.
Yeah. Well, you're the one in the middle, so I'm cool
I
with
don't
that.
like this. I do not like this at all. This is really bad. I don't appreciate this whatsoever.
You do not consent. Is that what you're trying to say, Glenn? You do not consent.
Zero consent given.
You missed out last night. I'll see if I can find the clip. I'll send it to you. It's really hilarious. I do not consent. It was very funny.
What happened?
It's on Sarah's panel.
It was the fucking furry. The fucking
furry.
fox.
Yeah. So,
Fuck
yeah.
that
That's what I was
fucking
going
fox.
to say, yeah.
Fuck that fox.
You were so nice to them when they were on too. Like you were very polite.
Because this is not okay. So look, let me tell you something. I will dead ass be kosher with people when they're here, because this isn't my shit. I could easily kick people, but I don't, because out of respect for Mel. I hate that fucking fox. But if Mel wants that fox on, cool. Mel can have that.
Fox is wearing
fox.
thin on me too. I got to be honest with you. I thought it was funny at
fuck
first.
that
but
fox.
She's wearing thin, or whatever. But the interesting thing is that so Mr. paid for 1v1. I'm sorry. I missed something.
She.
Okay, she. Thank you.
The fox, she.
Okay. So Mr. paid for a 1v1 between her and Flo. And so Sarah put them up, faced off, and she's like, I don't consent, and like left. Like checked out. And then she came back and she realized that it had been paid for, and she was a good sport about it. So that was all. But it was just really hilarious when it happened. It was very odd and kind of funny. But I think Resto must have seen it because he like pinged it perfectly.
Yeah, I saw it.
What did the fox do again?
No, okay, so the fox was supposed to. He just explained it. The fox was supposed to go 1v1 with Flo. The fox dipped, but then the fox realized, oh shit, this was paid for. So yeah, I got to go 1v1 with Flo.
Well, also kind of committed like, a really big faux pas in that she came back and she like, I'm going to go get a shower and go to another panel and name the panel. And like, it was weird and bad form. So not very good, honestly. But
I was hoping when the fox left, like they would leave for like eternity. And then like when they came back, I was just
that
like,
was a fucking lie.
I was fucking pissed. But hey, what can you do? Flo won't give me the keys. Flo, if you're listening, give me the keys.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was funny. It was very interesting. And
So,
then I had to go a little later, so I missed out on a bunch.
So good. The topic, like original topic, was about men being victims of DV, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We were talking about it, like, and we're trying to find. We were talking about actionable advice to give men, like how to address these things when they're in these scenarios.
And we watched that video.
Yeah. They watched the video where the guy's getting beat up in public or by the girl, and everybody's just kind of like watching him and laughing.
I was thinking of the other video. But yeah.
And then they watched my video, like the suicide videos.
I was thinking of the last one.
The last
But
one.
we did. We
I don't
watched
think
that
he's
as
ever
well, yeah.
watched that video. I'm not sure if I ever showed that one to Grid.
Same too.
Yeah, I may not have seen that one. I'm trying to picture the one you're talking about. I don't think I've seen it. So
they did this like a social experiment where the guy and a girl will walk, and the guy would like be rough and manhandle and start doing like some aggressive, violent, physical stuff with the woman, and everybody would react to it. Get involved to get him away. Almost beat him up, right? But then when the woman did it, people were laughing, videotaping it, recording, going up and hitting the guy as the woman was hitting him, right? Like, so like socially, you know, we don't see males as victims of domestic violence. And so the question was, well, what do guys need to do or what can they do when they find themselves in this situation? What's the best way for them to, you know, what tools can they have, or, you know, what advice can we give them to handle that scenario the best way?
Honestly, the best way is just to walk away. You're not going to win a fight with a woman, whether you
Yeah,
beat her
even if
ass.
you win, you lose.
Yeah, like you just gotta just
There's
leave.
no win.
There's no win. There's no win with a woman. Like if I straight up suplex a woman because she came at me with a knife, I still lose. There's no way.
So if you're out in
You gotta
public,
suplex her. Like, I mean,
suplex isn't that bad. There's worse.
That's true.
Yeah.
You could DDT her. That would be really fucked up.
So if a woman is that, if you're out in public and a woman is yelling and berating a man, like you can just see this. You see this every day. You just don't realize it. And it could be just, yeah, you know, you piece of trash, you messed up everything, whatever. And people will literally just laugh, point, ignore, whatever. The man does the same thing to a woman, and people will be like, "Hey, buddy, knock it off, leave her alone. Why are you being a dick?" All of these things, and I mean, I think it's and that's low level. Once it escalates, it gets even worse. Like, just you know, I've seen a lot of the social experiment videos where men have done different things, or they've staged different things where men have pushed women or whatever. And men will immediately come to her aid. So it's just it's a very interesting dynamic. I think it's interesting. I'm probably the only one.
I'd be interested to see the results if it was like female on female or male on male.
Joke's on you. I'm into that.
You're into male on male?
What?
Male on male, maybe.
Like two dudes that are dating, like smacking each other around and calling each other bitch.
I said male on male.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How would you stuff around a man? I do the typical woman stuff when we do like that.
Why do women always go
slappy,
for the hair?
slappy party?
Yeah, they're one of them. Yeah, one of them. I did it with my
hair.
baby daddy when him and my son got into an altercation not that long ago. I jumped in the middle and started. I mean, did I surprise him? Yeah, but that's what I did. I'm not going to be able to beat up a man. I'm not going to do much damage.
Not at all.
No,
not at all.
No.
Now, would you advise the guys? Let's say that this was done in the home, right? Would you advise the guys to leave the house?
Yes, I would advise the men to leave the house.
Grid? Resto?
Yeah, dip. You're not gonna win. It's not gonna look good for you legally or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know why my OBS on OBS needs to update. Jesus. Give me a second. I'm getting a call right now. Give me a second.
Oh, that's sweet.
I mean, I don't think there's a win there at all. If you stand your ground, even if you were to call the police and tell them that, hey, my wife is being really bad and trying to hit me and, you know, stab me in the eye with a fork and all that kind of stuff. Even if you did that, you're still going to lose. You know, they may take her away for that evening, but you know, at some point coming back, and I just don't. I don't feel like this is. There's no win. There's no win there. So.
So do you think he should leave the house?
I think the safe play is to leave the house. It's morally objectionable, and I think that it's terrible that it you know, that's the way it is. But yeah, there's really no other choice. If you stay, whatever happens, you're gonna lose. So.
Yeah, I advise the guys to go lock themselves in a bathroom and call the cops.
Well, yeah, you can call
So
the
they don't
cops,
leave
but
the house.
again, see that as that's simply delaying the loss.
Sorry about that.
Well, if he
You're good, sweetie.
Then he could get the DVRO, the domestic violence restraining order on her. If he leaves,
well,
he doesn't get to do that.
I mean, currently, at least in the U.S., it is more common now for men to be able to get those.
Yeah,
against
well,
women.
not by much, but yeah, that's statistically
It is more
it's
common.
gone up.
I mean, I'll take any percentage point because there for a while it was almost impossible for a man to get a DVRO.
I believe it was like 50% to like 250 percentage points difference. Like men would get it on average, like out of 100 cases, 50% of the time, and women would get it like almost every time, like without a doubt. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Even that case that we talked about at the start, it was only a female officer, I believe, who said, "Hey, I think this guy's the victim." This is going way back to the beginning of stream.
I don't think I caught that part. I think I came on a little later.
So which one was that? That guy? Which case did we talk about? Which one? Because we talked about a couple of cases at the beginning.
Okay, it was a case of DV against a man, and it was the one where it said, I think we can read it out, that a female officer said, "Hey, hold on, I actually think the guy is the victim here," and that's the only reason that he really was believed. I think.
Was it the American case where he unalived himself?
Maybe. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, Adam 87 is right. But
sorry, I just had some news. 1 second, guys.
No worries. He says men just ain't looked at as victims, as vulnerable as women. Yeah, well, because we know men men are the bigger, aggressive, more violent individuals. Like even men, we see other men as threats. So of course women will see men as a physical threat, and men, we don't see women as a physical threat, so we know we're always naturally going to be looked at as the threat.
Yeah, because on a whole, and I'm not saying, on a whole, men are physically stronger than a woman. We are weaker than you are. We are at disadvantage. We can't, if you attack us, it's very unlikely that if you hold us down to do, because you want to do, we can't get away from you.
Yeah, so then why would you want to attack that person that that's that much more capable?
Exactly. That's what I don't understand.
That's the part that blows my mind. Is like that he's way more
because
capable.
I mean, just look at all of modernity has told men not to hit women, and women feel very safe in that. Women believe that that's what's going to happen.
Give me a second.
You will straight up hear women say that you can't hit me, you won't hit me, you whatever. And
like I brought up,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I brought up earlier, that's just a generalization in a relationship. I mean, the man's not always the stronger one.
Oh, come on, that guy. It's very unusual for a woman to be physically stronger for a man, not unless I'd say 99% of time that a man's going to be way stronger than a woman.
I don't know about that.
Okay, well, question. That guy, have you ever dated a woman that was stronger than you? Is this like a personal?
No,
experience?
I haven't. But
Okay.
I know women that could kick my ass.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they're stronger than you.
Yeah.
She may learn a discipline. She may learn a martial art discipline that you're not familiar with or not aware of, and
No, I'm talking about they could physically dominate me. They could hold me down and pin me to the ground, and I wouldn't be able to move. They'd just
I
be.
mean,
What
yeah,
women do you fucking know? I mean, Jesus Christ.
I would. You could say the same thing about any woman that's 400 pounds.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not always the case.
Death by obesity. What a way to go.
No, but Adam said about
that was a
bodybuilders.
case?
There are
That
some
did
women
happen.
bodybuilders that are really strong, right? But can they be as strong as men now?
They're okay. So female bodybuilder is probably as strong as the average man because she's taking, again, she's running gear, she's running steroids to help her get to that like level of muscular strength and abilities. But even then, it's still like they're like the, I wouldn't even say average man. They're still slightly, below average in my opinion. Because I mean, I've worked out with female bodybuilders, and they're definitely not, benching 315 with me. They may be doing 145 or 165, but they're not hitting over 200 either.
Sorry,
and
Sky just made
I'm thinking of me, man. I don't have a lot of body weight at all, and I know women that just have a bigger frame than they have more weight than I do, and they could just physically dominate me, and there's not much I could do about it.
It's funny. Did you guys hear about that story? This guy died of asphyxiation or suffocation, right? Yeah, from eating box because the girl, his girlfriend or wife or whatever, she was like 400 pounds or something ridiculous like that, and she sat on his face.
I remember that. Yeah, I heard about it.
I was like, what the how selfish. Like, she took his breath away, literally.
Yeah, but that was getting around on like the man shows and stuff like that, wasn't it? Like, I'm not sure if it was a real story or if it was just
No, it was a real story. There's an article out for it. I gotta find it.
Yeah, okay.
Sky, stop
Sorry,
it.
I'm
You're
back.
making me laugh. You're making me laugh, and I shouldn't be laughing. Stop it, Sky.
Hey, she wanted that box to be eaten right, and
I
she
just
wasn't
got
gonna let
back.
him up.
and
She's
Now we're
like,
talking about box.
we're talking about box
Suffocated
now.
by box.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite subject.
What? Even if you're suffocated by it,
Yeah, suffocate me, baby doll. Let's go.
until you die.
I don't give. If I die, I die.
Okay.
You don't know you're
Man's
dead.
on a mission. I have to go. That's funny. That's actually really funny. That's a great parting. That's a great parting thought. I have to go. I may be back if you're still on.
Okay. Bye. Bye.
You get your split back. Hey, make sure you just watch it, bro. Don't make sure it's no flakes. I don't want no clitty litter. No clitty litter in that motherfucker.
Oh, that's
Clearly,
I had to confiscate
Liddy
it. forever.
litter.
What's that? What's
Oh, he's talking
clearly
about the dried residue on the dick after. I got you.
No. Okay. I forgot my mother said.
Chat's cracking me up. Stop it, chat.
So, you see, like this 400.
Just kind of. Look, we cannot discriminate against larger women, even if they do kill their men.
Hey, that's not my issue.
Fellas, run.
I laughed, but I was muted.
Look, if she says, "Let me climb on top," you got to remind her like you remind those big puppies. Okay, like big dogs always think they're little dogs. You're too big for that.
I have to turn my camera off. Stop it.
So my brother had a dog that was part Malamute and part Staffy, and I always had fun thinking about how the logistics of that worked. In case you don't know, a Malamute's a huge dog.
No, stop it. I'm crying behind it. Fucking chat's kidding me. Right, stop it. Right, I'm sweating again. Enough. Anyway, back to the conversation. Which bit were we at?
So, it's on average 14 men per year die from suffocation due to box.
Clitty litter.
Clitty litter, yeah. You know, it's I mean, there's worse ways to go. If he was more efficient at, you know, if he was more talented with this, he probably wouldn't have. Resto, can you write a book about this? Like, you know, how to do it properly so you don't die?
No, right now I'm trying to capture a flag. I'm trying to give me a second.
Suffocation.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I can't even read. I can't read chat. Hold on. And fuck.
Right.
Yeah,
Stop
I
it,
should have
chat.
muted during this. I should have muted.
Who wanted the link?
I don't know.
Just saying, there's a pretty interesting study there.
Oh my God, look.
1 second.
I wonder, so that if you're not, you can't use a safe word in that sense. You have to use like a safe gesture or something.
You can't say a safe word because you're suffocated by vagina.
Yeah, so you have to have like a safe gesture.
Yeah, like safe, like Morse codes, like
when you slap her butt, like a certain
tap
amount
the
of
left
time.
cheek twice and then the right cheek once, like pop, pop, pop. You know, like
Yeah.
you know.
Oh my God, look, I've got clearly I'm in the channel. I'm in the chat.
Play the clip real quick. It only take like 10.
Oh,
20
I love
seconds.
it here sometimes.
What was that, Mr.? I missed it, darling.
Oh,
I put a clip.
God
I
damn
put a
it.
clip in back chat.
I gotta go on mute again. Give me a second.
Okay, what is it, Mr.?
It's what we're talking about. It's not TOS.
Okay.
It's just funny.
All right.
I hope it's not the head.
What up, Mister?
Okay, I'm just going to play it. Sorry, but the chat, you're killing me today. I'm trying to be serious, and you just and then click and then
you
later turned up.
Somebody needs to make a clitty litter emoji.
Right. So what is this, Mr.?
Oh yes, this is it.
Oh, just hit play. Go ahead.
Okay, just hit play. All right, no worries. No worries.
Psyched. Hey, Amber.
Hi, Justin. Good luck.
Good luck to you making like your judgments. And from the girls' line, we need girl number 00, Martha Johnstone. Oh. Toss the hands, Liberty, and cradle out, okay?
I'm not wearing any panties.
Oh. Ready? Liberty, ready?
Oh my God.
Sorry, I'm a joker. I'm sorry. I didn't,
No, it's fine.
I couldn't help myself.
I mean, at least he didn't die. Right? He was
It's a
fine.
movie.
I know it's a movie. I know. But the point is that did he die? No. Right, guys, you're killing me. So what were we saying before the whole box thing came up? No one? Okay.
I think we've all forgotten.
Everybody's got, it's like it's silent after that. But guys, I thought you lot liked eating box, irrespective of where it comes from.
I mean,
well, I mean, you could be
what do you mean by
after an incident like that, you could be traumatized. You might never do it again.
what do you mean by where it comes from?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what size someone is. It's box is box.
Oh, size not so much, but like cleanliness, sure.
Yeah, exactly. Size doesn't matter as long as it's clean and moisturized on a daily basis. Remember, ladies, moisturize your vaginas and your bum holes with moisturizing cream, which especially designed. No, I moisturize mine on a daily in the bath, but it's especially for that area to keep the pH balance.
Oh, but yeah, by all means, like do that, but like just keep it clean, ladies.
Yeah, ladies, don't use soap on it or any soap products because your pH balance goes all over the place and you're going to start getting infections and yeast infections. Everybody's seen my advertisement for my moisturizing cream that I use in the bath. Keeps your
And have you ever tried tasting soap? It's not nice.
Well, no, it's not good. Women don't realize that they use even products which have been designed for down there. A lot of them will get your pH balance off, and that's when infections start. If you use like a cream like Aqueous cream, which is what I use, that's especially like it's got no perfume on it, no nothing like that, and it keeps the pH balance nice and steady. So moisturize every day, ladies.
Well, I know it's like sensitive down there, so you might want to wear a football helmet or some other kind of, because you might get kicked in the face. They might move the wrong way.
Let me go and get it because I think people in chat are not sure. I'll show you, girls. Honestly, it's quite a cheap product and it's brilliant. You moisturize both ends of it on a daily basis in the shower or in the bath, and you're never going to have any problems. I go and get it.
And thank you, ladies.
This is what I've always wanted for my birthday. This is what I've always wanted for my birthday.
I'm sorry. Listen. I can't help myself. Sometimes I just, I gotta. I don't know.
I've always wanted to know how to moisturize me butthole on my birthday.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to look back on this birthday with such fond memories.
It's probably all ruined. That's for the partners for the flat.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Thanks.
I think it looks all right.
Thank you.
It's all right, so, right.
Goodbye. Oh, why is my door closing? It was closing on it.
Where's Resto?
Mel, you.
You need to mute Mel.
I think he said he'd be back.
We could hear her talking to herself.
No, I was talking to that was the guy that's treating the mold. He's finished.
Well, speaking of yeast
Oh,
infection.
Mel, it's going to be a birthday I'll never forget. We're on
No, that was the guy treating the mold. He's been here for about an hour. Okay, so I'm going to do my ad for Aqueous cream. I need to get sponsored. Ladies, this is what you moisturize your vaginas and your bum holes with.
It keeps mold away.
It's got no fragrance, fragrance free, other bits free, and it's really, really good for you. And you'll keep fresh the entire day.
It's good for the face as well.
Yeah, you can use this just externally, like normal moisturizing cream. But the doctor for down there that specializes down there, when she told me to use this, I tell you what, don't ever use soap down there, ladies. This is the best thing to use. Keeps you fresh and lovely the entire day.
Rejuvenated.
And your vagina gets some moisturization that it so desperately needs.
And the men will get a free facial when they go down.
It's true. true. It's true. I've been using this product for years. Never had any problems down there. And plus, can you imagine all that lovely moisturization that your vagina's getting on top of it?
God.
I need to be sponsored by this.
You're killing us.
Give them a call. Show them this screen. Let's go.
Yeah, I rub it. I massage my vagina and my butthole with it in the bath every day.
Please don't do the actions. Please don't do the actions.
They'll give you a script to read.
I gotta go like this. You know, like when they do that with ice cream, like that.
Get a spoon and like spoon it out and watch it drip back into the container. Like yogurt.
You could. I don't know if you can use it on your gob before sucking because it is cream. You know, it's a lovely look.
That's like a nice Greek yogurt texture, right?
I can't show you a demo, darling. I not on the actual, like, just massage it gently into your vagina like this, like that. And it's also very good for other parts of your body. So the hand is fine.
Yeah, what are you going to do with those hands now?
Yeah, it's good for everything. It's just like, I don't know. It's called Aqueous cream. So I don't know if you've got that in the US. Just order a load from the UK. They're very reasonably priced. You could do your nipples. You could do your nipples too. Yeah, you could do nipples. No, you don't put it inside. You just moisturize your vagina very well.
You just moisturize your curtains.
Oh my goodness. But that's what I use, and I swear by it. Yes, I'm always very fresh down there.
And it's always nice and so.
I just exploded, Mel. I've never used it on my nipples, but I could try, let you know how it goes. Like if they feel any fresher or if they're any softer, I don't know. Yeah, you could put it on your elbows.
Mel's product reviews.
Yeah, no, I swear by it. No, because women don't realize that a soap like really messes up their pH balance, really messes it up. And even like feminine products really messes it up, even worse than the normal soaps. So, yeah, guys, moisturize your vaginas.
And cut.
And cut. Some panels like silent. Guys, there's no flavors. It's odorless. It's odorless, perfumeless. It's got nothing in it. There's no odor. But yeah, it smells of nothing. Cum cream works. That's good for your face. That's good for the face.
Save a bit for when you're getting paid, Mel.
Yeah, if you men could maybe jar up some of it and sell it on, we could use it for facials and stuff.
Wait, if us guys can jar up some of what?
Ejaculate into a jar.
You went there, you're on your own.
It's almost like an instant facelift when you get it on your face because it hardens up and it goes like that. Instant facelift, jar of cum.
Not wrong.
Yeah, when it hits your face, after a while, it just kind of, you can see your face doing that.
I've never had it on my face, but yeah.
Why not? Ladies, you want to get rid of your wrinkles? Get your man to ejaculate into a jar.
If you want to get wrinkles, just go get some.
Hair gel. Hair gel as well. Yep. If you want to get instant, spontaneous, stronghold hair gel, spunk into a jar.
Exactly. Something about Mary.
See, I'm giving
I'm trying
you.
to think of the name of that. Yeah, you got.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you natural alternatives for expensive beauty products.
Organic.
Organic, very cheap. Just get your man to do it in a jar every single time. Store it in the fridge for freshness.
Keep those little swimmers swimming.
Get those little swimmers swimming and all happy. I need a facial. I do need a facial.
The new collagen.
Yeah, I need something to bring some life back into my cheeks. Any suggestions, anyone?
Well, there was that like milking farm that Jordan Peterson thought was a real thing for a minute. I don't know if that.
Line them up like they do in a dairy cow farm thing. On the others. We'll just have it run instead of others, it'll be penises.
He saw a fetish porn video of like a man being milked, and he thought that it was a real thing going on in China.
I mean, I don't know, guys. Like I said, these are natural, alternatives to beauty. Do you know, under my eyes, I generally try and put hemorrhoid cream, believe it or not. And that's what I do for under my eye wrinkles. And that's quite cheap.
Yeah, that's what people do. And they use it, that pale cream as well, hemorrhoids. They use that for tattoos as well over here, over in England.
Yeah, I mean, guys, you don't have to buy the really expensive shit. Oh, what's this? What's this, Glenn, that you've put in the back?
I saw that. I didn't want to say nothing.
Hang on, let me bring it up. Rach, did you want to do some reading? I don't know if Wiccan's still awake.
Wiccan!
Look.
Oh, God.
Hey, that's the way to go, right? Getting suffocated like that. I mean,
Suffocated by boobs? You must have some pretty large boobs to be suffocated by them, no?
Oh, this is people are eating that. This is from 2017.
Yeah. Wait, just take over for a minute. I'm just going to make a quick coffee, darling.
Okay, doke. Hard luck. From a bet gone wrong to the man suffocated by boobs. These are 8 of the most bizarre cases of people who died during sex. The tragic stories highlight a dangerous side to everyone's favourite pastime. So remember to take care next time you get your rocks off. Sorry, I'm trying not to laugh. So what does everybody think about the article so far before I go further?
well, like I said, got to gear up.
Happy birthday.
I need to know more. I need to hear more.
That's all I can say. So, guys, remember this. The next time you just want to get your rocks off, right? Remember, be careful who you're motorboating, right? It could end your life.
Can you scroll down, or do we need Mel for that?
I've got to wait for Mel coming.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
I think, honestly, Sky, I'm having a fucking great birthday. I swear to God, I've had a right laugh. I tell you what, let all just play devil's advocate. What do you think are these 8 most bizarre cases could be? I think one's got to do with boobs. What do you think the others could be to do with? let me think of what these most bizarre cases could involve.
It's people who died. Okay. I think
Mhm.
one of them will have to be kind of dogging or something. and they've just been in the wrong place at the wrong time and they got hit by a car or something like that.
Yeah. Or lightning struck a tree and it fell on them when they were having sex outside.
For anyone who doesn't know, dogging's like going out having sex in public.
Yup. That's what it is. Us English, they give some weird names.
Well, I mean, if you're in the ocean, maybe you get a shark attack or let me think.
Mm.
Well, that would be bizarre.
No.
Hot tub. Think what else? Drown. I'd say.
Oh, I did hear something once about someone who died because it might have been that the woman, for some reason, her body was producing something really toxic, and then the guy died from having sex with her.
Sky, is that you? Sky?
Yeah.
While I'm drinking, hello, Rogelio. Hi, sweetheart. I'm going to drink this coffee and then I'm going to end after the coffee. How you doing? Where's she gone? She was here. Where's she gone? What the fuck?
She pressed the wrong button.
Because I've got to do some. I'm still got to do some homework for my debate tomorrow night. So I've got to do homework. I'm afraid.
What's the topic?
We've got cultural appropriation. What else have we got? We've got cultural appropriation. Then we've got. Let's have a look. Oh God, I've forgotten the rest of it. Where is it? Oh, here we are. Is religion? Oh, I don't know. Are these from? Hang on. Who? Resto, I need your help. I don't know which one's a which.
He's always listening.
Resto.
No, because these don't sound like the ones that he gave me before. I wonder if these are Glenn's. Yeah, I think these are Glenn's. God, which one? I've lost them. Here. Resto, I need help.
Oh, Resto. Oh, there's Sky instead.
Hi,
Hello.
Sky.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I wanted to come up and wish Rach a happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Rach.
Oh, happy birthday, Rach.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, shit. I can't find the fucking subjects. Rest, I can't find the fucking subjects.
I help with homework.
Yeah. I know the first one was definitely cultural appropriation because I've studied that. I did that yesterday, but I can't remember the other ones.
I still think it's crazy that you have.
Oh yeah. Is a content creator accountable for their community's actions? And then we removed the abortion one, but I don't remember what he replaced it with.
I still think it's crazy. Multiple topics. I mean, that's heaps. You're learning so much, and you're doing it all at once.
Everybody.
Well, yeah, you kind of do have to study with these things, you know, because you want to throw stats and stuff out. You don't want to make an uninformed argument, right? So I tend to research each topic until I get fed up of researching it. But I don't remember what we replaced the abortion, because after we had that abortion debate on here, I asked him to remove it just because it was one of those subjects which is just my chat and my panel went apeshit.
Yeah.
And I didn't really want 1,000 people, because with Lemon, normally he gets about close to 1,000 people in his chat.
Yeah,
And I
see if you
didn't
can
want.
grab him on Discord later or something. I
Mm.
can send him a message there if you want. But
No, it's all right. I'll send him a message because I can't remember what the other one was. I remember we replaced it, but I don't remember what with. So what do you think about just very quickly before I'm drinking my coffee? What does everyone think of cultural appropriation?
It's a good subject.
I think it's subjective because it's anecdotal in nature. So that means like some people might take offense to it. Like if I'm a white guy and I get dreads, some people may take offense to it, and some people may be like, "Oh, you're just playing a role, to gain sympathy."
yeah, I think you need to define it first.
Okay, so let's say, what's the difference between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation? Anyone can tell me the difference?
Appreciation would be getting cornrows in your hair on holiday because you think it looks beautiful. It's got nothing to do with the culture per se. It's the fact that we're flattering that look and decide we like it. It doesn't mean to say that we're going to live as another coloured person or a person of a different colour.
Well, cultural appropriation is categorized as stealing another culture's ideas and making them your own and not attributing them to the culture it belongs to.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to who gets like credit for it, who gets the recognition.
Yeah.
If it goes back to the culture in question, then it's appreciation. If not, then it's appropriation.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said it's anecdotal, because it's offensive to some but not others.
Yeah.
So it's a personal opinion.
Yeah, it's just who benefits from it, I think, at the end of the day.
Does the panel think that it's gone a little bit too far, as in, especially during my research, I noticed America was coming up a lot. Do you think it's gone too far where what we're doing is, instead of saying, look, I want to get to know your culture and appreciate it, it's becoming more guarded, which means that it becomes each culture becomes more closed to integration?
Yeah, an echo chamber. Yeah, that's a good point, Mel.
Mr. I'd be curious what you think.
I think it's regional, because like if I'm a white dude who's living in the South and I pretend to be a rapper, right? They might look at me and be like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" But like if I live in Detroit and I'm like Eminem, they might be like, "Yeah, you're one of ours,"
Yeah.
But would we say, in respect to the braids panel, let's say there's a white man who really appreciates the culture with the braiding and everything, isn't that an appreciation?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Even though if he has it done himself on his hair, isn't that an appreciation of, I love the braids?
Or how many men wear kilts to weddings and big celebrations at New Year and things like that? Us Scots don't think that you're taking away any of our culture by wearing a kilt. It's ridiculous. It's a form of appreciation.
When I think of appropriation, I think stuff like the Washington Redskins.
Yeah, that could be viewed as something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, because that came up a lot about the indigenous Americans and their headdress, which is very sacred, being used for fashion.
Yeah.
We used to have a team called the Cleveland Indians, and that became an uproar. and they had to change the name of that team as well. That's
What
what
about-
I'm saying. Like, I really don't care, but it doesn't mean it does not matter to other people. You know?
Right.
That's why I said it's a personal thing.
Oh God, who the fuck is it now? Hang on, guys.
Another thing I can think of, and I'm going back to America again, but with things like blues and how a lot of black musicians came up with this style of music, and then white people appropriated it and got all of the money for their hard work, you know?
Right. What about, guys? But in my research, it came up when Katy Perry wore a kimono on stage and everyone lost their shit. Do you think that's appropriation, or do you think that's going too far?
I think that's gone too far.
Yeah, I don't know enough to comment on that specifically, but
Oh, she wore a kimono on stage at one of her concerts.
I don't see anything wrong with that. No.
I think if she'd done the whole geisha thing, it would have been entirely different, because that is really a cultural, it's so precious. It would be like me having a didgeridoo and playing it. Women are not meant to play the didgeridoo. So, like certain cultural boundaries, and you should stay away from that, because it's rude. It's just rude.
Dude, I'm Australian and I didn't know that.
Oh, did you know?
Nope.
Yeah. I've got a didgeridoo, and women are not. It's very, very, very bad for a woman to play a didgeridoo. I mean, it goes against Aboriginal beliefs. So it's just something that, because I know that, I wouldn't even pick it up and use it as a joke. Because
Well, it's a good thing I'm not a woman then, because I've played one.
I mean,
you're eventually going to get to a point in your conversation with whoever it is. I don't know how this works from country to country. I do not believe that it's illegal. And that's why I said it's going to come down to an anecdotal thing. It's going to be personal to everybody. So the real question you're asking,
blackface is illegal here. So if you went out dressed up in blackface, you would be arrested here.
Right.
It's a no-no.
That's why I'm saying there's parameters to it, because in each of these points, sometimes I hear these subjects and I go, I have to remember. I make a point in chat. I say, well, every country's different, so it's got to be. You have to put that in the narrative. That's what I'm saying. Like whatever your subject you're on, you have to annotate. Okay, it's not going to be the same country to country. So specifically, you're going to have to talk about what country.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, because in Britain, we are very appreciative of other cultures. We are accepting of other cultures. We accept other cultures, and we, and I know that in America it's slightly different. So it's a real tough one, isn't it, to say when is it appropriation, when is it appreciation? How do we distinguish the two?
I would say it's regional. Like I said, I mean, barring laws, you would be viewed as one of your own when you it didn't matter like what you look like, but you might appropriate to that region a certain way. Like if you live in a slum of Chicago, you might dress a certain way. You might be it's a survival instinct. Maybe you might
But isn't that like
part of
where you'll assimilate wherever you are because you genuinely want to fit in? It might not even be an appropriation thing. It's that's
my point exactly.
Oh, is it? Sorry, Glenn. Sorry.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, about assimilation and fitting in and the things that we do as a society and the norms that we allow and the things that we absolutely abhor and won't put up with. And there's red lines all over the place, but it's different for everywhere. It'll be different, you know, in England and Wales, and it's different everywhere. Everywhere has a different way of looking at things.
That's why it's going to be difficult, I think, because I did struggle with this subject a little bit. I really did, because in Sky, Rach, you're in England with me. I've been brought up, and you know, my family's married into many different cultures. I've been brought up to just to accept it and to appreciate it. I've never really been brought up in a country, in a place where, or my environment where it was, I don't know, it's going to be real difficult, like, subject for me, because I'm never going to truly understand it, I don't think.
Yeah. And also,
I would just make.
We're open-minded.
Sorry, Mr. Go on. Or who's that? That guy? Who is that?
No, that's what's her name? I don't want to interrupt.
Sky, what were you saying? Because your mic's a bit crackly, darling.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I thought I interrupted. Glenn, so sharp.
Who's talking? I don't even know who was talking.
Who's talking?
It was Glenn, I think. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Oh, I didn't. I wasn't talking.
Hey, sorry, it wasn't me. But hey, Resto's here.
Hey, what's going on? Sorry.
Let's see. What was the third subject of Lemon? It was appropriation. It was the. Remind me of the other two.
Give me a second.
Because I was just saying that I'm going to struggle with the appropriation one, because I don't think I'm ever going to truly.
The appropriation one is a conversation.
Right. Okay.
So you don't really have to worry too much about that one.
Yeah.
So it's cultural appropriation for the first conversation, and then the second one is the hard line. Oh well, no, this kind of like goes into the first one, so this is still the first one. What's the hard line between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation?
Hard.
And then like we
should do what's the difference between segregation and separation?
True. Oh, that's kind of what I said. Is a content creator accountable for their community's actions? And then let's see. Oh wait, I sent it to you in Discord. Let me open up the Discord real quick.
Say the content creator be responsible for their
community's actions.
No.
Yeah. So let's just say like somebody is mad at Mel, like they come over to Mel's and like start bullshitting and like just start going ham,
because
right?
of
And then,
because of what they heard someone else say, like their
exactly. Like, should that content creator be responsible for it? Give me a second. Let me go to the.
See, I know where I fall with that. I know where I fall with that. With that conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. You gotta hold people accountable for what they do, not what other people do.
They're good topics because
I
they
don't
can be
know,
argued
Glenn,
from both sides.
Now, yeah, you could hold the content creator accountable for not disclosing all the information. Absolutely.
Because as a content creator, let's say I want to make an example. There's someone in my chat doxing someone and putting out personal information in the chat. It's my responsibility as the content creator to make sure that that doesn't happen. It's the same as if you vote your president. You know, you vote your president in. If there's one of your states looting, pew-pewing everybody, as a president, it's your responsibility to make sure that you sort that community out. It's the same as being a content creator, in my opinion.
Yeah, and so do you hold
the president accountable for the people looting and stuff, or
no,
it's up to the
real quick. Here's the third one.
Let Resto finish, guys. Come on.
Because there's three options for the third one, and I have not picked, but it's can objective moral standards exist without the belief in God or a higher power, or next one is religion. Is religion essential to making ethical values?
Nope.
A social order in society, or can secular institutions fulfill this role? Or do religious beliefs support or hinder the advancement of human rights, such as LGBTQ or gender equality? So there's three things at the end that I have not chosen yet. And also I have the hot seat, which I will not, the fire round, which I have not decided on yet. Sorry.
Can I ask you, because it'll be an interesting topic, is Lemon religious?
Lemon is very religious, and this is why.
Oh wow, that's going to be spicy, that one, because I am.
Oh man, that I just moderated some of that topic yesterday.
That's hard.
Yeah, that one's
Yeah.
going to be spicy because
It's very
I am
difficult.
not religious, and I stand by my values. That it's got nothing to do with religion. You're more stand. You know,
I just want to get this shit over with. I'm so
it's only one more day, Resto. One more day.
so fucking tired, Mel.
I know.
So you said you, since you're not religious, but you have your moral values, but would you say society and culture has helped influence or shaped your values?
I'd say yes, but especially my parents, who have, and they're not religious either.
Yeah, the familial values. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
in
okay,
fact,
so
I would
like
say
in
that
America,
I would say that the most, some of the most fucked up shit is done under the name of God, Glenn.
oh, of course, people have
Mhm.
abused that all the time. Like people are bad, and that doesn't make God bad.
Exactly.
But like America was like founded under Christian principles. So even if you're not religious, if you adhere to the values of the America, right, of the laws of the land, then you, in a way, your ethics or your moral compass is based off of an ideology, whether you like to agree with it or not.
I'm not born in America.
I know. I'm just saying. So I'm using that
Let's
as an
go.
example. I'll give you an example. So just like England, right? The Catholic Church has very much influenced a lot of the laws that were out there.
No, Henry VIII changed that. Remember, he made his own religion.
What? When? Who?
Henry VIII with the Protestants. He made up
Oh
his own.
yeah. He was cutting off
like,
his
"Fuck
wife's
you."
head, right?
Yeah, he was like, "Fuck you, Vatican. I'll make my own."
Why do you think Guy Fawkes did what he did? That was because of the way the Church of England and everything were treating the Catholic. Well, more so the government was treating the Catholic faith. That's why Guy Fawkes went and done what he done.
Yeah.
On the 5th
Okay,
of
but
November.
we've established no Yiddies out, right? Like wear the orange shirt. I really like that.
No Yiddies.
No Yiddies out. I'm going to wear the orange one. Yeah, but you tell me all the time that my titty might fall out the side.
Well, I mean, like that's better than having the Yiddies out. I'm pretty sure you can handle your Yiddies.
The same.
Yeah, because oh look, he's objectifying himself again now, Glenn. Just saying.
Just hear me out for a second. Hear me out for a second. So what I would do is I would pick the ones. I guess you have to coordinate, but I would coordinate the ones you have the strongest what do you call it, confidence in. That's what I would do, and then make bullet points.
She got this. She's gonna win. She got this.
Yeah.
She's gonna fucking completely stomp because she has no choice because I put way too much work into this. So
yeah, she told me that he told me that if I didn't win, he was going to beat me.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
How many?
No, but I mean that's why I need to get off soon. Because I need to learn about I want to have some. How am I going to look up stats for the content creator stuff? Because that's more of a difference of opinion.
Well, you just write down your personal.
Your best argument is going to be to find any moments of when you don't have to use content creators. You can use public figures. Any public figure that was, spouting out their personal belief or their rhetoric that inspired or motivated, like Charles Manson for one. Perfect example. He had people were killing for him.
Yeah, but how am I going to argue that?
That's hard for that though. Because
Also,
you use the principle,
we still have the thing after. We still have the thing after. If you check the back chat, if you're going to be around for that.
Yeah. I'm going to be looking and doing homework at the same time.
Okay.
So if you think about it, the principle of it, right? Charles Manson had a following. He had a platform, basically, maybe not a digital platform, but he had a platform to where he spoke and people would listen to him, right? And then people killed because of the things that he said. So that would be a good place for your argument, even though I don't necessarily agree with
Hey,
it.
Grid one lied. He didn't go to sleep. Grid one lied. He's on flow states. He lied. He didn't go to sleep.
Did he? He didn't say he was going to sleep. He said he had to take his son to school.
Mel, I would also look at the law because they might bring that in. They might talk about the law.
Just kick his ass, man.
The
Kick
law.
his ass.
What do you mean the law, Mister?
I mean, like they're like we said, every caveat for every argument, because we're all in different countries. You have to look at that aspect regarding the law. I would say, because their opinions might be different because they might not be in the same country.
Yeah.
Like free speech laws are different in different countries.
Right.
Yes, if you were using Manson, you would have to look at that state and the state laws in that area that were applicable.
Look, I don't know how I can argue him as being a good argument for. I think that content creators are responsible for their. That's not. Well, yeah, actually, that's a good way to say they are responsible because they all unalive themselves because of him.
Yeah, yeah.
And what would
sorry.
Mister, what were you saying?
the law might say something about that in one country, but not the other. That was just my only point. I don't like interrupting other people. I'm sorry.
Toxic Tommy, thank you, darling. I've got my phone charging, so I can't answer. Yeah, these are gonna be. I need to really focus. If I have to win this, I have to this one.
I like your picture, Toxic Tommy.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Right, I think it's time to end because we are 9.5 hours in.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Yes.
Thanks, Mel.
It's time, guys. It's time. Now, don't forget, tomorrow night we've got the famous debate between me and Lemon. And guys, I would 100% be switching that chat off. I would be seeing it.
Okay, so remember to start your stream first. I'm gonna get Lemon. He's gonna stream off of yours, and then it will go from there.
I hope you've made the surprise topic at the end juicy, Resto.
Oh yeah, it is.
You've made it juicy.
I'm not telling you what it is, but
no, I know you're not telling me. But good morning, Izzy. Good morning. We had a great
Izzy's here. Oh,
no,
it's Izzy. It's Izzy Scott.
Not that. Izzy was here much earlier. The other Izzy. So yeah, guys, it's time to end. I'm going, like I said, we're going to come back again tonight for is it tonight? What day is it today? No, tomorrow night, Saturday night, for the great debate. And it is going to be a great debate. And then I'm back on Sunday night because I'm interviewing Toxic Angel. So that'll be an interesting one too, I think, because he's quite well traveled. So we were talking about his travels. Resto, are you going to DM me the whole thing with Glenn?
Oh, wait, why'd you just bite the pencil when you said that?
Because I fancy something in my mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I will at this point.
Yeah. That's why I love you, Resto. So, okay, guys, thank you very much.
I'm an innocent party here, just so you know.
Oh, Glenn, you remember we were objectifying you. You're just an object right now.
Hey, thanks, Glenn and Mel and like everyone else. I think it was a great chat tonight.
Yeah, it was a great chat. We had a really,
We're doing last words. Okay, that guy, do your last words.
That was it, man. I'm done. Thanks, everyone. We had a great chat tonight. It's an important discussion. Cheers, Resto.
All right, broski. Love you.
Thanks everybody on panel for a great conversation, really, and thank you, chat, as always. You've all, I love the chat because they contribute so much to the conversation. So thanks everybody. I really appreciate it. We had a great live tonight.
Mister, you got anything to say?
Oh yeah, thanks for having me up, and respect as always.
Cool. Sky Angel.
I want to say the chat rocks. Love you guys. The panelists are amazing, and it's been brilliant fun. Thank you for having me.
Oh,
Rach.
Can I just first say, please like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and please feel free to leave a message after the live stream has ended. And also, can I say thanks, guys, for the birthday wishes?
oh,
Happy birthday.
happy birthday, my love.
Stepdad.
Stepdad.
Look at those fucking abs.
You got something to say?
It was muted.
You know.
Son, go to your room.
Glenn, I've got to ask you, right?
That's all I had to say.
All right. I'm sorry I wasn't here for the whole conversation, but we really appreciate y'all coming through. Make sure y'all hit that like if you already haven't. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe because I know some of y'all ain't subscribed. It's okay. We love all y'all. We'll continue to give you quality content and keep the show going. We love you. We appreciate every single one of y'all. And remember, we do this for you. So your support, anything is great. Likes are free. Subs are free. Shares are free. But still, you can still hit that super chat just in case you want to give a little bit of extra stuff. But that's okay. We love you. We love you. And I'm going to leave it off with Mel. Mel, go ahead and do the thing.
And that's why I love my son, Resto. Thank you.
Go to your room.
No, I would never punish our son or Glenn. Thank you, everybody. Like I said, I've said all I needed to say. I'll see everybody on Saturday night. So, can you tell? I don't like this layout. You know, I don't like the squares.
Oh, you don't like the squares?
I don't like the squares.
You like the rectangles.
I like the rectangles.
The squares are so much better, though.
I don't like the squares. I don't like them. I like the rectangles.
Squares in London. There's too many squares in London. That's why she probably doesn't like squares. She likes everything else but squares. She's sick of seeing them.
You didn't even like the circles. When I made the circles, you didn't like those.
I didn't like the circles either.
Look at the circles. The circles.
Yeah, I don't like the circle. The circles cut off half my head. And you can't see my breast probably.
Oh, well, okay. That's a good enough excuse. That's a good enough reason. Yeah.
Right, shall we play the outro? Glenn, I'll see you and Glenn afterwards. And guys, I'll see you.
Glenn, can you drop the link in the back chat? And then we'll all be there for yours.
I can't wait to see.
Right, well, I'm going to jump down now.
Have a lovely birthday, Rach, my love. Enjoy the rest of your day, sweetheart.
I shall. Well, it's been an eventful and funny birthday so far. I've enjoyed it, guys. So thanks for the memories.
Love y'all. Oh wait, where are we going? Fuck, where are we going?
Oh yeah. Go. Is Flo still on? Just do the Flo.
Yeah. Okay. It flows on. You just give me like 3 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah. We'll go to Flo.
Right. Well, I'm going to jump down into chat like you do. Yeah.
All right, Rach. Thank you, sweetheart. Have a lovely rest of your day, darling. And thank you, Sky, for popping up.
Thank you, darling. I'll pop down as well. Bye, Poppets.
All right, darling. Bye, my love. Glenn's gone. Papa's gone. Just you, me, and you, baby. Yeah.
I'm still here. I'm just doing the thing.
Yeah. So next week, guys, I'm going to have our usual amount of lives, probably a bit more. But then the week after, I've got a few shifts at work, and I've got my son back, so I may have to cut back and just do maybe 3 lives the week after next. So. It is what it is. I just have to do my lives as per my life, my routine, right? Between work and real life and all that. I try and do the best I can. I've had a month. I've got 5 on it, kill shot. I've had a month where I've had more time, which means I've had to be able to give you more lives. And I can do that next week. But after that, I might have to scale it down a little bit. I'm sorry. You have to see less amount on your screen.
I'm not seeing Flo, but I see Trish.
Oh yeah, send them over to Trish. Trish is fun.
Okay.
Yes, Guy, he's back next week. He's back. He's had his time with his papa, and he's back next week. So God help me. Yeah, let's send everybody, guys. When you go to Trish chat, even if you're not sticking around, would you just drop a couple of feathers for me and just say, Mel, no, you were streaming. Brian, I'm going to be really busy. Next week is going to be my final week of peace. And then after that, I'm just going to be so busy with work and my boy. I want someone into the breach.
Yeah, Chris, like I see that Flo's live, but I'm not seeing him on the redirect thing. So I just set it to Trish. But after that, like we can go to Flo's. We can all just go to Flo's. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. Resto, I need to talk to you after the intro. Can I just have 5 minutes of your time? I need to talk to you about something important.
Yes, Mama.
Just 5 minutes, yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to play the outro. And this is going to be the background for the debate. It's excellent. I love it. Resto, you're so talented. You really are. I can't stop looking at the little lemon head, you know.
And it's like when you get to y'all points, it's like almost like the arrows are just like y'all fighting each other like a video game. It's so funny.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Right, okay. Mel, you'll deprive us of the holy cleavage. Yes. I'm going to deprive you of the holy cleavage. I'm afraid. It is what it is. It's just life, you know. So, love you all. See you Saturday night. I'm going to play the outro and I'll see you then, guys. Have a great day. Where's our outro? Oh, okay. So, here it is. Bye, guys.